Mark Armitage, okay? They fucking let him go. He won a court case, okay, because they fired him falsely because he wouldn't retract his fucking paper. He's the one who was teaching the teacher how to do the with the new microscopes, like the ones the upgrade from the scanning electron microscopes, the new ones. He's the guy who was teaching the teachers how to use it and shit. And he's working there. And I think it was fuck, I forgot the name of it, Berkeley or one of them over in California. And they let him go and shit because he wouldn't retract his paper and shit. It was not fossil. This shit was not fossilized, and he could tell you where to go. You know, they know right where to go. So does Mary Schweitzer to get more of these. And they found that's how they found the fucking T-Rex. They found the Triceratops. This was not fossils. I understand about the fossils and all that. These were not fossils, bro.
Well, these are big claims that you're making, but you can hear it straight from Mary Schweitzer's mouth. She didn't have to retract any paper. Her paper was put out, not too long after she made these discoveries. So, like, there would have been a very short window for anyone to try to coerce her into changing what she found. And but you can hear it straight from her mouth about how she had to demineralize them in acid baths
Bro,
for
I've seen it. What are you talking about? I can hear it from her mouth. I've seen the fucking. I've seen them stretching the fucking meat, bro. What are you talking about? I can hear it.
Yeah, that's not. She found the remnants of heme groups, the iron part of the heme group, not actual proteins or nucleic acids or whatever you're trying to claim.
Bro, you really are religious,
tissues.
Bro. You still calling it a fossil?
So you're saying the person who discovered this is lying?
I'm telling you, Mark Armitage, like, it showed it on camera, bro, stretching it. This was not fossil. Do you understand that?
Bones,
I mean,
bones are considered fossils.
After he soaked it in a mineral, in an acid bath, Brian.
You're guessing it, bro. You really are religious, bro. Oh my God, bro. You really are religious. This
he didn't
weird.
crack
I'm gonna post a video,
open.
bro. I'll drop a video, bro.
Yeah, drop some links for him because they're in complete denial because the stuff that was discovered was still decomposing. It still stunk, even in the lab. You're talking about 20 to 60 million year old dinosaur still has soft tissue that's retrievable, even if it was put through an acid bath. The fact that you could still retrieve ligaments and soft tissue and it's still decomposing should be enough to say that the idea that this animal was 60 million years old yet still decomposing is impossible.
They didn't find
even in ice.
You guys,
it would be impossible.
So misled. How about if you're not going to post the papers from them, I'll go find the papers. I'll show you exactly.
Yeah, well, do yourself a favor and
I'll go get my
read them.
And I'll show you exactly, because I have read it. I read it a few times. I don't have it right off the top of my head.
And it's not just one. It's not just one, bro. The more time goes on, the more they're discovering these things, bro.
What do you mean?
It has the science community is literally
true, you'd think this would be every dinosaur.
You would think that this would be like mainstream news, that it'd be all over the place, but for whatever reason, because of their paradigm, they like to suppress these findings, and they like to call us crazy when we bring them forth.
Yeah, so I work as a biochemist and as a research biochemist. No one's ever tried to suppress anything I've found or any of that kind of stuff. So those are big claims you're making, but it just doesn't match my experience. But nonetheless, you think you would find this in every dinosaur, fossil, or bone, whatever you want to call it. But yeah, there's people at my university who are paleontologists, and they're doing work with dinosaur bones, and they're not finding these soft tissues in them because it's not a common occurrence. It only occurs with the portions of the molecules, that very small amounts of them that contain collagen or iron, because those are the mechanisms behind the preservation. And just saying that just making claims that we're religious or whatever doesn't help your case.
You are religious, bro. These shits were not put in acid baths, okay? These were not fossilized, okay? You're not hearing me, bro. They're not fossils. I don't know how else to say this, bro.
Do you understand not all fossil?
Wait. Get your papers, bro, and I'm gonna get my evidence, and you get yours and show me that this soft tissue was dipped in acid. Show me that it was a fossil, okay? And then I'll hear you out, bro. But for you to claim it's a fossil and it was soaked in acid bath, bro, you need to reread this shit, bro. I know, but it shows me, bro.
You're saying the same thing over and over.
Just making shit up, dude. Get your
not
evidence. I'll give you like 10 minutes. I'll go get mine.
You just said that 4 times, dude.
I love the projection. You're just listening to
I said
people.
it with you mumbling at me in the background the whole time. So just
because I was waiting for you to. I thought you were saying something different, but you said the same thing again, and you said it again. But regardless, not all fossils are become fossilized. Like even a bone can be a fossil. All right, it just has to be sufficiently old and a remnant of the creature. But some are engraved. Some are engraved in stone. Some are just just the bones or whatever.
Clearly, not all fossils have completely been
permineralized.
Yeah, like when they get petrified, they turn into stone. That's what a fossil is. It's basically a rock. All the organic tissue, the bone, the cartilage, the flesh, the ligaments, it's all been petrified and turned into stone. It's been mineralized. And
it's gone through the taphonomic process, right? And some of the organic tissue on the inside of the bones, because a lot of dinosaur bones are hollow, so there's little compartments on the inside. When you demineralize them in acid baths, you can recover that organic tissue, but it's not
so you admit
calling soft tissue, the soft stuff that you pull out of these bones. You couldn't put that, if dinosaurs were around today, you couldn't stick that in a living dinosaur today and have it use that. It's not the full tissue. It's the decomposed remnant, particularly the collagen or the iron containing part of
this is what we're saying,
that
though,
originally was there.
Regardless of the process that they do to retrieve any recoverable, right, cartilage, blood, whatever it is that they're recovering, right? If this thing really truly is 20 to 60 million years old, you shouldn't be retrieving any of that, right? That's the point. You can't just stick any fossil in an acid bath and retrieve what you're saying. It doesn't happen.
Yeah, that's not what
the fact that you can retrieve anything is a miracle in itself. The fact that you can retrieve any, regardless the process, you're acting like the process somehow validates your theory, dude. The fact that you can retrieve anything from a fossil, from a rock that resembles organic matter is a miracle in its own right. And you're trying to just completely disregard that and reduce it to just nothing, bro. Like, you don't see your bias in that?
It's not, because you're recovering the robust parts of the molecule, the collagen and the iron containing parts. If you're just recovering any old portion of it, yeah, that would be something. And then for I can use the same argument, dude. If the young Earth view was correct, then the researchers at my university should be finding soft tissues in the bones they're examining. And guess what? They don't, because it's like a one-off thing. It's a very small amount of bones that have been found. There's been hundreds of thousands of dinosaur bone samples that have been recovered, and there's only a select few that you can get these very small remnants of collagen and iron containing biomolecules out of. So if the young Earth view was correct, you would think that would be the overwhelming majority of the bones, if not every single one of them. You should be finding that, but that's not the case.
Hey, true or false? Hold on real quick. True or false? Paper mache exists. True or false?
What?
True or false? Paper mache, paper mache, like fake looking things you make out of paper, exist.
What's your point, man? Just make the point.
We're just talking about dinosaur bones. I just want you to admit that you do understand that paper mache exists, and that's it. And then I'll set up.
Yeah, sure. Paper mache exists. Are you
Okay,
saying
thank you.
that these bones are paper mache? Because then
You can think whatever you want. You can think
shoots
whatever you want
Brian.
from why I brought that up, dude.
That
You can
shoots
think whatever you want.
Brian's argument and the other guy. Sorry, I don't know your name, but the guy who was just last speaking, and Brian Leakey, that tears their argument apart. Then these bones are just paper mache and fake, and there's no way that they're
I didn't say
finding
that. I just wanted to know if you recognize that it exists or not. And since you say it does, I appreciate that. All I wanted to know. Thanks.
Yeah, just because something exists doesn't mean there's any plausibility to what you're saying. You actually have to show that there's even a likelihood of what you're saying to be true, and you can't do that. Because accountability is huge in scientific fields. If these people were just making shit up, Joe Schmo grad student would easily just disprove them and completely destroy their credibility and gain some clout for his own name in the process.
So I was just posted a definition of fossil, and yeah, it doesn't disclude even DNA remnants.
Yeah,
Clearly.
there's fossils of like the shells of things that imprint onto rocks, and those rocks are considered fossils. But bones that have also gone through the taphonomic processes of permineralization are also fossils. They're not the bones anymore that the dinosaur was walking around with. You couldn't take that and give it to you got a femur from a dinosaur. There was a live dinosaur that needed a femur, the same kind. You couldn't take that fossilized dinosaur femur and give it to the living dinosaur and expect it to be able to use that femur.
Yeah, so bad luck to all those T-Rexes out there still waiting on the list for a femur.
I don't know much about dinosaurs, but aren't they like ancient reptiles? Like they're not as big as we think they are, they're just like, bones.
I think they are big, but they're not reptiles, I don't believe.
I know soar means lizard.
Yeah.
But
aren't they the ancestors of birds?
Yeah, exactly, yeah. But yeah, I guess some were big, but most of them, I guess, were just regular size. Or I have a lot of pictures of fossils, and yeah. I haven't
Well, aren't
seen.
they the size implied by their fossils? Like they found the complete bone structure of a T-Rex. I think minus one bone maybe, or maybe this is the whole set. But they have the full set of the bones, and aren't they? Isn't the size somewhat accurate?
I'm just going off what I've seen, Like I said, I'm new to this. I'm just sit back and listen, I guess. But
I'm just curious.
There, as far as the sorry, are you done, Kosha?
No.
As far as like the classification goes, right? There's something called diapsids and synapsids. So synapsids would be the clade or the taxonomic group of organisms that is the lineage that led to like mammals and to us. Like we're synapsids. Diapsids is the taxonomic group that led to dinosaurs and birds. And it has to do with this thing in the skull called the temporal fenestra. It's like a hole in the skull, right? And synapsids, some mammals have one, whereas ours closed to kind of make an enclosure for our brain case, but some mammals still have the one hole. Diapsids have two, and dinosaurs have two because they're diapsids. And further along after diapsids comes like archosaurs and lepidosaurs, and that's like what the more specific groups that dinosaurs are in.
And so what you said about how to do with the brain cavity, but I thought it was something to do with the jaw. Is that it? Is not related to the jaw?
Yeah, the part of the suite of characteristics between diapsids, which are reptiles, and synapsids, which is the group that led to mammals and to us eventually, does have to do with the jaw bones, and particularly the ear too. Like we repurposed one. It's either one or two of our jaw bones for hearing in our ear, whereas reptiles did not do that. Diapsids didn't do that, but synapsids did.
Okay, so reptiles and birds are both diapsids.
Yes. Birds
Okay.
are diapsids, but with the caveat, they also closed, I believe, one of the temporal fenestra out of the two because of, the aerodynamic stresses of flight.
And also, I was asking Ruhif, but I guess you might know the answer. But would you say that, like, if you go back far enough, we wouldn't have been reptiles, but we weren't distinct from reptiles? Or like we and reptiles descended from the same creature before that whole break with the diapsids or whatever. That's fair to say, right?
Yeah. How
But
would I
for
explain? Yeah, we're
wait,
reptiliomorphs, but we're not reptiles because reptile isn't really a taxonomic term anymore, as it's what's called paraphyletic, where you're, saying that it applies to this group, but not this group. So you're excluding groups that are ancestral to each other. And so you're breaking the law of monophily. So it's not really used
right,
in taxonomy anymore in the modern day cladistics, because we hold to monophyletic groups
okay,
where both, what you would think of as a reptile like archosaurs and pterosaurs and dinosaurs and stuff like that. Those are reptiliomorphs. Along with us, we're also reptiliomorphs. But where we diverged was at the diapsida synapsida split. That's where our lineages diverged from each other.
Well, then, yeah, whatever the guy who was talking before, then I guess because I was thinking about it when I was saying that. I was like, yeah, I thought we weren't reptiles, but they're not reptiles, they're birds. But I guess technically reptiles is like not even. It's not even it's not the classification it's used, which makes sense to me because I was thinking about what was said last night about the monophyletic or whatever, and they were getting on Kool-Aid for saying that because they were they were thinking about it as a species. Like they thought that the term he used was species. Like you and your parent are going to be the same species, but that's not what that law of monophyla, whatever it's called, monophyla. How do you say it again? Monophyly.
So there's two terms. There's the law of monophily, and then
Okay.
the type of classification that current biologists and biochemists use is called monophyletic rather than
Okay.
paraphyletic.
Okay, and then I guess this might be a weird question, but the reason I was asking about if we were, you know, like obviously we branched off from what reptiles branched off from, um, but so it's like where's mammals. I'm just curious, like what do you think is the most recent? I don't even know what the subgroups are called, but like we're mammals. There's fungi. There's uh, amphibians. There's marsupials. Like, what do you think is the 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 newest, most the latest group like to join like those groups? If that makes any sense. Like there's some that are older, but like what's the newest edition? Or they're all pretty old. Are marsupials almost as old as mammals?
Well, marsupials is a type of mammal. There's like marsupials and what are the egg-laying mammals,
right.
the live birth mammals.
You say they were called placentas?
No, placentals.
Platypus.
Yeah, placentalia.
Platypus.
Yeah, there's placental mammals. There's marsupials. So then there's like monotremes, platypus. Those are the species in those groups.
Marsupials are fascinating. They have a complex biology.
Are there marsupials that are placentia things like you said too?
And what about the extinct Eleutheria?
Good question.
Never heard of it.
They're like chipmunks. They look cool.
Huge.
Are they monotremes? Maybe.
What's interesting is they say that 10% of all humans that ever lived are alive today. Like 10%. That's a lot. It's a big portion. I was just thinking, like, I wonder if that's true for any other animal. I wonder if that can be determined. Because if not, I mean that has to be. I don't know. It has to mean something. If it's like if other animals. I actually I don't even know. I wonder if everyone knows that statistic. Like you take like
you don't even know if that stat is even true or not.
What do you mean?
10% of all humans that have ever lived are alive right now. You don't know if that stat's true or not. You have no fucking idea. How do you know how many humans have lived? Because how do you know how many humans have lived?
You can mathematically determine.
What if there's resets, right? Cataclysms, and we just get reset.
Yeah, no, but you'd be able to
keep
see
making
that.
shit up. It's fine.
You'd be able to determine that in the fossil record. You don't think that we wouldn't notice if there was 8 billion humans that died like 20,000 years ago or something? It'd show up. Not just the fossil record, but the geological record.
Dream on. Dream.
Yeah, see, I think since we have a 99% DNA with like chimpanzees, I just think that like the Anunnaki made us with some of their blood. So
yeah, I've seen that idea before, or I thought about that. And then also there's that one, what they call it, the stoned ape hypothesis or whatever, where it's like they just got access to like psychedelics or something and
aquatic ape, aquatic stone mushroom ape, Grateful Dead tour ape. I don't know. But what do we have like some kind of favored position of consciousness rather other than any other animal capable of having such a phenomena?
I think they're all. Yes. I think you can tell by hanging out with a dog that they're. I mean, any animals are just as capable of being conscious. I think that we have an added ability in our brains. And I was talking about this last night about the hypothesis or the cognitive trade-off hypothesis, where us and chimps, our brains are very similar. Just the part that they use for short-term memory, they have like an extreme short-term memory that we could never attain.
And the apes, they're always going to give birth to, hold on, Snacks, real quick. The apes are always going to give birth to apes, right? That's this law of monochromatic, whatever that word was.
Monochromatic, I like that. Yeah.
Didn't someone just said that we were all apes, though?
Hold on, apes always give birth to apes, right?
Yes.
Well, hold on. Somebody just said this. We were all apes, though. We were apes. We're still apes.
Hold on, man.
Yeah.
Hold on.
We share
the law of monophyly.
Yeah, the law of monophyly. Apes always give birth to apes, all right? So, but you think we evolved into apes, right? From apes?
No, we are still apes.
What did we evolve
today.
from? That's what I'm saying. You're not hearing Jeremy? He's saying we are still apes. So you could have a baby with a freaking ape. No, that's what he's saying, though. That's what he's saying. I'm not saying it. He's saying that. He's saying, in other words, if we're apes, then we could have a baby with an ape. There wouldn't be a difference.
We're
Yeah,
apes. So you think we're
There's
apes right
actually
now?
rumors that people have done
Rumors?
hybridizations with chimpanzees, and
You been watching the
like
Isle of
China.
Dr. Moreau?
But
Yeah,
in
no.
America,
So we're apes.
right, we couldn't get something like that past an ethics board, like trying to mate a human with a chimpanzee or a bonobo or something, right? That would never
Weird
pass
videos
through
you can find on
an
YouTube.
ethics board.
I don't know.
Yeah. So
That's how
we're
apes
apes.
was developed.
So that's your story is we're apes. We evolved from apes and we are apes.
Yeah, all
are
the
apes.
defining traits you would use to, if you saw a new animal and you were trying to figure out what it was, what family it fit into, all the traits you were using to classify it as an ape, you also have those traits.
Yeah, but there's 300 of those genes that we don't share with them, and that can like alter like so much stuff.
Oh yeah, there's some
So
genes that I
humans
don't
always give
share
birth.
with you.
So humans always give birth. Oh, my bad. So humans always give birth to humans, right? We're never going to evolve in anything else. There'll never be something past humans because we're always going to give birth to a human, right?
That's not what that claim
Yes,
says.
I'd agree with that. I mean,
you'll give birth to a Homo sapiens, which is nested within the superfamily of Hominoidea, which is the great ape family.
So you're saying, so where does this species switch happen where we give birth to something that's not in that family? Because that had to happen one time for your evolution, right?
Well, I
Dude.
gave you examples of that earlier, but you said I was what's it called?
Yeah, no monologuing. No monologuing. Also, don't call people out for posturing when you sit here and posture your ass off, and you think posture. If posturing means destroying your argument, then sure, we're posturing all day on you. Yes.
Okay, well,
posturing is when you say things like "I'm destroying your argument" when you don't even know the basics of the principles behind the arguments that
Bro,
I'm making.
fuck off, dude. Fuck off with your tactics, bro. We do know the basics behind it.
Hey, dude, just listen for a second. Jace made a good example earlier.
Dude,
what
fuck
he said.
Jace, bro. Seriously?
Okay, fine, man. Just just because I said his name, you don't have to get. Just hold up a second, man. I'm just saying that when let's say apes, before because I see what you're asking. You're saying how is it logically possible, that we birth apes and we birth from apes, but there had to be a time where there wasn't any apes. But that's the point is when there's a new, like, let's say that one day in the future there's a different species and we're become two different species, like humans, like Homo sapiens, and another species. It's not you're gonna have two different species at that point. You're not gonna lose your old information. Like that's what he was talking about, like a maiden name. Like whenever a woman gets remarried or something, or she gets married and she has her old last name, it's not that she loses her old last name. She just she has a new one that she's gonna branch into, right? But you don't lose any of your ancestral information.
Yeah, so we're Homo sapiens, and we're always going to give birth to Homo sapiens, so we're never going to evolve into something that's not a Homo sapien, right? Is that right, or did I get it wrong? Do I not understand the basics of it? Fuck off.
Saying anything about like a species, because I don't know how it works when it's like the species and subspecies. Because there's already subspecies in Homo sapiens.
Yeah, are we ever going to give birth to something that's not a Homo sapien?
Well, I'm pretty sure we're Homo sapiens sapiens, right? I think you got to add a sapien to that.
Well, what would happen, right, if we were going to use the correct picture of evolution, is that certain populations, certain geographical areas of humans would have to be either reproductively or geographically isolated from each other for multiple generations. And right, as gene flow occurs and genetic drift occurs in those populations, years down the line, when you were to look at, say you found one, you had the two groups now, you found one just in no man's land in between the two, you would be able to look at them and tell which group that individual came from due to their distinctive and their distinctive differences between the two groups, and that process would just keep
we gotta have a timer on
continuing.
how long it takes people to not answer questions.
That process would just keep
There's got to be a
continuing
timer
until we decided to arbitrarily call it a new species, because species are arbitrary.
Yeah, I'm not interested. If I thought this was happening in good faith and shit, I might want to progress, but I don't think it is. Am I posturing, or am I
But
just
they
calling
would
it like I see
always
it? Who knows?
they would always be descendants from that original group of humans that were all mixed together before they got reproductively or geographically isolated. They wouldn't grow out of that ancestry.
Yeah, we know.
Yeah, but that's a good question though, because I'm curious. Like, I don't know how that works either. Because I understand how this like when mammals were invented, right, or not invented. Obviously, there wasn't people around back then to classify this taxonomy and that kind of shit. So it's not like they added mammals to the list, right? But still, if there were people back then doing that, when there was that break and mammals were created, what would they just have? Would there just have been less? Like there's the 7 orders, right, in the taxonomy or whatever. Are we gonna maybe one day, like if we live to be, millions of years old, or millions of humans evolved for millions of years, or whatever, but we're still studying animals and we see like further evolution, are we gonna add more things to that list? So there's like 8 things, right? Because if we're still gonna be Homo sapiens and then adding a newer class, like a newer thing that separates the humans that stayed on Earth and the ones that went to Mars and were evolved differently, are we gonna have another classification?
Yeah, I guess we could make a new level of classification.
I guess I never thought about it. That's why it's kind of confusing to me when you ask it. I didn't really know.
There's a new class of human called Homo sapien fantasicus. These are Homo sapiens that are wrapped up in many, many fantasies.
Okay, man.
Good podcast.
But those same fantasists are the ones who are, providing for us this collection of information. So I do appreciate it, because if it wasn't for them, we wouldn't have these classifications to begin with. So.
Well, I was referring to, you said, humans going off to Mars.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that was just an example. This is an example of possible evolution. I can't think of any other ones that.
Well, Kershaw, right? Like we have a defining set of, along with the great ape traits, we have another suite of characteristics that defines the species of Homo sapiens. It's all the great ape traits plus these other traits that other organisms don't have, right? But after a million years went by, there would be, because of genetic drift and mutations and gene flow and things like that, right, there would be new traits that have a rise. Now we would have a decision to make at that point, because there would be human individuals that have these traits that don't fit into our arbitrary definition of our species anymore. So we would have to decide either to make a new species or to make a whole new level of classification underneath species, because this is all arbitrary.
Right. So that's how it's starting to make sense to me in my head that really this arbitrary 7-layered order, 7-layer of taxonomy or whatever, is really just a product of when we like if we would have existed, half a billion years ago or 300 million years ago, there might be a different number of classifications, right? And if we existed like 100 million years in the future, there may be a longer list. And so like we have 7 now because this is like the current state. So yeah, I see what you're saying. So it's like we could arbitrarily add one if needed. If we're collecting information for that long of a time, and enough species have actually diverted into newer things, yeah, that would make sense, right?
Yeah.
It's a uniformitarian way of seeing things. You're adding so much millions and billions of years. Our historical data stops at like 6,500 years ago. So I'm not saying that that's when like I know Earth is old, but I mean, like, we can't really just imagine
Yeah, but
like millions of years ago.
sorry, you done? Go ahead.
I'm done. It just feels like
Our these determinations aren't based off of like written history, though. They're based off of fossil morphology, developmental biology, and genetics and phylogeny.
Because it's not really, even though they're both involving history, I guess one's written record, but that doesn't have anything to do with like the fossil record or anything.
I'm just a skeptic on uniformitarianism. That's all.
Is that a biology thing? I don't know what it means.
It's
Yeah,
an evolution branch. Yeah.
it's not an evolution branch. It's the philosophical idea that the processes that are occurring in the present are the same processes that have occurred in the past until
So it's not.
proven
Well, it's different.
otherwise by evidence.
Well, no, because we had a different pole star like what 5,000 years ago, right? So they had like a different sky and a different Earth, so different, different atmosphere and like a whole bunch of different stuff. So I just feel
Yeah,
like
but that's not
how
part
does
of
it change the laws?
uniformitarianism. Yeah, the uniformitarianism encompasses like the laws of physics and chemistry and geology, not like the location of where stars were and stuff like that. That's not part of uniformitarianism.
As I know it, but not just by not by name, but yeah, it's sort of like the axiom, the fair axiom that the laws of nature are consistent throughout time. It seems to make sense now.
Yeah, and like anyone's free to show that that's incorrect. To just no one has been able to in proper ways yet.
I mean, under the water vapor canopy, it's said that things grew to astonishing sizes, but I don't think that you can just generalize all of the world's history like off anyways, something like that.
Isn't that the same physics and the same chemistry and biology? The large animal thing. This is based off different conditions, right?
Well, it's like a guiding principle, right? It's like if I have a fossil sample where a ester has transformed into a carboxylic acid, in my molecular analysis of this fossil sample, it's just a guiding principle that I'm going to use the mechanism that occurred through ester hydrolysis, because that's how I can turn an ester into a carboxylic acid in the lab in the present day, rather than making up some new mechanism that doesn't work today, but it did work in the past, right? It's a guiding principle that I should use the mechanism that we can show works today, rather than making up some new one that doesn't work today.
And it's fair because that's the only thing we have to go off of.
In a way, I was kind of not joking about the fantastic thing, because like from the perspective that the Earth's not a globe, and there's a lot of sort of fake news and fake science. It's like we're like a hybridized form of humans now that are believing in a whole bunch of things that are just not true at all. It's like a whole different species almost.
Speciation.
Yeah, one of them's reality deniers. The Fantastica, Homo Fantastica. That's the reality denier people.
I should propose that.
Jace, what's your method of What's your method of ester to carbolic acid? Do you use
Say again?
chemicals to do so?
Yeah. If you want to hydrolyze an ester into a carboxylic acid, right? It's just changing one functional group into another on an organic molecule. You use a base like sodium hydroxide, or you can do it under acidic conditions like hydrochloric acid or acetic acid.
Okay, thanks. Can the process also be done with ultrasound?
No, because you have to add in atoms, and sound waves don't do that. You need chemicals that can dissolve into the solution and increase the concentration of that atom that you need.
How did you make the synthetic diamonds?
How do they make synthetic diamonds?
Yeah, but they add in the material, or they add in carbon, and they have to have that seed source crystal or whatever.
Yeah.
And they add pressure.
Yeah. If you have one molecular structure and you want to change it into a different one that has different atoms, like say you have a carboxylic acid, which is a COOH attached to your organic molecule, you want to turn that into an amine, which is NH2. Well, you have to somehow add in the nitrogen and the other hydrogen. Right? It's not going to appear by magic. You need to use another chemical that can dissolve into the solution and increase the concentration of nitrogen and hydrogen.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I guess you got your protocol. I don't know. I think people are capable of possibly doing what you're doing, using similar or maybe very different means. Is that possible, or am I wrong here?
Well, I mean, anything's possible. I'm open to somebody can show through definitive verification methods like a crystallograph or diffractometry or photoelectron spectroscopy or NMR that they were able to do it by some other method. That would be wonderful.
Right. Okay. But yeah, we're just talking about like the one example. Surely there'll be like many other examples of things that can be done in chemistry and different ways to go about doing fractionations or doing some kind, dividing the molecules up and regrouping them. Basically, I mean, you're just using sort of different mechanisms to do this. Sometimes it's going to be chemical, but I mean, there are other ways to do this. Maybe autoclaving or I don't know what, right? But like, there's ways to. There's just different approaches, right? It depends how you know the materials you're working with.
Well, in like I said, in current modern day chemistry, the only way that's known to work is to add those chemicals. Like if you want to hydrolyze an ester into a carboxylic acid and you want to do it, you can do it in basic conditions. So you have to add some sort of base. You could use sodium hydroxide, lithium hydroxide, calcium hydroxide, calcium carbonate, any array of bases, but you have to add those atoms into the solution and dissolve them, right? You can't do it by like sound waves.
Okay, I mean,
sure, it's possible, but
I'm not trying to just
demonstrate
Google
that.
I'm not trying to just Google some shit and drop it on you, but like if I was going to do that, I'd be like, oh, there's an article for a convenient and efficient sonochemical method for methyl esterification of carbolic acid catalyzed by polymer-supported triphenylphosphine is reported in the presence of. Okay, right. Fine.
Yeah, so you can use,
but it's sono assisted. It's sono assisted.
Yes.
So I'm just saying it's a composite method. That's all.
Yes, you can use some reactions require a lot of activation energy, and there's different ways to input that activation energy. You can heat the reaction up. That's one. Add heat and temperature to it, or you can use sound waves, the energy in the sound waves. But without that triphenylphosphine present in the solution, you can add all the sound waves you want. No reaction's going to happen because it's not, the sound waves is just the method you're using to provide the activation energy.
Okay, so it's similar to the magnetic stir bar.
Well, yeah, that would be a way of stirring.
It's interesting that both of these things are like these energetic outputs. You know, like there's some I mean, even if for things that are not magnetic, right? Paramagnetic materials are. I don't know. It's interesting though.
Well, a stir bar is a magnet. You put your flask on a hot plate, and you have a magnetic stir bar, and that hot plate has a magnet inside, and the magnet inside the hot plate rotates, and it spins the stir bar at whatever RPMs you set it for.
Isn't it really like an important piece of lab equipment to be using?
It's a convenient way to stir the solution. Otherwise, you'd have to sit there with like a glass stir rod and move your hand in circles for hours.
And then we're just changing the polar. We'd just be mixing those molecules around. But as we're agitating, aren't we doing something electric as well? Like there's some sort of.
Well, it's providing a small amount of energy.
Agitation is helping chemical reactions to occur, right? So it's part of it. It's just chemicals don't do it just by themselves, right?
It's stirring them. It's mixing them together. Otherwise, you would just have the reaction occurring at certain locations in the flask rather than uniformly when you stir.
Like a stirring assisted method of chemicals. Whatever. Okay, I get you, but I'm just saying there's more to the process of chemistry than the chemistry. That's all.
Well, someone would have to, show that.
Cool. Thought I did. Okay, maybe I didn't. Sean G. Party people, he left. Okay, all right. I was going to throw it over to him. I figured he might have something to say. I'm out of gas, Jace. It's like going uphill with you, but I appreciate the exercise, I guess. Thanks.
Oh, trust me. It's a mutually shared feeling, right?
Yeah, I'm just cruising along. I'm just coasting. It's like a light jog for me.
What you saying? He ain't even breaking a sweat on me? Is that what you're saying? Damn. I gotta work harder, huh?
Yeah, no sweat, no yeah. Sean G's here, by the way. I don't know why you say he left.
I thought he was here and then left.
You probably heard his name and he came back.
Yeah, he left. But he's back. But maybe he never left. I don't know.
He's not even a short guy, but there's this joke that he's short. But I was just going to say that I think the myth is true that short people have better hearing. But I was talking.
Sean G is 4'11", scared to jump in a 5-foot swimming pool.
That's racist, man. You're saying he can't swim because of his color of his skin?
He has to have adult supervision to go to Great Adventure for roller coasters.
A strike two for Jeremy's racism.
How's that?
I didn't even know. Is he Chinese? What is he? I don't know this racist thing you're talking about.
I got an 8.5-inch cock, Jeremy. It's okay. I'm an 8.5-inch cock, so now you can think about what race I am.
The Scandinavian.
Micro penis.
Jeremy, you're saying that Chinese people are can't swim now? That's even more. That's strike three.
I don't know. You're saying it's racist. I don't know what race Sean G is. He sounds like he's Caucasian. I don't know. It was a short joke. It was like a midget joke. If anything, the midget should be mad, not any certain race.
You said he's afraid to be in the pool at 5 feet. even a midget who can swim, they can go to the deep end.
But they're dense, very dense bones.
Is that right?
It could be.
All that hot air, Sean G's always talking. You're right. He'd probably float just fine.
Hey, you're a mathematical guy, Jeremy, and in some other universe.
I'm not interested. I'm not interested, bro. If this doesn't have anything to do with reality,
You dropped the 101 sales pitch.
you guys are not in tune with reality. So any discussion involving reality with you guys is gonna just be weird. So it's not really.
So wait, so because it's involving reality, that's a no because of you can't talk reality with us. That's what you're saying.
You guys are reality deniers, yeah. You try to talk reality deniers. If you want to talk about unicorns or something.
Oh my god! Of course, or fairy dust. What'd you say the other day? You were threatening me with fairy dust. Yeah, rainbows. You want to talk about rainbows on top?
I told you we've chiseled the globe. Like picture a stone globe, and there's a guy with a chisel over it, and every day he just chisels off some dust, and at the end there's just a big pile of dust.
Yeah, unicorn fairy dust. Yeah.
You just got a little pile of dust right now. You don't even have anything really. You got a dust pile. You got dusted on some fairy shit.
Yeah, you're throwing that fairy stuff on there. You're imagining a dude sculptor fairy, dude. That's what you're doing.
He brought it up, and he's the one who told me that he was threatening me the other day. He made some like a scary sounding threat, but he used fairy dust in it. He said he was going to do some fairy dust, and I can't.
I said your globe got dusted on some fairy shit.
Hey, Coach Joe, are you sure he said he wasn't going to do some angel dust?
He might have said that too. I don't know. It was probably all in one, all inclusive. Regardless, though,
you guys are shameless.
Well, I'm not. Jeremy is, but regardless,
you say Coach Joe's last name's Gallagher.
It is.
Coach Joe, is your last name Gallagher?
That's right. Yeah, it is. Not only am I related to that family from that show, I'm also related to the comedians that smash watermelons on stage. But regardless of all those facts, the fact I said earlier about I said 1/10 of all the humans that ever lived, 1/10 of them live today. That is true. Anyways, my point is my question.
Tale. It's not true. It's a fairy tale.
You'd love it to be a fairy tale.
Who told you that fairy tale?
Oh, you can mathematically.
Who told you that fairy tale, Tinkerbell?
You can mathematically determine that. Okay.
Somebody fed you warm milk before they told you it.
Do you understand that 100 years ago, 100 years ago,
when they told you this story, hold on, did they start once upon a time, hundreds of years ago? Did they start the story like that when they told you it?
No. 100 years ago, though.
They should have.
Should they have?
You were wearing footy pajamas.
They should have, yes.
Regardless, 100 years ago, the Earth had about 12% of the humans that live today. So
who told you that?
The census. You don't think about
and how accurate is that? How accurate is that? Who got the census for China back 100 years ago? Or India?
Chinese government.
Or Africa?
The Indian government. The African government.
And those are all trusted. The Russians, we can trust all these people, right?
Yes. Don't be racist again,
Chinese
dude.
government, trust them.
Don't be fucking racist again, man. And say you can't trust Africa.
I'm just saying, if you can't trust the Chinese government, who can you trust?
I can trust the Chinese government.
Yeah, Russian government, absolutely. Our government, let's go. Let's go, government. They have our best interests at heart. They won't lie to us.
Maybe not. They probably don't have our best interests at heart. They probably have their best interests at heart. But regardless,
I knew you were pro-government, Jeremy.
But I don't think that they count wrong.
We're going with Kosho's fairy tale right now. We're living in fairy tale land.
Okay, do you think that they have a interest in collecting taxes from people? I do. So do you think they have the interest? Yeah, they have the interest in knowing how many citizens are in their country. Okay, so
It's 100 years ago. The Chinese government, the Russian government, the Korean government, they all gave us numbers. Now we know how many humans are on Earth. All right, I'm with you.
What do you think is the error margin? Let's give it a fair error margin.
Of a lie? The error margin of a lie?
Yeah, of the population at any given time.
This is the fairy tale where they all told us the truth. I forgot. This is a fairy tale where they all told us the truth.
No. We're gonna go off the fairy tale that they don't know how many people are in the country. So we're gonna find out what the error margin is, right? If you're saying that it's wrong, okay, well, how wrong do you think it is? And if I'm saying it's right, I'll tell you what error margin I'm using.
Well, A, did they even take a census? B, did they give the rest of the world the right numbers? C, what's the error margin on that? All that?
Do you remember the Bible, that story about Jesus and his family and friends? If I remember correctly, it was a census that they were going to, which is why he was born not at home. They were going to a census. They've been doing censuses forever, dude.
And people been sus about
this. Great. Awesome. So this is ancient Rome, 0. The year 0.
Yeah.
And we had the census for the world at that time. Everyone in the world was going to the spot Jesus was going?
No, he was going to, where was he headed? He was headed to Galilee, he was headed
where did people in Madagascar go for their census?
Ooh, I mean, nowhere. I don't think there were people in Madagascar.
Okay, how about North Korea? Where'd they go for their census? Or Zimbabwe? Or Puerto Rico?
Korea. Probably Dominican.
Oh, there was no Latin Americans before 500 years ago. My bad.
That's right. I love how you finally are learning things, man. I only just taught you that yesterday.
Dude, you just be telling me No, it's not learning things. It's called remembering your fairy tales.
Do you think that there was Latin Americans before 500 years ago?
I think people lived in Latin America more than 500 years ago. Yes, those people probably would have been called Latin Americans.
And that's as accurate as saying that people
Did
today
you say
still live.
Yes, sir.
I said both. I was being efficient and I said both in one statement. But yeah, so that's as accurate as saying that people today live on Pangea, because the land of Pangea still exists. It's just reformed into the continents we have. But it's not true to call that it was called Latin America back then, and none of those people were Latin American. And actually, there was not a single Latin American born before that.
Because we called them something different. Okay, big whoops.
No, because they didn't exist.
So there was nobody living in Latin America before 500 years ago.
No, there's people living there, but just like there was, just like there's apes now, but before there were apes, there were no apes. Before there were mammals, there were no mammals. Before there were Latin Americans, there were no Latin Americans. That was 500 years ago.
Okay, and as long as people were living in Latin America, there were Latin Americans, right?
Yeah, it wasn't called Latin America, though.
But nonetheless, there's still Latin Americans.
No, not nonetheless. So not only was it not called Latin American, but there were the people who are Latin American today have ancestry that nobody in the world had before then. And that's the shared ancestry of Native Americans and Spanish.
Let's not forget what happened when you went to Ancestry.com and you found out you're the direct descendant of some certain group of people.
Yeah, man, another racist statement.
I don't think that's racist. It could be. I don't think so, though. It's not a race.
Yeah.
Don't tell me you're part German.
No, it's talking about we gotta be Ashkenazi, something like that. That they count
descendants.
That. Is it? I think that's counted as a nationality or something. No, go ahead.
Because he considers himself a Jew, but he might have some German inside him, huh?
He's got something inside of him. He's got a lot of fairy tales racked up in that brain of his.
Oh shit, I was pressing the wrong button. No, I am mostly German.
Dude, who did this census? Who did the census in 0 AD for the American Indians?
Let me find out. Hold on.
Okay. I'm just curious because this whole thing is about you.
He's going to check the fossil
This
record.
whole thing's about you knowing the world population. At any given point, you knew the population of the world. In fact, at every given point, you would have had to have known the population of the world. So do you see how ridiculous this is?
Yeah, I got the answer. It was a gentleman called Snake Blocker. Snake Blocker took the census.
Okay.
Wonder how he got that name.
You're just gonna start ridiculously making up silly stuff now, or?
You asked me a silly question.
No, you said you knew the. Dude, you said you knew that there was 10% of the population of humans that ever lived were alive now. I'm telling you, you don't know that because for A, you can't tell me anything specific about any given time throughout history where they've done a census.
I can tell you that in ancient Rome, okay, Rome was the first city to have 1 million people population. Okay, so
you don't know that.
Yeah, well, that's according to their records.
Dude, you don't know that. Why do you think you know that?
Because they have.
Okay, where is the written record? 10,000. Oh. Okay, who was keeping records before that? How about before that? How about before Sumeria? Who was keeping records before Sumeria?
We don't have those records, and so what we have to go off of is a. So we'll look at like a statistical progression, and then we'll look at evidence at specific times, and we fill in the blanks. But I mean, that's a fair way of doing it because if we can see that there's, on average, about 10,000 years ago, there was about 10,000 people, and like I said, the amount of people.
Quick question: do we have any fossils of Native Americans? Hold on.
Fossils?
Do we have any fossils of Native Americans?
I think so. Yeah. Like people.
Yeah,
actually, no. I don't think so. I think they have bone. They found bones, but the Native Americans didn't come here until like 30,000 years ago. So.
You don't know that either, dude. Your Clovis first theory has been blown out of the water. I don't know if you know that, but actually, your own mainstream science disagrees with that Clovis first theory. Did you know that, or did you think that was still a thing?
No, you bring that up every other day, dude.
I haven't talked about that for weeks. Maybe.
Okay, well, I'm looking at something called Wizard's Beach Man. Wizard's Beach Man was found in 1978.
What's this? This is a Native American fossil?
Yeah, he was found 100 miles northwest from Spirit Cave. On Pyramid
so we
Lake.
got one fossil. Fossil.
Yeah, it says that he's lived more than 9,200 years ago.
Okay, that's it. That's all we got is this one fossil? I don't know how you would know how many people are alive based on the number of fossils. That doesn't even that's incoherent.
You can make statistical estimates, and you can make.
Have we ever found a fossil of an ape or a monkey? Hold on. Have we ever found a fossil of an ape or a monkey? Going by your stat, there would have been none. Or your way of thinking, there would have been none before this. Because they don't leave fossils. Because they don't live in areas that... They just don't live in areas where they would leave fossils. That's why we've never, ever found one.
Okay, but we're not just using
Your
fossils.
shit's totally illogical, bro.
But why are you assuming that only fossils are being used to determine this?
I'm just saying, you were trying to go off the fossil record. I don't know what you were trying to use the fossil record, but if we use that, according to the fossil record, no apes or gorillas or monkeys or whatever ever lived. That's definitely not a good thing to go off. I don't know why would you use that? We're trying to figure out how many humans were alive at some point. Jeez.
Ask ChatGPT,
right.
Dude. I asked ChatGPT. It gave me a pretty long answer, so I'm going to look at it right now. Here's what it says to me. It says, Estimating the population size of humans from 10,000 years ago is a challenging task. There's no exact way to determine the precise number of individuals who were alive at that time. However, there are several methods that researchers use to estimate, to make estimates based on the available data and scientific modeling. Makes sense? In line with what I was saying. It says one way to estimate the population size of humans is to study archaeological evidence, human settlements, size of the settlements, artifacts found, and they can use dating to date those sites. So that's fair, right? You can look at sites where there were civilizations, make estimates based off that, right? Or no? Exactly. Welcome to the flat Earth.
Oh, bro. If you want to think you know how many humans were alive at any point, it's fine. Times when there was no civilization, there was humans. Like, no matter what you try to do here, it's not. It's just a guess. You use guess.
No, dude. First of all, there's
Like,
like I said,
10% of all humans being alive right now that ever lived is a wild guess.
yeah. So another method they use is yeah, you were roboting for a bit, but there's another method they use, the genealogy, and it's called ancestral something. Either way, so that's just another way to get an estimate. But the point is that these are fair ways to get estimates, and which is why if we're going to discuss them being incorrect, we would just give it a margin of error, and we can determine if describing them as being estimates versus precise values is even worth discussing for more than half of a second, because if the margin of error, if we agree that it's 10%, which I think is fair in both directions, it's fair for my side and for your side, 10%, because it's a fair bit, but it's also not going to really change the description I'm giving. So they said 10,000 people 10,000 years ago, then there could be plus or minus 1,000 people. I mean, I would even go as far to say that the margin of error could be off by 50%, and it'd still be useful data. I didn't even get a chance to ask my question, dude, because you're so triggered by the claim.
So you don't think like agrarian tribal cultures could like create an area where they could occupy 1 million people? I mean, yeah.
Yeah, I do. Native Americans had a million people cities.
Right. Yeah.
The only thing is that
in
goes
South
into
America, and maybe up in Ohio, but I don't know if there are too many like out west.
I thought there was some in the Midwest. There was a city. I thought there was a city like.
Bro, how did you get the number of 10,000 people? How did you get the number of 10,000 people 10,000 years ago?
I'm gonna say plus or minus 100%. That's what I'm gonna give a plus or minus of 100%.
Where did you get that number from in the first?
It's from my memory, from hearing it from somebody else who was repeating an estimate. They said that about the time, I think it could have been 10,000 or it could have been 1,000, but I think it was 10,000. They said that when the Neanderthals were, when they died off in the last ice age, our numbers were so low that we dwindled down to about 10,000 people.
And
10,000.
Somebody just told you that and you believe it.
Yep.
What goes back that far? Like Yonaguni? What goes back 10,000 years? You could say like the pyramids? I don't know if they go back that far.
No, nothing. No real strike. Go back to Tepe. I think is the only one that I know of that goes back that far. But I think they go off of, genetics also, because you can even just look at human genetics and like haplogroups and mitochondrial DNA and stuff like that. Like if you look at just haplogroups, you can see how far back you'd have to go to for people to be from the same ancestor.
Yeah, I'm not 100% like locked on that as the identifying tag, but I don't have like, you know, any other competing ideas. I guess I'm just skeptical on every I don't know, hinge here. You know, a lot hinges upon what we talk about, like genetic spread and who occupied what lands when, who has right to where. You know, some things are important and political, and they transcend the science. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, well, I have an update because my knowledge just got updated, and now I have to update what I said before. I understand what you're saying.
Wait, because we're only following the
Bro, your fairy tale.
Yeah, go ahead.
Your fairy tale just got updated, Tinkerbell. Somebody told you more stories and you believe them now. It's awesome.
Yeah. I mean, I have news for you, dude. Our greatest gift, we talked about this yesterday, our greatest gift as a living species is our ability to share and conceptualize information and internalize it and all that kind of shit. So if we're not doing that, we're not using our greatest gift that sets us aside from every other animal. So sorry, but yeah, other people got this information and I'm trusting that it's correct because I don't have the energy to stop what I'm doing and become an archaeologist and a fucking I don't know, whatever types of ologist, sociologist, and all these other
Dude,
types of
becoming an
archaeologist.
Becoming an archaeologist would not tell you how many people there was. A paleontologist, nothing about bones or finding fossils or anything is going to tell you about how many people are alive because things don't always leave fossils. If they did, you'd be able to prove your evolution nonsense, but they don't, and you can't.
Okay, so you would need to be those sociologists, and you also need to be a sociologist, and you would also need to be a geologist.
Yeah, well, if you're not one thing, all you're going to be is a pseudo-omniologist.
Well, that's fine.
You're a fairy taleologist.
Well, the point is that it takes all these fields and their information in conjunction. And actually, believe it or not, if somebody who's a sociologist, or somebody who's a anthropologist, or any of these other ologists, they're not going to do the geology themselves. They're going to trust that the geologists, and they're going to look at the papers and their evidence and go off of that. They're not going to actually go in the field and study geology themselves because that's not what their focus is. But they do need the information from the geologists. And the geological record would also have evidence of mass populations of people because of the footprint that we leave. We leave a massive footprint in the geological record.
But what qualifies you to be a pseudo-omniologist?
My degree. That's what I studied at school.
I know, but like you're just saying, like you're equipped to just like delve into information, pick it apart off the internet, and just like be like, okay, this must be what's going on.
That's not just my responsibility. I mean, that's not just my classification. That's my responsibility as a person, is to be able to discern information that other people are sharing with me, and know how to find it and assess it and process it. So that's all of our duties. So I mean, I don't find it offensive.
Is that your protocol?
Yeah, it's my protocol. It's all of our protocols, and
I'll give out a challenge right now. Is my mic okay?
I hope so.
I challenge anyone that's able to hear my voice right now to come up with a topic that Kosho doesn't know about and can't teach you something about within 5 minutes. I have been amazed over the last 3 or 4 years. Hang on, it's all right. Except for interruptions.
Okay, I'm about to win this bet. I got you. Okay, the topic is having sex with women.
Yeah, but give him 5 minutes and he's going to know exactly how it's done, where it's done, why it's done. Yeah,
and
5 minutes.
He's going to read.
Give me 20
seconds. He's going to read back the AI's response as if it was his own verbiage. Pretty well.
Exactly.
He's good at that.
Exactly.
I don't think I've ever done that in my life. I think you're thinking of somebody else who comes here frequently, but I've never ever done that. And I've
never heard you say I don't really fully. I don't.
I say it quite often. I say it often. I said it 3 times in the past 2 hours.
10 minutes, you come back as an expert. Am I wrong?
No,
You don't?
I don't come back as an expert. If I don't know something though, and there's a conversation, I will research it. And it's very possible that in that time, I'll come to know what I didn't know before. Doesn't mean I'm an expert.
That's what
it
I
means
just
that
said.
I knew. It means I learned something in having that conversation.
Right.
I mean, I'm not pretending to be an expert in anything.
And then you come back and teach us.
Well, I mean, if I learn something in 5 minutes that you guys are talking about and don't even know it yet, then I'm in a position to teach it. But that's not a statement on me. It's a statement on somebody else who's not done that. Like, you also have the same opportunity to go off and learn something in 5 minutes. But whoever is the person in that example, they didn't do that. So I was to share them what I learned.
Or maybe you underestimate who you're talking to all the time and assume that they don't have knowledge about the topic, even though, they just might be playing you on just to see if you'll go spend 5 minutes and then come back and try and teach them. Or that, right, Kosho?
Whose fault is that? If somebody's pretending not to know something and then somebody goes and learns something and then teaches it to them, but they really knew it the whole time. Yeah, no, but I mean, how is somebody supposed to know that?
Well,
if they really knew it the whole time.
Did you hear what I said?
Yeah, no, but it's
okay.
Hey,
So
it's no one's fault, but you're criticizing me for it.
I'm not criticizing you for anything. I'm stating a fact. That's what you do. You don't.
I agree.
You don't
I
even
agree
see
that
a
I do
problem
that.
with it.
No, I don't. I don't see a problem with learning stuff and then knowing it. I don't see why that's a problem. That's what I'm saying. That's all of our duties is to do that.
I'm confused. So go learn about the Bible. Go learn about Jesus. Come back and teach us about how great Jesus is. How he's such a great creator. He's going to save you. Go learn about that.
I did that earlier today. I brought up Jesus with that Muslim chick because I'd already gone and done that.
So you believe that Jesus is Lord and Savior? I mean, because that's what you would go read. No, you don't. So what you're saying is you go out. So now what you're saying is you go out and read about subjects and you give your own opinion as fact.
No,
because I
give my own opinion as opinion.
So not fact. You're not teaching us.
No, even in the conversation earlier, I said explicitly several times, I said my discernment, the way that I understood it and the way I interpreted it, because that's how I don't share things as
Fair
fact
enough.
if they're my interpretations.
Fair enough. I didn't hear that part. That's fair enough. I think you're like that, but you have to understand, like, you think you underestimate who you're talking to? I do.
No.
You don't?
No. If I'm talking to somebody and they are feigning as if they didn't know something or didn't understand something, then I'm not underestimating them. I'm just being they're misrepresenting themselves. But I'm not going to assume somebody doesn't or does know something, based off of, just a guess. I'm going to base it off of what they're saying.
Who would you take marriage advice from? Someone who knows the book or someone who's been married 50 years?
I'd probably look at, if it's case by case, I'd have to look at who has a good marriage.
What about financial advice? Would you trust the financial advisor or the person that has like so much money? He's produced so much money in his lifetime that he can't spend it all.
Again, I wouldn't just arbitrarily pick one or the other because I can think of examples why I wouldn't pick both.
It seems like you like to.
I get your point.
Yeah. Okay. That's what. Okay. I'm glad you get my point.
Well, I mean, your point's fair, but it's also not a hard rule that I think anybody should go by. I mean, just because somebody only knows something based off of what they learned in a book versus somebody who's practically done something a whole bunch, it doesn't mean that the person who practically knows something a whole bunch because they've done it a whole bunch is actually going to be more knowledgeable than the other person. They might actually be able to complement each other, and so it would be case by case basis.
Okay, I agree with that. One last question. Do you think really that there were nurse surveyors involved when they put a 2-mile stretch of pipe together? Or do you think that guy is full of shit and comes here every day and teaches if you had kids, your kids?
Well,
you get my point now. Yeah, you get my point now. Yeah,
I get your point, but I was listening to the conversation, and I was actually interested. I told you there's a part that I agreed with your question because I also didn't understand what he was saying, but I was listening close enough to understand that you guys weren't completely listening to each other. And
yeah, right. I don't listen to anybody who says they did a project 2 miles long without using surveying equipment. I don't listen to anybody like that, nor should you. And if you had kids, maybe one day you will, and they come here and listen to that bullshit, maybe you'll understand the passion that we have. Until then, don't tell me I'm not listening to him and I'm not paying attention to what he's saying. He's so full of shit, bro. He's got gas coming out of his ears. He's so full of shit.
But he didn't say what you just said though, because there's two scenarios that kept getting mixed up because he was talking fast.
Not really.
Not really.
Yeah, I asked several times were there surveyors involved. He said no. No,
but he was talking about two different scenarios. One was where
not really.
Yeah, he was because you'd asked about like a person doing it, so he wanted to describe how a person could do it.
No,
and then
he said
was
how
also
it was
describing
done.
how.
He said how they did it there at wherever he said it was, LIGO and the other place, and said how I could go out and do it by using a steel tape measure, but that's not how they did it, which is stupid in the first place. But explained very much in detail for like an hour how they didn't use surveying equipment. They used precise machinist tools and lasers. Did you remember that part? I mean, when
I wasn't here for an hour.
Surveyors for over and over again, and he said no surveying, and then at the very end said they used optics, but no surveyor did it. You heard all that, right?
I wasn't here the entire time, but the part that I heard was where he
did
say
no
both
surveyor
things.
Part?
He did say both things, and you did criticize him for the same thing you're saying now. And he kept going in, kept telling you that that was referring to when he was talking about you doing it yourself, and he's not talking about how it was built. He kept saying that.
No, that's wrong. You misunderstood him then, because he was explicitly explaining how they did it, detail by detail, giving precise measurements, and even was going to give us the name of the tool they used, but never did, right? Because that was my first question. This project that you're talking about that is straight, not curving, made sure to make that a point for like 10 minutes so he couldn't come back later and say, oh yeah, that's curving, was done without surveyors. That's why you laughed when I said it, when I asked the question.
No, I honestly, like I said, I personally had understood that there was a disconnect between y'all's conversation.
No disconnect.
Because there was, is because you guys kept,
no,
like I said, he does talk fast, and he was interrupting.
No,
I'm not, and you're doing to me what you're doing to me what you did to him, which is you can't.
Yeah, because
you can't complete a thought, and so you're going to be left assuming what I'm saying.
No, I'm not assuming anything when you say I misunderstood him, because he's talking fast. I heard every word, Coach Joe, of you trying to manipulate the conversation when I'm saying. And my first question to you was, do you believe that guy when he says there were no surveyors involved in that project 2 miles long and putting that pipe together? And you giggled, and now you're trying to justify that I didn't understand when I asked him the very question several times and he said no surveyors involved. Now you're trying to manipulate the conversation where I misunderstood, and he was talking about when I would do it or when you would do it, not when he explained for 30 minutes how they actually did it with machinist tools. You ever heard of a machinist tool?
I'm just telling you what I remember, what I heard. I didn't listen the full time.
Yeah,
but from when I analyzed, no, I said this the entire time. But what I heard when I was listening was, particularly him saying those two different things. I'm not saying that it's not that you didn't understand. He does talk fast and was being interrupted. So sometimes he's talking so fast that he doesn't even identify that he's changing the scenario. Like maybe in his head he thinks he said that, but it's to people listening, it still sounds like he's talking about the same scenario. He does that a lot. Are you
really saying that? He talks so fast he doesn't understand what he's saying, and that's
he doesn't understand what he's saying. He just doesn't realize that he didn't delineate when he is actually changing scenarios. Like he'll be describing.
You're
a scenario.
hilarious, dude.
He does it a lot.
Well, yeah, I mean, the thing is, he was talking about the manufacturing of the pipe. You machine the ends of the pipe, you check the run out on it, and you ship it.
Oh, really?
That's all there is to
Is
the
that
pipe.
how you do
Yeah,
it?
that's all there
You
is to the
mean-
pipe. Yes.
You mean when
That's
I
how you
owned
do
the
it.
You mean when I personally owned a pipe fabrication company for 12 years? You mean that's how I did it?
Yeah, that's how it's done, Rocky.
Please tell me how I did it, Left Lane.
Well,
And
tell me how
I
you
didn't
did it.
understand.
Tell me how you
Then-
do it.
and then tell me-
if
and
it
then
is,
tell
if
me
it's
how
anything different
Xanax-
than chucking it up. Okay, hold on. If it's anything different than chucking it up on a lathe, machining the pipe, truing it up, make sure it's plumb and square. What else is there?
The fuck are you talking about? We're talking about a 2-mile long piece of pipe that he said was within 20 thousandths of an inch from beginning to end. And you're saying they did that in a fab shop, Left Lane?
That's what that. Well, obviously it was a fab shop. It might have been a big fab shop, but yeah.
A 2-mile long.
The thing
fab
is, he
shop,
was
Left
he
Lane?
was just talking. He was just trying to talk about truing the ends of the pipes, the sections, and you were talking about surveying, and it was
No,
just a
I
big
asked
old
him
man.
if I wasn't talking about surveying. You're wrong. I asked him if surveying was involved, and he said no. I wasn't talking about surveying. I know how they would survey it. I know that they personally would have to survey it to get it within 20 thousandths of an inch. I also know that they didn't build a 2-mile long fab shop and just plumb the ends.
No, they made it the pipe. They made the pipe in sections, and then they welded them up. I'm sure.
Really? You sure?
Yeah.
Or are you just freaking guessing?
No,
Zanuck
no. I mean,
Did they use TIG
I've had
welding
my
or
own
arc
machine
welding?
shop.
Oh, really?
I had my
So
own
that's what
machine
you
shop
did?
for a very long
You
time.
could do
Yeah,
that?
for like 20 years. Yeah,
So that's
it's
what
easy.
you could do,
I've
2
cut
miles long?
I've cut mini pipes. I've cut
Yeah, I'm
test
sure you
pipes for
have.
welding
I'm sure you
test.
have.
I've cut pipes for
Yeah,
TVA. I've cut pipes
congratulations.
for DuPont.
So you should be
Well, I
able
mean,
to
it's just
answer
a
this.
simple thing. It shouldn't be an
2
argument.
miles long is a simple thing, 20 thousandths of an inch, Left Lane? You
I'm talking about
lying piece of crap.
making the sections of
You're
pipes is
lying.
a simple
You know that's not
process.
possible. You know that's not possible.
No, I
You
don't
know that's not possible, and yet you're arguing and saying you've cut mini pipe and blah, 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 like you could do it.
Manufacturing the sections of pipe for
That's-
LIGO
Don't anybody listen to that.
is not complicated. It is not complicated, Ricky.
So they didn't use surveying at LIGO? Are you kidding me?
I didn't say anything about surveying it. LIGO
Well,
was
he
talking about
did.
manufacturing the
That's what
sections
we're
of
talking.
pipe.
Yeah, but that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about him saying that their surveying wasn't used to put this pipe together 2 miles long and make it 20 thousandths of an inch from beginning to end. Did you miss the question, Left Lane?
Well, I mean, if they were putting piece by piece together, they would plumb it and probably check it, make sure it's straight, weld it up, go on to the next section.
And
How
2
did they
miles
check
later,
for
they're
straightness?
20 thousandths of an inch, and they wouldn't check it with surveying equipment, right, Left Lane?
Well,
You agree with that?
the surveying was
so
probably
full of
done
shit.
in the foundation where the pipe laid. I'm sure it was cradled. I'm sure there's a structure that the pipe lays in.
You don't
That
sound
was
sure about anything.
that was surveyed. That was surveyed, I'm sure. And then the
wasn't.
pipe laid in. Yeah.
You sure about that?
Yeah, I'm sure about that. It's simple. It's not
You sure?
complicated.
You sure about that? That's how they do it, huh?
Yeah, I mean,
how they
it's
do
a very.
agriculture.
There's a lot more to it, but in a nutshell, it's not that complicated.
That's how I mean, basically every building that's what they do first is do the surveying and lay the foundation. But after that, then you don't have to do that so much.
Yeah.
I think what he said, didn't he say that it's also not or maybe that's LIGO, I forget which building. There's one of the buildings where the whole building doesn't have to be level, just the tube. So I don't remember which one it is, but I think Zanuck was telling me about it. I think Slack actually the whole building is straight. I'm not 100%.
So let's get this straight now. You're trying to tell a man that owned the pipe company for 12 years that you don't need to serve a 2-mile long piece of land to lay pipe down. Is that what you're trying to do, Left Lane?
No, that's not what I said at all. You missed it, didn't you?
No, I heard every word. Every word.
Here you go again. Here you go again, saying I say something I didn't say. That's what you was doing last night.
Okay, Left Lane. Do you need a surveyor to lay pipe for 2 miles?
Do I need a surveyor to lay pipe for 2 miles? You're gonna have to be a little more detailed than that.
Okay, I'll be more.
I mean, I've laid tons
Do you
of
need?
pipe, and I
will.
Yeah.
Do you need a surveying team to come and survey the land before you lay a pipe down for 2 miles left lane in order to get that accuracy that Rakia said before? Yes or no?
I think I already said that surveying would come in when they were building the foundation with if you could imagine the cradles that are going to hold this pipe. That's where the surveying would come in.
So that's a yes.
Yeah, but he's already said
Okay.
that.
Now the guy told him no, though. The guy that Rakia was talking about, right?
No, he was talking about the manufacturing of the sections of the pipe.
There you go. There you go.
Okay.
I don't know what else to say, man. It's either you guys are deliberately doing this, or you
What
think
am I
we're
doing?
dumb or something. I mean,
What is wrong with what I said?
This is my point, man. I was saying this earlier. The conversation I was listening to, it sounded like two people were talking, and they were not exactly hearing what the other person was saying. For whatever reason, it could be either person's fault. I'm not blaming anybody. I'm just saying that when that's happening, it's like what's happening here. So it's like it's being claimed what Zanuck was saying, but I don't think that that's what he was saying, and Left Lane doesn't think that's what he was saying. But that's the claim that's being made, is that he was talking about the actual foundation for the building and all. So there's no survey involved at all. Where it sounds like he was talking about just laying down the pipe and making sure that's straight or whatever.
Yeah, whatever,
And
guys,
I
man. You should
think
play
Zanuck
back
would
the
know
tape
most
and
about
listen
it.
to you guys.
Didn't he work there?
Worked at Slack, I think he said.
Yeah, but we said, and we keep saying LIGO, but we're actually talking about Slack. That was actually the example I was using when I said Zanuck does that sometimes. Like that's why for a long time I think it was SC, and then I've heard other conversations too where he's talking about Slack, but people are talking about LIGO, and he brings up LIGO a little bit, but I know what he's thinking, because he thinks he's talking about Slack, or he thinks that everyone else knows he's talking about Slack, but he's actually talking about Slack, and everyone thinks he's talking about LIGO, and so people for a long time accuse him of lying, saying that he worked at LIGO, but that's only because he didn't explicitly state that he was at that point in time talking about Slack. It's just something that it's something he does or happens in the conversation because there's a lot of over talking going on and talking, and it just gets lost. But I don't think it's fair to make claims of things he said if the conversation couldn't clearly be heard.
I think it's impossible to have a conversation with you guys more and more each day. It's like, yeah.
Well, I mean, it'd be easier if people just listen to each other, because then we could just say
Yeah.
could say things. We wouldn't have to be very specific and like go back and reiterate something, because we would be communicating for the purpose of sharing information, right? People to understand what you're saying, and you want to understand what the person's saying that you're talking to. So it just makes sense to be listening to each other.
Bro, we spent 2 days going over a dog cannot give birth to nothing but a dog, and then in the same sentence proceed to explain how they can become a separate animal. 2 days of this, bro. Now maybe you don't realize what you're doing, but the rest of us could see it, I assure you.
Say what was the point again on that one? You said a dog could be a different animal, or what was it?
I don't even want to start into that one, because you don't tell me you don't remember that.
Okay, I was just making sure about the monophyla. We were talking about that a little bit earlier too.
Yeah, 2 days now we've been talking about it.
You still don't get what's said?
Yeah, there's your tactic right there, bro.
No, it's a question. It's just a question. You could say yes or no, but I'm not accusing you of not understanding. But it sounds like that could be the case, because it's Jace gave a good example of like a maiden name, like just because of, like, let's say there's a family of of Smiths and a family of Johnsons, and the woman is a Smith, and she marries Johnson. She changes her last name. Well, it turns out that the kid is not like, it's not that he's only a Johnson now. He actually still retains the Smith, even though he doesn't have the same name. He doesn't keep that name. He doesn't lose that ancestry. So
You just made my point for me.
yeah, I don't understand. How do I make your point? That's a point that's
Talking about absolutely nothing about Smiths and Johnsons, and nothing to do with the topic at hand.
It's the topic at hand. It's like a dog is always going to give birth to a dog, right? Even if at one point, like the canine family, a canine's always just going to give birth to canines. Now there's a new dog, and it's a Chihuahua. Well, it's still a canine. It didn't stop being a canine. And actually, I was asking Jace about this earlier. I was asking if, like, in the future, when we're seeing like animals that we know today, when we're evolving to, like, we live long enough that we're recording like a bunch of newer species, and the older species don't really exist the same anymore. We might even have more than just 7 classifications, like down to species. We might have something beyond species, and I think that's probably where the confusion comes from, is that the classification we use currently is based on the fact that we've started classifying them recently, like only past 150 years ago. So, we don't live at a time where mammals were added to the table, but there might be a day in the future where we have to, add new branches to all the current animals that live today.
Right. Now, to a lot of people listening to you, it sounded like you made sense right there, right? But to somebody like me and the majority of the people here, we know that you just made up a few sentences which meant absolutely nothing pertinent to the conversation, which is a dog will always give birth to a dog, right? Simple. You see how it took me 15 seconds to say it.
Okay. So how is that profound? And how is that in disagreement with what was being claimed by the other side? Because no one's saying anything different there.
Then you don't understand your theory, or you're double talking. Which one is it? So we can proceed.
Neither. It's neither of those. A dog's always going to be a dog, just like an ape is always going to be an ape, right? But now there's
every other creature is always going to be another creature, correct? The same.
You're interpreting that as species, like you're saying down to the species. But
I don't care what word you give them. Call them Tinkerbells. I don't care. Change the term. It doesn't matter. Will a dog always give birth to a dog? And will any other creature always give birth to that same creature? Yes or no?
It depends on how you're using the word creature, but the way I was explaining it was, if you imagine the first mammal that ever was born, there's one mammal, he's the first mammal ever. Every one of his offspring is going to be a mammal. They're going to be different. They're going to divert into different subclassifications, which we have. And just like there was the first ape, and then that first ape is going to everything that's his offspring is going to also be an ape, and they're just going to have different classifications. And right now we have the classification we have now, and we can further subdivide, but we're not going to go in a different order, and we're not going to lose the information from everything we have now. So I'm always going to be a mammal, ape, a human being, and it's possible that there's going to be a further division down the road.
And you think by saying that somehow helps your cause?
Help the cause, which was supposed to aid in helping us be on the same page about it, because I don't know why, but you particularly.
Well, I'll explain to you why.
Disagreement.
I'll explain to you what you just eloquently explained, Koshko, means exactly contrary to what evolution states. What you just said kills evolution, because if one animal always gives birth to the same animal, then how can one species change into another species? And before you say that's not what you mean, I will remind you that is the theory of evolution, a single cell turning into all the other cells, all the other animals.
And it doesn't lose the previous information. So if there is a species right now, and they subdivide into they're two distinct species, whatever the previous species was, they're not going to lose that information. And only in the case of them like classifying them, let's say there was a I don't know. Let's just use human beings for example. There's the Homo sapien. If there eventually is another people who live on Mars or something, then it's possible that they'll still call us Homo sapiens and they'll call them whatever. But what I think would be most fitting would be that we're both still Homo sapiens, and there would just be a newer classification after Homo sapien. But they're not going to lose that Homo sapien part.
Again, you said the same thing, and I ask you again, how do you think that helps your cause? It does not. It's contrary. You're going against your own cause, Kosho. You don't realize that.
I think that maybe you're not clear on what evolution actually states, because I'm telling you that this is actually what it states. It doesn't say that species can become new species. It doesn't say
well,
that.
then you're wrong. Then you don't know. Then you don't know your theory.
What? So you're saying that speciation can't occur in evolution?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying, listen to what I'm saying. Your theory depends on one life form turning into another life form, because your theory starts in a pond with a single cell organism, Kosho. Do you understand that?
Okay, and does my theory, the theory of evolution, does it say that there's any information that's so let's say something was like these things evolved from this other thing, do they lose that ancestry in their DNA? Like are they no longer going to have this I don't know, let's say mitochondrial DNA if they're the female? Are they going to still retain that?
What?
Mitochondrial
What does that have to do with
DNA.
anything that we're talking about now?
I don't understand why. I don't understand why you're claiming that evolution doesn't say that species can't change into new species, or that they do change into new species, but that also means that they can't retain the information from their ancestors.
Who said that? You're just making stuff up on the
That's
go,
that's
bro.
all. That's all.
It ain't
That's
gonna
all.
fly
That
with
that's
you. You
all.
know that,
That's all
right?
that
It ain't
people are
gonna work,
saying,
right?
though.
It ain't.
Yeah,
Your stuff ain't gonna work on me. You know that, right?
That's what you're refuting, I see.
No. I'm not refuting anything. I'm holding your feet to the fire, and you're trying to change the evolution theory, trying to make it look like I don't understand it, and I'm telling you how it works. Now, if you think the theory is wrong, go argue with the people that made it, right? Or join my side and say it's just a bunch of nonsense.
If I told you that a mammal is always going to give birth to a mammal, but I have been wrong?
According to your theory, right? Yes, you would be wrong, because the
how's that
theory of
theory wrong?
evolution requires one cell forming other cells, and those cells making all the life we have here. How many times
What does that have to do with? What does that do with my? What does that have to do with my question? How does my question contradict what you just said?
Oh my God, bro! I don't know
Saying
where to
that
go.
you said my question. The answer. You just said the answer to my question was no, and it's because it contradicts my theory, which you just stated. How does that contradict that theory?
Bro, don't try to talk around in circles. I will say it again. Your theory starts in a pond with a single organism that forms other organisms, that forms a fish that comes out of the water. Do you understand your theory? Yes or no?
Yes, I do. What I don't understand is how, when I asked you about a mammal, if it's going to give birth to a mammal, how does that contradicts that theory? Because I understand what the theory is. I understand what I asked. Now I'm asking you to make the connection for the statement you made that
Okay, so you're assuming now sneakily that a mammal changes into another mammal and a reptile into another reptile. This is where you're going? Because we can go down that route if you like. What
the claim
are
is that
you
a mammal,
saying exactly?
a mammal gives birth. The mammal gives birth to a mammal. That's what I'm saying. And now that there's
apes,
apes give birth to apes. That's what I'm saying.
Right. Okay. And
then now that there's Homo sapiens give birth to Homo sapiens.
Whoop-de-doo. And
I don't know how this contradicts the theory of evolution.
We'll go again. Does a dog always give birth to a dog? Yes or no? We can do this all day, Kosho. Your games are not going to work, bro. Understand that. It's not going to work.
The answer is yes. Canine familiaris, yes, they always give birth to canine familiaris.
And every other species gives birth to every other species, right?
To every other species? You mean to their own species? Yeah, to whatever animal they are, yes. Whatever.
Then you don't have evolution. Now, if you can't understand that, it's on you, bro.
That's because
don't try to pretend you're teaching us anything, bro.
Yeah, but you're stuck on the fact that that species have to, or that animals have to change into new animals, or they have to change into.
That is necessary for your theory. Yes, Kosho.
Essie, hold on. Right, but the problem with that is, if you go back, if we weren't living today, we were living, I don't know, 10,000 or 10 million years ago, or 100 million years ago. I was asking this to Jace earlier. I said we would probably have less, like we have 7 numbers or 7 different or 7 different names in the classifications for taxonomy, but that's only because we live today. But if we live sometime in the future, there might be more. If we live sometime in the past, there might be less. That's because these species, like the groups that we're dividing them into, are because there's more and more groups being created.
Irrelevant. Right? Totally
irrelevant. It's not irrelevant, because whenever those names, like you have mammal, and then I forget the rest of it that we have, but down the Homo and then Sapien, we're never going to lose that. We're never going to lose those 7 things, no matter how many kids we have and how many different speciations we have or whatever. We're going to retain the entire order. The only difference is we might add. I'd ask him if one day in the future we might add another name to that list, like further subdivide them. He said, yeah, maybe.
Where does it come from? Does it come from another species, another thing? Where does this new thing come from? Did it just pop out of existence?
No, it doesn't come from anything new. It just comes from the thing that exists today subdividing into new things. They're now two separate things from each other.
Okay, now don't say you didn't say this, because I'm going to hold you to this now. Don't say in 5 minutes I didn't say this. You just said that one thing changes into another thing. Now you're going to try to go back on this.
I didn't say that, dude. I said into a new thing.
See, even in the same fucking
because I just said it. I said a new thing. I said one thing will turn into 2 new things. They will subdivide into new things.
So you did say
something else. So yes, but you have to understand what a new thing means, and it doesn't mean that it turns into something different. It means that there's one single thing, and then now it's subdivided. Now there's differences between that group. They're not different than the old group.
So a dog is still a dog. This dog is now a new dog, right?
Oh, now this one species is now subdivided into a subgroup. There's subgroups in that species.
Which is what? What is the dog? What is the dog in that subgroup? Is it still a dog?
Whatever the new thing is, it's not gonna lose that. Like, let's say dogs evolve into some new fucking groups, and they're not even related to each other anymore.
Bro, I can do this all night, bro.
They're gonna be called something different, and they're not.
I'm on my chair. I got my legs up, bro. You're not gonna get away with this. So.
Is it a new dog, me a question, and then you interrupt me to tell me. You interrupt me just to posture. That's what they were talking about earlier.
Excuse me?
Let me finish my answer. Or you asked me a question and then interrupt me to say nothing, dude.
Yeah, but bro, you're taking long. Okay, my apologies. Go ahead. Just tell me, is that dog, the new dog, is it still a dog or is it a cat now?
Yeah, what will happen most likely is that this thing these new distinctions, they'll give them new classifications, and neither of them are going to be classified as the old species anymore. They'll have a different name for both of them, but they're not going to be. It's not going to be. You can't say that the canine didn't give birth to whatever this other thing is. It's just now that they subdivide this that group and give it a new name. But that's what Jason's saying. He's saying it's arbitrary. It's arbitrary.
Bro, if you're gonna say it, I always interrupt you, but you're going on and on and on, bro. I mean, you got to be reasonable, Kosho. This new dog, is it still a dog or is it something else? See how fast I am with my question?
Dog is not. Dog is just a colloquial name. So you're talking about the canine, Canis familiaris or whatever it's called, canine familiaris or something.
Wolfish,
like I said,
Wolfish Caminarius. Yeah, is it still a dog though?
Yeah, like I said, you're saying a colloquial name for it. I'm telling you, if you're asking that question, you can call anything you want a dog. So we're not talking about what people call things. We're talking about the actual classification.
Okay, you want to do it like this? Okay. Does it have a snout? Does it go roof?
Jesus Christ.
Does it have four legs?
We're talking. It's like saying like, oh, that guy has a chimp. It's a chimpanzee. He's like, oh, hey, it's a monkey. We're just gonna call them all monkeys. Like you can call them whatever you want to call them, but if we're talking about like what they're actually called, then otherwise there's no point in describing evolution in terms of just like the colloquial names. Right?
What are you talking about, Kosho? Seriously, bro. Is it still
like
a
a cat?
dog?
Like is a lion a cat? Is a tiger a cat? Yeah, they're all cats.
Yes, they're both cats.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So it's
when do they become dogs? When do they become dogs?
They don't become dogs.
So they don't become dogs. So this new dog of yours, is it still a dog or is it a cat? Or a chimpanzee? Or a zebra or a giraffe?
It's you can still call it a dog because that's a colloquial name for it. But it turns out whatever new species that you've determined, like there's a subspecies, it's not going to lose the fact that they came from dogs. Like,
okay, so no dogs. Evolution. It's still a dog.
No, listen, dude. The reason why you're thinking like this is because we live in a time where we're not observing the change, right? But those things that are dogs, at one point, they were the same thing that we were whenever they were mammals, right? Maybe sometime after that, like we were the same creature, and we never, we didn't lose that part of our taxonomy. We just gained new divisions. So I don't know how far back you'd have to go to make that claim, but that's why we have like the 7 names in our taxonomy, because there's one point where we're all, I forget what you call them, simians or something. I think that might have been when we were all the same type of mammal.
Okay, so how far does a dog have to go back for it not to be a dog?
I mean, before it was something else. I mean, I think like
50,000
years.
What were they before? What were they before dogs?
Were they gray wolves?
That's still a dog.
No, that's what I'm saying. You're speaking loosely, and that's what I'm saying. It's very confusing to have a conversation about the official names and stuff when you're just using the loose terms.
Okay, let me be more specific then. My apologies. When was a wolf not a wolf?
When were wolves something else before that? I have no idea. I don't know how long what they evolved from. But once wolves, once the canine, whatever they're called, or whatever the species name is, they're not going to lose that, right? Like whatever they branched from, they still have that genetic information, and they still have that in their.
So they were always canines. You're trying to say, right?
Oh, they weren't always. No, they weren't always canines. The canine eventually split off from whatever that was. Whatever that split from. Then canines were there, but it still retained the thing that it split from. You see what I mean?
Yeah, but you just said, dogs always. Kosho, you said before dogs always give birth to dogs, and every other species gives to other species. So how could they split?
I'll give you the example again of the ape. Okay, so there was one point in time where we were not distinct from any other mammal, right? There was the first mammal. We never lost that. We never will. And then there was the first ape, and once there was the first ape, everything that offspring they had was always an ape, and they're never going to lose that. And then there's you keep subdividing them, and everything that they were, you're not going to lose that. You're never going to.
So they're always going to be apes. Gotcha. So how does evolution?
Yeah, you're just going to subdivide. So what?
Subdivide into what? Other apes. Right?
Into different types of things. Like you subdivide the classes even further, and like different types of.
Like what? Give me an example. What does an ape subdivide into?
There's the like I forget the different types are, but there's like the gorillas and whatever group they're part of, and then there's the group that we're part of, which is the chimps and the bonobos and the.
Yeah, but we're all similar. We all got arms. We all got noses, eyes, right? We're all similar. We're not a different species, right?
Yeah, we are different species, absolutely, but we're in the.
Well, you know what I mean. Use whatever term you want.
Whatever
We're
the
not.
division is at
We
that
don't
stage.
fly, for example, right? None of those things that you say could fly or breathe underwater. Correct, Kosho?
Yeah, no apes can fly or breathe underwater. Well, humans can
Thank
fly,
you.
but
So
not
let's
naturally.
get back to reality now. Don't try to say dogs and apes. It's going to go to the same thing. I'm going to ask you, what did the dog or the ape come from previously, or what is it going to go after? That's the question you have to answer. And if you say they don't, they're all the same, then you have no evolution, bro. It's as simple as that.
Listen, it's like looking at a pathway, right? If you're looking at a tree and the branches where the leaves branch from, there's a point in each where the branches are, where they branch off. And before they branched off, the things that they branched off into didn't exist. So you can't. It doesn't go two ways. You can, just like you can say that a dog is always going to give birth to a dog, or an ape's always going to give birth to an ape. It's not the same as saying that an ape was created from something that was also always an ape, or a human was created from something also that was always a human. You know what I mean? Because at some point there was a change, a fundamental change, or so there was some feature, some gene that something had that their parents didn't have, and that's where that's where their split's going to occur. So, yeah, I think that's the problem. Is you guys are seeing it as being expressed like it's a two-way path, but it's not. It's a one-way path. So
now, just because you're monologuing, Kosho, and saying stuff, don't, like I told you, don't think you're fooling me or anybody, right? You
I'm not trying
can't
to
double
fool you, though.
speak here, my
I'm
friend.
trying to see if you can
No,
understand.
you're double speaking. You're saying
How's
that
that double
things.
speaking?
Yeah, you are. I'll show you.
How
I'll
is it
prove
double
it to you.
speaking?
I'll make you double speak within the next minute. You want to bet?
Sure. Go ahead.
Okay. Do dogs always give birth to dogs?
Yes. Well, canine familiaris or whatever they're called, wolfish, whatever the name is. Yes.
Right. Okay. Do all other animals give birth to the same other animal?
Yes, they're gonna always yes. Whatever.
Okay.
Yes,
Now.
fill in the blank.
Okay. Now explain to us how that what you just said now, how any one of those that always give birth to the same one could actually give birth to another one, or they can be evolution. Explain us that.
Okay. Well, I'll give you the example of Left Lane's grasshoppers or crickets, whatever it was. In the case that he described, there was, however you classify the cricket, all the way the whole 7 words, 7 names, classify the cricket. That information is never lost. It's just that one parent had 2 children. One of those child had a difference in them, and there was a split. And from that point forward,
What split? Oh, hold on. What split and what happened? How did that butterfly become something else?
Well, at that point, they didn't become something else. There was just a
There's
split
your double.
in that.
There's your double.
Listen,
right there.
SE,
right there.
SE. That's not a double speak. That's you interrupting me to not hear what I'm saying. So give me a second, SE. The split, the species split, doesn't occur at this moment. What occurs at this moment is the genetic split. There's 2 brothers that have just one has a different gene than the other one, and it's this difference that is over time is allowed to progress. Like in the example he gave, there was one that they feed off a different plant than the other ones, and so they live separately than the other ones. And over time, this one gene, it becomes more present in the population of the one that's eating the other thing. And so after this separation, that difference in the genetics, which demarcated the split or whatever, that split these groups into now 2 subgroups of that species. Okay, so they're 2 different species, but
maybe you need another 3-4 minutes. Maybe you need another 3-4 minutes.
That was it. The last you interrupted. The last sentence was my point. There were 2 species. There were 1 species, and they then split into 2 different species from that same species.
So you just double spoke, my friend. You agreed to me in this. You agreed that a dog always becomes a dog. Every other species becomes another species, and you just finished your statement with saying it becomes something else.
No, I didn't. Now you're going to say I actually said the exact opposite of that.
Yeah. No.
Oh my God, man! Oh my God, man!
You got to think about it. See, the groups separate, and they go their separate ways. Millions of years passed, during which time there are other separations among those two groups, those two subgroups, that become that group becomes another subgroup. That other group becomes another subgroup. This split happens many times over millions of years. Those individuals at the end of that, you can't bring them back and interbreed with the originals because they've become so genetically separated from one another that they're actually classified as different species.
So you don't realize how that's a double speak when you start off by saying that a cat will always give birth to a cat and a dog will always give birth to a dog, and then you proceed in the same sentence and say over time that will change. You don't see how that gets us ticked off and makes like you actually don't see that.
No, I don't.
My God, bro. Okay, yeah, okay.
Yeah. So how about you explain it, Essie?
Yeah, that's going to be a great help now. Ed's going to come into this.
Yeah, why don't you explain
Tell
it
me how I don't
only repeating
understand it. Tell me
yourself?
how I don't understand it.
No, why don't you tell us how we don't understand it, since you're only repeating yourself?
I ain't talking to you, Ed, so anybody else want to talk to him, feel free.
So you got nothing, just laughter.
Let's roll.
Okay, I see.
Well, there we go. SE left, so it must be wrong.
No, I'm not talking to you, Ed. And if you continue like this, I'm sure someone's going to mute you. It's not going to be me because I'm in the conversation, but I'm sure someone's going to mute you.
Right.
I have a analogy, but I'm still working on it, so just bear with me, I see. But
What's the conversation?
we're talking about evolution and specifically monophyla, the law of monophyla or something.
Hey, can I ask a question?
Sure. I was. Yeah, go ahead.
Do you have any evidence of this, like in nature, or like a flower turning into a tree or something like you can validate?
Actually, I'm going to give the analogy to SE I was going to give. A flower and trees have flowers on them, so I don't know. Flower's not even a plant. But regardless,
let's see what you got left. I mean, Coach because Left Lane came in to help you, and so did Ed.
Yeah.
Let's
Okay, but well, there's African Americans, okay, and then there's Africans, and I'm trying to think of people like throughout history, like throughout time. There's new groups that are established, but they're built up of the old groups. They don't lose that. Like in your ancestry, you can go back even thousands of years in some cases, and still identify with that ancestry. You're not going to lose it, right?
I see where you're going here.
You're something new, right? Yeah. So it's like I don't know, like a Latin American.
You're going
person,
with the different races, right? Asians,
not just different races.
African.
No, it's just that a Latin American person is always going to give birth to another Latin American person, and actually that's not a good example because they can.
Not necessarily. You hear some weird things, bro. You hear some
race is a social
colored people giving birth to white children and vice versa.
That's
like,
white.
Yeah.
That's white, and those are colors, though. But I mean, like specifically, like a Portuguese person, like this is Portuguese.
Hey, SE, can you unmute Good White, please?
Can I unmute who?
Good White. He's S above, cell below.
Okay, did somebody mute him? That I don't see. I could do it.
I don't know why.
Yeah, so there's the point is that like even if you don't call them these names anymore, like you don't call if like a white person and a Latin American person have a kid, the person's still gonna eventually that Latin American might be diluted out of them possibly, but they're not ever gonna lose that. You know what I mean? Like it's always going to remain in their genetics. I guess the only thing would be it would be diluted. So it may not be the
But do
best
you
example.
understand? Sorry, I thought you were done.
Go ahead.
Do you understand the point we're trying to make here, right? It's a very easy point to understand, right? In order for you to have evolution, there's no way around it. One thing has to change into another thing. You can't get around that, bro. That's the theory. There's no way around it.
That's not how it works.
Please go on, explain, elaborate.
You're confusing sharing common ancestors.
Go on. Is that it?
Yeah, what's your beef with it then? I mean, what don't you understand? We didn't come from monkeys.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Maybe you misunderstand. I don't believe in evolution. I'm arguing against evolution.
Yeah, I believe in evolution, and evolution does not say we come from monkeys.
What is your okay? Tell us what evolution is to you. How does evolution begin? Give us a little rundown.
Well, evolution only goes back so far because we don't know the true beginning. But as far back as we know, there was many different species of humanoids and hominins, and Homo erectuses and Homo type species, and throughout time and history, and genetic changes and environments and diets, elevations, things happen over time. You're talking hundreds of years, not thousands, tens of thousands, if not millions of years.
Yeah, you're talking about the hominoid species in specific,
Yeah,
in general.
well, it sounds like your beef is where it sounds like right off the bat, it sounds like you're trying to confuse where humans come from apes. When in fact, if you go back to what the tree says, go back to the tree and look, it'll have a Y in it, and one will be the ape on the one side, and the human will be on the other side. So we don't come from each other. The guy before us, we come from him, and he was a precursor to both of us.
Right. Now, where did the pre-human come from?
Hey, hold on, SD, real quick.
Sure, bro. Go on.
Question. What he's trying to say is we are apes. That's what he's trying to say. He's going the long way around to say that we are the same thing.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. Yeah.
No. Being a primate does not mean you're an ape. That's what I'm saying. You guys are confusing it. We're two different species.
Okay, so one of your head Master priests, he's saying that you guys, that apes and humans are the same thing.
Yeah, that's not true. That's not true that any more than all dogs are say it's not like a dog. A dog is a dog. You might have different breeds of dogs, but there's no different breeds of apes. We're not a different breed of ape. We're just primates. We're not apes.
Okay, could I ask you, what do you think came before humans? You know what evolution is, right? You know your model.
Yeah.
You know what that is.
Yeah,
what it
we
entails.
don't have to think what came before humans. We pretty much know what came before humans.
How so? Well, okay, tell us what came before humans.
Well, there was many different species throughout the lands. There was Denisovans. There was Neanderthals.
Okay. Let me be more specific. Before humanoids, my mistake. Before humanoids, all the apes and all the things you're gonna say, Lucy and all that. Before that.
Before Lucy. So you're talking Lucy's what was that, 160 or 300?
Yeah, whatever that number was. Yeah.
Yeah, whatever number. Yeah, there is a point where you only find so much. We haven't found I think the oldest remains we found were 3.6 million years old.
So you admit before that it's all story making, right? And even that part where they say Lucy turned to this and turned to that, that's all story.
Well, Lucy's different than the 3.6 million year old bones we found of some other type of being. You know what I'm saying? You're talking about lots of different beings. There wasn't just one day all the species got together and said, well, tomorrow there's going to be Homo sapiens, modern Homo sapiens, and all of us are going to disappear. It happened over thousands and thousands of years, man. I mean, these things take. I know the time scale is what really tricks people, I think, because to imagine something happening to take so long, it's just hard for people to comprehend. But that's what
No, I
happened.
think you're not comprehending. First of all, you're just going into Homo sapien, like interchanging. We're not talking about just that. I don't know if you came in late to the conversation. We're talking about evolution. And evolution entails, your model of evolution entails one thing turning into another thing. Are you aware of that?
That's not what evolution is.
Yes, yes, it is.
Do you know
where your story starts?
It's not the turning into something. Is not what evolution means, man.
You say
Bro,
thing.
you're
Do you
laughing,
mean
but the joke is on
when
you,
you
bro. Do you know where evolution starts in your model? Do you know? Yes or no?
say? What do you mean by thing? An organism or a species?
In your model of evolution, do you start with one cell in a pond? Yes or no?
You start with you start with very low order organisms, yes, and they get more complicated.
They get more complicated, right? And then they become into what? Eventually we get a fish? Yes or no?
Evolutionary tree indicates that fish were earlier on. The ancestors of fish quite early on, yes.
So things, that one cell, eventually, through many, many millions of years and evolutions from one thing to another, right? An amoeba, so on and so forth, eventually became a fish. Yes?
One of the branches of that evolutionary chain became fishes, yes.
So that means one thing changed into another thing, just like I said, correct?
So that's what I was asking you. So you mean species or organism classification or genus becomes another one over time?
You give him any name you desire, sir. You call it whatever you want.
Of course, I was asking you what you meant by thing when you said thing.
Well, an animal, one animal, in other words, a fish, had to eventually go on land and become a mammal, in your theory, correct?
Yes. Well, not a single fish, but obviously a multi-generational organism lineage, yes.
Okay, so this is what these guys have been arguing against all along. They claim that a fish will always give birth to a fish, a dog will always give birth to a dog, and a cat will always give birth to a cat. So you see the problem here.
Yes, their reasoning is the problem. They're not understanding that the fish did not give birth to a dog over the one day.
One day? When did I say one day, man? You guys are really desperate.
No, I'm not saying you did, but that's what your reasoning is making it sound like. You said a fish will always give birth to a fish. You're right. As of we speak now, yes, in normal terms, but over the evolution of time when things started, that's not how it worked out. The fish had to come out of the water, maybe for environmental reasons. So he had to develop legs. Once he developed legs, he didn't have no need for a tail, so he lost his tail. Once he had no need for gills, he had lungs. Things move slow over thousands and millions and 100 years. I mean, do you know that we're closer to Tyrannosaurus Rex living than Tyrannosaurus Rex lived to Stegosaurus? I mean,
bro, I hear you, but what you don't realize what you're doing. You're arguing against these guys now.
Which guys? Which guys?
The guys that claim that there is no such thing. What you just said now, one thing changes into another one. That's what they've been fighting for days now.
Who?
Yeah, bro, all of them, all the ballers. That's why you hear silence now. None of them are talking because they're saying, "Oh shit, one of our own just gave us up." You got logic, my friend. Good on you.
The room. I just got back, dude. I just got back.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Why do you think I decided to say something then, SE? Why am I not just cowered away still, dude? Anyways, SE is. I'm gonna fight my urge to fucking start insulting you, but it starts to become really hard, dude. But he's talking about how we're talking about monophyly. There's a law, monophyly, the law of monophyly, which is that.
He's talking about one thing.
That's what we're talking about. SE, I can explain what I'm talking about. Right, just like you're having a hard time explaining what you're talking about.
What this guy
I can explain what I'm
said.
talking. Yeah, I know, SE. I'm explaining to these guys what people have been explaining to you. Okay.
No.
This is what Kool-Aid. This is what Kool-Aid explained to you last night.
No.
This is what Kool-Aid explained to you last night.
No.
Yes.
He said something to me now. Now, if you want to speak for him, that's another story. Don't play games.
I'm not speaking for anyone. I'm telling you what he said to you last night and what Jay said today. They said they were talking about the law of monophyly, which is just simply that the phyly that the offspring will always will always be of the same phyly as the thing it came from, the parent. That's what the law says, and that's what we're arguing.
I don't care. What he just said right now, what this gentleman just said right now, is exactly what he said. You're not going to change that. I don't care what they said yesterday.
I'm not telling you what this guy said.
That one thing changes into another thing, Kosho. Don't try to change that.
That's fine. And he didn't say that though. He said you're talking about over millions of years. Yeah, he's talking about how things that weren't called fish, by the way, that we're calling fish, transformed into other things. And the way Jace had described it was that the things at that time weren't called that. Just like the same reason why he said that they're not like reptiles is not an official term, is because the things that were considered reptiles or whatever, they delineated into multiple different other orders or whatever.
So they changed.
No, it's not that they changed. It's that they don't call them. They don't call them reptiles. They don't call them reptiles because they all would be. He said they're all considered. I forget the word he used, but like sub-reptilia, something, whatever. You can. He said you can. He said you can. You can classify humans as that.
Delineate. It means you're actually drawing something out and demonstrating. So you don't even know how to use the word delineate.
All right, fair. Whatever. You understand? I appreciate that. Do you understand what I'm saying, though?
No, I don't. Be coherent and concise, or don't talk at all.
Because it's simple. There wasn't one single pool that started it all. There wasn't one single fish that started it all. There was probably millions of things going on at the same time, producing different organisms and starting different stages of life that are leading different paths.
But that's not the story. That's not the model. Sorry, that doesn't work like that. There was one single cell organism started it all.
Yeah. Okay, yes.
Why one?
Yeah.
That is the model. I'm not going against the model. The model states that there was one single cell organism, but I'm not. You're saying, I'm telling you right now that it was all over the planet in different environments that led to different paths.
So one thing had to change into another thing then, if it started off with one single thing, correct?
Yes.
There's no way around that, man. There is no way around that.
You don't have to get around that.
Yes, you do if you want to talk nonsense.
Oh, I don't know what your position is. And over a long period of time, little frequencies cause the genetic mutations to become prevalent, which means that ancestrally, organisms change their topology.
We know the story, bro. We know the original story.
So
the question is.
So what's your theory?
First of all, what is your argument? I mean, you just came in.
No,
what are you saying?
What's your theory?
He already said over a long period of time. So I'd like to see this progression take place with fossil records, with something other than like drawings or like your storytelling.
Which
I'd like to
which
see,
part of the fossil record?
The time thing won't help
part of the
bro.
fossil record you'd like. How about the complete fossil record of the thing you said that was the origin, and then through over time, how you described over time and time with many genetic mutations, and it changed into something else or evolved. That's the word you guys use. I'd like to see that progression. Do you know what progression means?
Yeah, we know what progression means. Yeah.
Well, I think they would describe progression as a loss of the an ability as a gain.
So, which part of the fossil record are you interested in? Because it's quite big.
Any part you have that will show the change, I'll like to see it. Not drawings, not anything, but concrete proof that this is the animal you first started with, and here we are today.
Oh, that's simple. That's absolutely simple. You want to go ahead, Pazza?
You have a go. Go on.
Well, like I said, I started off in the beginning. We said we have things from 3.6 million years ago. So we can take 3.6 million years. We can go through the whole timeline to the present, and you can see the difference in spot fossils, variations all throughout the time. The different animals.
No,
and
you don't have one of that. I challenge you right now. You don't have one.
Okay.
You see, it's these claims that they make without evidence. I want to see the evidence. Don't tell me that you're going to show me anything or that you have anything. Just show me. That's it. You don't have to do anything else, man.
Well, I don't have it with me, but like I said, the evidence is pretty easy search. But you want me
You
to
know
start
what? That's
well,
a
here,
fifth
honestly, if
grader
you want me,
excuse.
I'll start putting sources in
They
the
dog-ate it.
I'll start,
I forgot it at home. You know what they do to kids like that? They teach them lessons, and they fail them, or they give them an F. You're getting an F today, too.
I thought we were talking. I didn't know we had to bring our fucking sources. So I mean, if you, I'll start putting shit in chat for you. So don't worry. Don't get all panties in a bunch.
Well, now we're
I
learning
guarantee you have no fossil record of evolution. I guarantee you. I'll even put you money before you post anything.
So there's the fossil record of the horse, yeah, according to the scientific vernacular. So what's your problem with that exactly? For example,
You have no proof at all. Show me proof. What's this? This is a picture of a cartoons here. Show us fossil record of any evolution.
So if I find you fossil pictures of Mesohippus or Eohippus early bone skeletal structures, which they think are the part of the progression of the evolution of horse, what are you going to make of it?
They can think anything they want. You can show me whatever you want. It's not going to work, my friend. We've been down this road.
Then what are you
can show me a
asking
hippo.
for?
Let me finish. That's the question, right? You can show me a hippo, or I can get cut off by somebody else. No problem.
Go ahead.
You can show me a picture of the hippocampus, whatever you called it, and say they think this is a horse. That ain't gonna cut it, bro. Understand that?
Well,
right?
let's see. These records.
I specifically asked. I didn't ask for a drawing. I didn't ask for anything. I said evidence.
Yeah, these records are not going to be. I mean, you wanted to see pictures of the bones laid out in sequence, or, I mean, that's kind of ridiculous. These are illustrations representing actual, reality. I mean, it's not like they're just cartoons made up in someone's head.
Yeah, nice try.
You know what? Hey, you know who uses the same model? You know who uses the same model that tries to model reality? NASA. They do it with CGI. They do it with pictures. They do it with the heliocentric model showing the solar system. They do the same thing.
So this is fossil reconstructions from fossil remnants of the Mesohippus.
Yeah, but
that's
you
what
can tell
that's what I thought you were
that's
gonna
fake.
do. What is that exactly? What do you think
fake.
that shows? No, let's say it's real. It's real. This is real. They
Yeah.
found this whole thing in the ground. What do you think this shows?
It shows an extinct animal.
Okay. And what else besides that? Nothing, right?
No. Why do you say it says nothing? What do you think it shows nothing?
No, you tell me. You just posted some bones there, right? What does it mean besides there's a bones of an extinct animal? What else does it mean?
Where the bones are found and what strata they found in gives it a lineage and a date and a time.
Okay, I'll even give you that on a silver platter. You got 50 BC, you got lineage, horse. Okay, what next?
You got topological characteristics between that and the animals that you find in the fossil record before it and the fossil animals you find in the fossil record after it. You find that at a certain point in this fossil record, between a certain range, and you don't find it any other time. And each of these various transformations are in tiny strata periods where they don't go outside their domain.
Okay, let me put this in English now. What he just said now is he finds these bones all over the world and a certain location
not all
in
over
the
the
earth.
world. Not all over the world.
Okay, even worse, on a certain place, just on a certain location, a certain depth, correct?
No, not a certain location, but not all over the world.
Where? Where exactly? Where?
Wherever you find them, no one ever knows that. That's why you dig, man.
Why don't you go?
Okay, so all you got here is ancient bones found in a certain strata, meaning at a certain depth, right? Which you think you can give a time period to, right? That's all you got, right?
It's not a depth. It's not a depth at all.
Whatever it is, bro. I don't care what it is.
I know you don't. I know you don't
That's
care
all
what
you
it is.
have,
I
right?
don't know why you're talking about it. You don't care what it is, do you? So why are you
No,
talking
tell
about
me
it?
what you think
Hey,
you
what
have
they're doing,
beside the
ASC,
shadow.
you got to look. What they're doing is they're looking at the foot, and they're seeing how it changed over time. At one time, in the very beginning, 60 million years ago, when it was, I guess these bones were found in the Eocene rock, it had 4 appendages. And then 40 million, it had 3 appendages. Still 30 million, 3 appendage. Finally, until 10 million years ago, it has the 1 appendage or the hoof. And then 1 million years ago, it has a more prominent hoof. And
But it's still
more
the
bigger.
same animal, correct?
No, clearly not.
No, it's not even the same animal.
Oh, you mean it's another
It's a
animal?
tiny. Yeah, I don't see the same animal here. Personally,
It's
I
even
don't
worse.
even see the same thing, but it's just a drawing, so it's just trying to convey an idea, but I don't even know if the idea is sound anyway. These guys believe it, hook, line, and sinker. I don't.
All I see here is a skeleton of an animal that's extinct that they think they can date because they found it in a certain layer of earth. That's all
So
this is, man. No
that's
matter what
okay.
he says or tries to start talking intelligently, that's all he has here.
No, that's all you. That's your summary. Okay, and that's fine.
Okay, correct me. What do you got here besides
I
what
don't
I
want
just said?
Clearly, right, the people who study this and take their time looking at this have a different opinion than you, don't they?
So tell me what that is, sir. Tell me.
Why should I bother telling you? You don't believe any of this is true, so why are you interested in it?
You see, they have nothing, guys. They have nothing.
Why? No, we have
SD,
something. I've just
I see the
explained to you.
difference
I've
here.
just explained to you where this comes from, why they think this is this is a transitional species in the evolutionary chain between the horse ancestry they think that goes on, how they think that, for example, the hooves, the metacarpal transformations took place, how they see the various changes in the topology of its organs, if they can find any organ traces in the fossil record, how they look at this.
So they have no organs. Hold on. They have no organs. You just
No,
made
it's not
that up,
true.
right?
No, that's not true. Some of these fossils do have.
Show me the organs of this horse.
I can't show. No, listen to me. Some of these fossils, let's say this one in particular, because I'm not an expert on fossils. Some of them have trace artifacts or trace outline information about organisms in them.
So not this one though. Not this particular one that you showed us for a reason. Not this one.
I didn't show you this one for a reason. This is just an example I just plucked off the top of my head when I was talking about the horse evolution.
Okay,
Hey,
so that
SD, real quick, can I get in? I wanted to show a distinct difference they have from the 1 million ago horse to the 10 million ago horse. It has a horse mane, and last time I checked, horse manes are hair and are usually preserved with part of the fossil. And then from the 10 million to the 30 million horse, there's no horse mane. I want to know how they came to that conclusion, because I think that'd be a huge finding. But I see what's going on here is these guys just believe the scientists, and we don't. We're skeptical.
Science
I think that's what it comes down to.
Science is not required belief.
Go on, bro. It's only
you
fair.
did, SC. You asked him why he thinks that, and he already did say that he believes the scientists and that we just don't. So that's what's going on. He believes them, we don't. That's it. Period.
It doesn't matter. If I want to go and look up the trove of information that they've produced and evaluate it myself, I can.
But you haven't. You're just assuming
we're
that
asking you, why do you believe it? Is it simple as that? Because they're scientists and we're not, or
no? Because it's been peer tested over thousands of years, or hundreds of years, or however you want to think about it.
Thousands? What scientists have been studied the progression of horses for thousands of years? Why are you trying to bolster this claim like it's some ironclad system that you guys have of proof? Why did you say thousands of
Bro,
years?
were you muted before for interrupting every sentence? Because I unmuted you, right? Now I'm starting to think you were muted because of that. Was that the reason why you got muted? Because now
No, that
4
wasn't.
times I tried to talk and you barreled right through me, bro.
So the
Go
question
ahead, bro. The floor is yours, man.
Oh, the floor is not mine, but just be sensitive, bro.
So the question is, who do I believe? Yeah, is that the question you're asking me? Who should I believe?
Well, I asked you a different question, but go ahead and answer as above's question, and then maybe we can continue.
If I'm going to believe someone else without doing all the observations myself, the best bit is to believe people who've made a systematic, collaborative, and long-term, coherent evaluation of the world in which we live, rather than someone who's just got opinions. Do you agree with that?
So the guy. Okay, are you done? You kind of paused.
What value are unqualified opinions?
The other. Okay, hold on. Before I answer that, the other guy said that you have thousands, and then he corrected himself
I don't give a
when
fuck.
he knew
I don't
he
give a
was
fuck what he said. I don't give a fuck.
overspeaking. Then he said hundreds. Hundreds of years of evidence, but I don't even think it's that. I think you guys barely came upon this maybe 100 years ago. So, okay, 200 years ago, you guys have been studying how a horse has evolved.
Right, so what?
Does that sort of answer your question?
How long have the people here been skeptical of this?
I don't know. Maybe there's some people that just aren't gonna, insinuate things or be gullible.
Okay. Well, paleontology dates from the early 1800s, so yes.
Okay, I just want to know, look, quickly, why do you want to be a fish, a camel, or a monkey? Why?
What do you mean? Why do I? There's no motive behind this. This is just the evaluation of what there is, isn't it? What makes you think there's a motive?
Wouldn't you rather be created by a god and be human than be a monkey? This is my problem.
God created all this.
That is your problem. Yeah, that is definitely your problem. The question doesn't mean anything to me.
Yeah, but we know we were created by God, but why do you want to believe that you're a monkey that came from a village in fucking Afghanistan or some shit? It sounds so stupid.
That's that you know what your origins are, and you've just characterized how paleontology and evolutionary biology science works. I don't agree with it. So I can't answer your question because your question is only framed how you think. I don't think the same way as you.
I can answer it.
Yeah, but there's no basis for your theory or for Charles Darwin at all.
Okay,
there's no evidence.
Again, that's your own personal evaluation of it. I don't agree with that.
Okay, fine. Let's move on. We're not going to achieve anything here. Let's go talk about fishing or something.
When you say why do I want to believe, why do I want to think like that? It doesn't make much sense because the way you're characterizing how I think.
Yeah, but think about what I'm saying. You want to believe that you're a monkey.
No, I don't.
You know how stupid that is?
No, I don't want to believe.
True. We know we're too intelligent for monkeys.
I can
monkeys
say it again to you. You can ignore me as much as you like. I don't want to think I came from a monkey. That's what you're telling me I want to think.
Yes.
That's not what I want to think.
Let's move on because we know it's not real, dude. You've been lied to. Go back to universities and yell at the professors and burn down the colleges, and we'll move on with our life.
Who lied to us?
Get rid of
Who lied to us?
Everybody. Yeah. Our teachers, our professors, the universities, the
Who lied
government.
to them?
All this evolutionary
Who lied
crap.
to them? Who lied to them?
Everyone's lying.
Well, they know they're lying, but they can't back out of the deal they made with the devil and with the universities. So we got to get rid of these people and push them out of society and move on. And
How far does the lie go back?
Rob, don't ask him. He's got it all wrapped up, Rob. You just got to listen.
It's probably 150 years, maybe, because I was still fighting about it. Oh no, it was post World War II. I think this evolution stuff was mainstream. Before that, it was still books and God teaching. I'm pretty sure. I think that was true.
Can I answer?
It was just once we lost World War II and we were overtaken by these horrible people, that's when our education system was overthrown.
Interesting.
So, Guy asked, how far does it go back? Well, like, when did it start? I think when it started was when people could actually make money off of this or get some sort of clout. Because there's clout chasers and people that want to make money, right? So one scientist probably came up with, a nice discovery. Another scientist said, hey, this guy's getting all the hot chicks. I want some of this action. And so he starts devising, what? I'm sorry?
Sorry, I coughed. I'm sorry. That was all it was.
Oh, okay. I heard something.
No,
all
sorry.
right. So, but were you listening to what I was saying?
Yeah, I was definitely listening to what you're saying about scientists wanting hot chicks.
Yeah, right. Because they were chasing the clout that the guy who was making up whatever story because it sounded cool and people couldn't outright refute it either because they didn't have the means or somehow they were from the get-go positioned to be in like a less IQ or less intelligence rating and sort of like a class, because the smart people try to do that to the layman, right? Oh, we have credentials, blah blah blah, appeal to credentials. Oh, you can't know this type of information. Kind of even what the Catholic Church did with their own Bible. Oh, you don't have enough faith to read the Bible or authority to read the Bible. There's always been this authority structure. So maybe the authority said, hey, this education thing is really profitable. We'll just continue to make these, and maybe even the universities pushed it. Say, hey, man, gave them the idea, sparked the idea, because there's not a lot of, bright people out there. And the university pushed it, said, hey, look, you can get this clout, you can get this stuff. Just sign
Well,
on.
maybe you can
idea.
rant like a little bit less. Like, I don't mean to be mean, but like make a lot of people that want to talk, bro.
That's my point. SE, don't you think this could actually have been the start of it, of why this continues on and on? Because you see the type of stuff they come up with, dude. It's ridiculous. These new theories and everything. They don't
I'm with you,
stop.
bro. I'm with you.
So there has to be some place where it started, and why is it? And it's this clout, dude. It's these universities pushing these crazy ideas, and it's it makes money.
The one thing most scientists want to do, and I can tell you this because I'm not a scientist in the sense that I'm not a qualified scientist. I've worked with them in various industries all my entire life, and I'm in my mid-50s. One thing I'll tell you about scientists is they want to prove every other fucker wrong. That's all they ever want to do. They want to be the next person to come up with the next thing. They're driven by it.
That's what I'm saying, dude.
They would love to find a gap. They would love to go pouring through all of the evidence, all of the measurements, all of the evaluations of things in the past, all the peer review stuff. If someone's gone, yeah, there's enough of us agree with that. Let's just tick that as okay for the minute until someone comes up with things to the contrary. They would love to basically kick things around a bit, create a storm. That's where the money and that's where the fame and that's where the accolade is in science. Actually kicking against it, bucking the trend, kicking against it. That's the same whether you're talking about biology, you're talking about geology, you're talking about physics, you're talking about machine learning, you're talking about any branch of science you can think about. Every one of them is trying to basically better them. It's driven by human nature. People want to make themselves into something.
I agree. They want to go after that other person's legacy, right? To make their own. But they'll only go so far. When it comes to, like, say, the globe Earth, they're not gonna blow the lid off of whether the Earth is flat or not. They're not gonna go that far. They're not gonna try and debunk the globe and say, I told you gravity was bullshit. I told you that it wasn't a ball. They won't go that far.
Well, so On the basis that I've worked in sciences where the evidence suggests that the Earth is round, and I've never met a scientist who's got evidence that it is flat, quantifiable evidence is flat. Why do you think they draw the line?
Because it would go against their paradigm. It would go against their whole narrative. Because they're still on a team at the end of the day.
They're not on a team.
Yeah, you got these warring factions, but at the end of the day, it's still Glober versus, everybody else, pseudoscientists or whatever, flat earther, misinformed, whatever.
That's a characterization that you can define, but I know at least 10 people who work in electronics, in capacitive touch technology, at the top of their game in terms of some of the material sciences that go into all the technology we use there. They're absolutely top of their game, and they're based in 3 or 4 countries. They fucking despise each other. The one thing they would love to do is to make the other ones look like dickheads by coming up with something that the others don't come up with. And that's the same in all the rivalry between some of these eminent scientists is palpable. You can hear it in the way they talk. Yeah, none of them would for a moment have a collaborative concealment about them. Why would they do that?
You know what? I'll back you up on that, bro. I'll back you up. Even though that's a baller stance, I used to believe not what you just said right now, but I believe it now because I've seen so many interviews when they talk with each other, right? And they hate each other, bro. You're right.
They hate each other.
You're absolutely right. Yeah, I gotta give you that.
Because they're rivals, yeah. And what makes you think? What would be? Let's suppose there is this line in the sand they can't cross, yeah. What would happen if one of them crossed the line in the sand? What would happen?
Yeah, but let me finish my statement though. Having said that, right? Even though they hate each other and they want to prove each other wrong, there's a limit. They can't go. In other words, they have to give an alternative to what they put behind, right? And they have to go up against giants like Einstein and this and that, and it just won't work. If it goes through peer review, no matter how much they hate each other, they're not gonna go against that. They're not gonna go against the current model, no matter what. This is the problem.
Yeah, dude. You asked what line is it, right? Or what's the barrier? If they cross the line, you know what's going to happen? They're going to get touted as a pseudoscientist. They're going to get shadow banned or banned off social media. This is what we've shown happens to whistleblowers, right?
Right. So do you know? Can you name one eminent scientist who has declared the Earth is flat and come up with systematically evaluatable evidence that could be corroborated by other people's experimentation and put it for peer review?
Good, I got a call.
And pardon? Gone. I don't mind people making this assertion that this blackballing would take place. Yeah. Now it's either happened. You can categorically state someone who works in geology or physics or some aspect of the evaluation of the Earth we live on, who's come up with some coherent, systematic, demonstrable evidence with measurements that they put for peer review that clearly demonstrates the Earth's flat, and has then been blackballed, ostracized, killed, tucked away, whatever you want, how you want to describe it. If you come up with an example of that, come up with it. Otherwise, I would come to the conclusion that you're making stuff up, because if you can't provide an example of that happening, then where are we?
Bottom line is, it's a good old boys club. They all have each other's back. Even though they hate each other, they can't go against the golden rule. And the golden rule is the model. It's as simple as that.
If you've got evidence and measurements, you can demonstrate and prepare in a peer review paper that other people can pick up. either replicate or pull apart. It proves the Earth's not. Disproves the globe model. You'd be the most eminent. You'd be the most famous person in the world.
I can do that with a couple of sentences.
No,
Ready?
that's not good enough.
But
No, I don't
they
care,
won't.
mate.
But they won't get in there. They won't let me.
No. 2 sentences aren't. No. Sentences. Okay, right. Are 10 a penny. Yeah. Systematic evaluations of the world you live in with evidence, measurements, and proper evaluations that go to peer review that you can pass out to the world and say, check it. I dare you to find a hole in it. Yeah. Sentences are nothing.
Agreed, absolutely agreed. But I have stuff, right? I can show them proof from their own model, from their own scientists, right? I can write this paper. But what are the chances you think that somebody like me, a nobody, with no educational credentials, right? No university credentials. What do you think the chances are for me to get that paper peer reviewed?
A Canadian, nonetheless.
And Canadian on top of that, yeah, which makes matters worse, yeah.
You do whatever you do. I've had stuff that's been peer reviewed in the field in which I work at, and I'm not a scientist. I've had it. I've presented. I've actually posted it. Okay, within the community I'm in. I've also emailed it to people who are qualified and implored them to actually look at it on my behalf. And 2 of them have. I'm not qualified. I haven't got a degree.
So you actually got a paper, and it's going to be looked by a peer review panel, and you're not involved in any professional university or anything like that. Is that what you're saying?
Not now. I'm not. No.
But you were in the past. You had friends, connections, right?
The people I asked to present it for peer review amongst a wider community, doing it as a favour. The key is
because they know you. Because they know you, right?
And then what happens is it goes out into a world of people who don't know me, and they can either basically say this is bullshit and explain why, or they just gets left floating around.
Yeah, but either I'm a genie, like I can see the future, or I picked it off because I know there's no other way for you to get in there, right? So you did admit that those guys were your friends. That's the only reason why your paper got in there, to be peer reviewed, correct?
No, for me, that's the route which I took to get information in. But if you've got information, and you've got evidences, you don't need to find any favors. If it's that paradigm smashing, it's all over. Stop pretending that people won't listen to what you're saying.
It is paradigm smashing. Have you heard of the baby galaxy paradox, which they found themselves?
Dude, they've blackballed people that go against the paradigm in the mainstream profession.
Name one person they blackballed.
Jack sank Mars with the Bluefish Caves. He was the guy that proposed the Clovis first model, was not correct. They blackballed him for his whole career, never got another grant. Finally, when he was 80 years old, they admitted, oh, you were right.
How do they admit he was right? In what context?
It doesn't matter. The Clovis first model was incorrect. We know that now.
Stop.
My bad, bro. You asked me a question, I answered it. I don't know what you want.
I know. This is the thing. It does matter. The context in which he was ostracized, or that people derided what he had written at one point, and what they thought was how they came to a different conclusion later on, is very important, Jeremy.
Okay, so he proposed the Clovis model. The Clovis first model was wrong, and then they ended up admitting, oh, you were right.
Okay, so what did he present at the beginning? He presented he made a proposition. If he didn't back it up with anything substantial, it would have been parked.
It's not like they didn't just not listen to his theory. He was actively blackballed for the rest of his career.
What does that mean, blackballed?
Never got another grant to do anything. They blackballed him from the scientific community. That's what they do when you go against the mainstream paradigm. You get blackballed.
That's not true.
It okay? Sorry, are you Pazza, the British guy speaking?
Yeah.
Okay, dude, are you a fan of Richard Dawkins by any chance?
I know who he is. I'm not a fan of Richard Dawkins. No, he's not in my
but he features predominantly in the British establishment media, university, college system. You know?
No, not really. What makes you say that?
Well, he's the one who's pushing the same thing as you do. You even sound like Richard Dawkins.
Why do I sound like he's an evolutionary biologist and I'm an electronics engineer?
Shit. Hey, shit. They got you, Richard. Get out of here.
Sorry, I'll have to leave before someone finds out I'm Richard Dawkins. How do I sound like Richard Dawkins? Richard Dawkins is an eminent intellectual. I don't sound like Richard Dawkins.
Awkward.
Wish I had his money. Give me Richard Dawkins' bank account. That will fucking do.
Yeah. If I had his bank account, I'd buy a rocket ship and send one of these flat earthers to the moon, or at least into outer space.
I wouldn't do any
So
of
now
that.
that we're sorry, go on.
That's why I said I'd retire if I had Richard Dawkins' money. Okay, now.
So now that we're a bit calm, can we admit, buddy, that when you showed that horse, you really didn't show anything about evolution? Can we admit that calmly?
No, not at all, because that is, well, you asking me if I can show you something about evolution? Or whether that picture of something which is of some fossil artifact in a particular strata of rock in a particular paleontological era, as they've recorded it, demonstrate their model? Yes, it does. It's a part of their model, part of the narrative of their model. If you don't believe the model, that's fine, but it shows something in their model.
Yeah, a skeleton.
Yes, but it's not. They don't just say this is a skeleton, do they? They
make a story around it. Yeah, we agree on that. But they
if
can't
you
prove the story. All they have is a skeleton. Is my point. Is what I'm trying to say.
but if you think all they have is a skeleton and they're making a story up, fine. That's your take on it. I'm not going to be able to persuade you otherwise, am I?
No, but had you had proof, then you would be able. You'd say, "Hey, look, I see. Look, this is the horse. Now here's another one. Now look, the horse. This one is starting to get wings. Right? It's losing its legs. It's going to turn into a flying creature or something. Whatever. It's growing lungs. You'd be able to show me something like.
They don't. For starters, they don't. I don't think any of that kind of proposition is made. I could, if you want me to, go away and dig up a dozen peer-reviewed papers from archaeologists dealing with that particular period in evolution for horses and that fossil record and the dating, the paleontological dating mechanisms they use and how they feel that sits in that evolutionary terrain model. I can go and give you all of that if you want to, and you can still pretend that they're just making something up. That's fine.
They are, bro, by your own admission. You said you're going to go and find some people that are going to tell me how they think that this skeleton fits in their evolutionary model.
And
you said it on yourself.
And they'll back it up with paleontological evidence and dating.
No, they won't. No, they won't, because they don't have any.
What do you mean? Of course they've got paleontological evidence.
So you should be able to show me this. You should be able to show me this one animal changing into another one. Please go ahead. Provide this evidence that you think exists.
You just move somewhere else. I said to you, I could, if I wanted to dig around, I could find you all the records of people digging these up, dating these, working out the rock strata, working out where they are in the world, working out what other animals around it in the evolutionary chain. I can give you all that information.
But not what I asked for. Everything but what I asked for.
What did you ask?
Hey, Pazza, have you heard of the Tavistock Center?
No, I don't know what the Tavistock Center is.
Oh my God, really? The Tavistock Center for Mind Control. It was established in the UK in 1930 to brainwash the public.
I'm not interested in that kind of stuff.
You should research it. You'll learn a lot. Then you'll understand British culture and the mind control.
Are you sure the people that presented it to you weren't trying to control your mind?
No, the Tavistock Center is well documented.
Is it? By who? People trying to control your mind?
Themselves. They wanted to control thought.
Then why would they tell you?
The Tavistock Center post World War II was the ones who was pushing the gay agenda to convert men away from homosexuality, away from heterosexuality.
How do you know? How do you know about it? Why would they tell you?
They converted you because they haven't converted me, so they've done a pretty shit job of that.
You'll find about 30% of the British population, the white population, is homosexual.
That's absolutely bullshit.
That's absolute horseshit.
Yeah, it's massive. It's absolutely massive.
That's the end of the world. That's the end of the
Are
world.
you in the UK? Are you in the UK?
Okay, you know what? You just start researching Tavistock and you'll understand your culture and your country.
Are you in the UK?
No, but I've been there.
No. No, have you now? Well, a third of the men in the UK are not homosexual. Don't talk rubbish.
Or bi. Homo or bi.
Show me the evidence. Show me the evidence. No, I'll ask you. I'll ask you. You show me the evidence that a third of the men in the UK are homosexual. You're talking out your ass.
What percentage? You guys keep talking about your stuff. I'll just keep looking up these facts.
He's an Aussie. Goddamn Aussie.
Can I bring up a quick point about evolution real quick? Being that they say it's a progression over time of a change to the environment, and if we look at like humans and say somebody that's obviously had to deal with something in his environment, what example I was thinking of is Mike Tyson or Michael Jordan. So they're they had to deal with their environment. They're in sport. They had to overcome things, and we want to look at their children to see if they have the same traits. And it turns out their children are totally different. Like they're not ready for, say, a boxing ring right out the bat, or a basketball court. And it even turns out that Michael Jordan's son can't even compare to him.
Yes,
And
of course.
can't fly. And Mike Tyson's son, hold on, let me finish. And Mike Tyson's son is like a computer code, like he's wanting to do something with, like, I heard Mike Tyson talk about it. I'm like, and I was thinking, wow, that's kind of strange. How come Mike Tyson's son isn't the best boxer in the world if this is what's happening, responding to the environment and making the offspring better? So it doesn't progress in like short, like years. Why does it take millions of years?
Easy answer. Overall, there are more better boxers overall now than there have ever been.
Also, there's too many variables. Like look at LeBron, for example. LeBron James' children, they're not as good as he is either. But that's also
DNA. It gets passed down through the DNA, so we can't look at better boxers in general. We got to look at Mike Tyson's DNA, and if his DNA, produces a stronger person that would be fit to, deal with the same environment.
That's ridiculous, man.
It does take two
that's how it
persons
works.
to make a new baby.
Yeah, that's not how it works, man. And the best boxers now are the best boxers ever.
And Mike Tyson's not just a function of his genes; he's a function of his environment as he grew up, isn't he?
His environment, yes, that's
environment.
What we're talking.
Like you understand, Tyson's children or child or whatever, he was probably born in a life of comfort.
Yeah.
So there's a different lifestyle. Same thing can go with LeBron James' children. They're not as good as he is. They were born into a nice lifestyle with a lot of comfort. You don't have that drive, that passion.
Mike Tyson beat up a 50-year-old man when he was 12 years old.
Living in the streets or whatever, or growing up in that rough area.
So if you talk about is Mark Zuckerberg?
It all has to do with drive. So it doesn't have to do with genetics.
Is Mark Zuckerberg more technically competent and more successful than his parents? Is Jeff Bezos more technically competent?
No, they're idiots. They don't know anything.
Are they more successful than their? Are they more successful financially?
No, they're not
than their
successful.
parents?
Frauds.
Not financially successful.
They're
lizard people.
You're not
they're lizard.
And it has everything to do with a person-to-person basis. That's my point. You guys are making my point for me. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Well, I'm not making the point for you. Person to person is irrelevant.
No, well, you said it's the genetics. It's the person having this trait, or it's dealing with the environment and passing it on to their gene. Passing it on
to that the child didn't have the same environment as the parents. We already proved that.
Okay, cool then. So it has nothing to do with genetics. Thank you for making my point.
No, it
Blartek,
does.
I'm still
Oh,
waiting for your evidence that 30% of UK males are homosexual, Blartek. I still haven't seen it in the text chat.
Okay, now I browse that data quickly, and they're saying that
What
people
data?
over
Show me the
16
data.
is that 9% of people identify as gay, lesbian, trans, whatever, right? In UK,
Where's the
that's
data?
what I gathered out of that quickly.
That's 30%, is it?
So,
30% of all males in the UK.
so
It's
it's
9%
about
in
9%,
the 16
8 to
range.
9% I looked at. Now, let me hear me out. Now,
Why would I
in
want to do
census
that?
data, in government data, over 90% people lie on their census forms regarding their sexuality.
Right, okay.
So
okay.
because they're not going to tell the government that they're
this
fags or
information
trannies or whatever.
So where do they get this information from you? Do they take a blood test of all these 16-year-olds? Did they, or do they ask them? It's another consensus.
I'm just saying, you're living in the UK. You should know that most of the people running around are homosexuals. So
my census is no good, but your census is brilliant. Is that what you're saying? Pathetic.
Anyway, look, you should research the Tavistock Centre, the history of Tavistock Centre, what they've done, the evil they've projected on the world, how
brainwashed
they've
a lot of
messed with
people. Evidently, they
They've
brainwashed some
millions.
people here. They've brainwashed you, mate. You think
the Tavistock Centre was working directly with I5, Channel 5,
You think
Channel
that
4,
9%,
BBC.
9% of 16-year-olds is 30% of the entire male populace.
Yes,
someone here is definitely
correct.
brainwashed. Someone is brainwashed.
No, that's correct. Yeah.
One census of 16-year-olds is okay, but a census of all men is no good. You're brainwashed.
Because I'm telling you, they lie on the data, and so data changes over time. So over a 10-year period, 10% turns into 30 or 40%.
Can you prove that?
Can you prove that?
Of course, because people have
Prove it.
relationships as they go through their younger lives.
Citation.
Right? That's fact. So it could be high 40%. Actually,
you've been brainwashed into saying that.
No, you've been brainwashed to believe ridiculous monkey science and.
What if we both been brainwashed to fight each other?
It's possible.
No, I'm just saying, but you're fighting reality. This is bizarre, bizarre behavior.
You've said that about 20 times. I'm just saying. That's a pointless way of characterizing yourself. Where's this link to the 30% of UK population of males being homosexual? I'm still fucking waiting.
I just gave you. You just showed me your own figures.
You just told me. You just told me. You didn't give me any link. You just told me that you've gone through your data and found that 9% of 16-year-olds identify as being LGBTQ or whatever, okay, right? 9% of 16-year-olds is not 30% of all men in the country. Do you understand that?
No, but you'll find that if you did
you'll
an
find
honest
it. Well, why don't you
strata
find
of the
it?
male
Why
population
don't
in the
you
UK,
find
you
it?
would have figures as high as 30% as being
Why
gay
don't
or
you
whatever.
find it and present it to us here rather than
No, I'm
just
not giving it to you.
blathering?
No, you should know better because you live there.
I think it's closer to 40.
Everybody's strutting around in their tight pants and stuff in the UK. Oh, I know what's going on with you guys.
Absolutely.
Of course all those funny hats.
Who sounds brainwashed? Who sounds brainwashed right now?
Honestly. Just provide the statistics so we can look at them ourselves.
Well, he won't, will he? Clearly.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Shit. Hell, hey. Even bring up a link to this kind of crazy, what you call it, the Shizer report or something? What'd you call it?
If I'm wrong, Blartek, I will apologize profusely to you. If you
no, you don't need to apologize. I'm trying to give you a chain of events regarding the Tavistock Centre pre-World War II, during World War II,
brainwashing people into believing things without proof. And you're making the point for me. You're making the point for me. Some people have been brainwashed.
The government lies to you and feeds you propaganda. UK has always been known as propaganda central because they're a little island who can be easily controlled, especially before the advent of technology.
I think you'll find we weren't that easily controlled. We weren't that easily controlled during the 18th century, mate. We were in charge of you lot.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, you really raise an excellent point here. Post World War I and the Great Depression era, Britain was so fractionalized, and there was all different factions of politics rising up. So the elite sat down and said, "We need to come up with a system where you can brainwash people into start thinking alike." So they said, "We'll start a war." The first thing they said, "We'll start a war that will bring everyone together, and then we'll start BBC and the radio systems to control people's thought and actions." And they've been very effective.
So which war?
And they don't even hide the fact.
Which war do they start? And then which war do they start?
They started World War II. Winston Churchill started that World War II under guidance of the European bankers.
Sadly for you, the BBC predates World War II, so that kind of knocks your theory out a bit. Right.
No, I said they were working together. Tavistock's and the BBC and the British government were working to bring you guys together.
Of course.
So they deliberately agitated the war in pure Germany.
Anybody else
always wanted this.
Anybody else noticing no citations appearing in the text chat for anything he's saying?
And Chamberlain
It's almost like he's
wanted
brainwashed.
peace because Chamberlain knew what was going on. He's saying, "I don't want war with Germany. He's going to kill everyone, right?" Because he didn't want to repeat a World War One. But Churchill was like, "No, we're gonna." He was working in the background, and they pushed Chamberlain out, and they got Churchill in. But I get it. I get it because the Germans invaded Poland or whatever. So but that was agitated by the West.
Any chance we could get it? Any chance we could have the information?
Yeah, I would love to read it.
It's a lifetime of research I'm giving you.
We'd love to. Oh, a lifetime, an absolute lifetime of research.
We cannot just trust you on your word, mate.
Okay, fine. If you want me to, I'll pull the history of Tavistock.
And also pull the bit up where a third of all UK males are homosexual. That would be great. Honestly. One minute we're having a reasonably okay conversation about things. Next minute we're talking about this kind of rubbish. And yes, if you haven't got any information to supply to us, I'll take it as rubbish. Because I'm a fucking skeptic.
Dude, I'm just saying this is concerning that you believe that things came from monkeys.
I don't care what you're
I'm
just
very
saying.
concerned for you right now.
You're just saying and my just saying aren't worth jack shit to anybody else.
Okay,
Do you
know what?
understand that?
Okay, look, I'm saying out of this conversation, you guys just talk about round balls and stuff. That's fine. I'm out.
No one was talking about the shape of the earth, were they?
I just want to say.
Oh God, Rob's devolving. I can see it happening already. It seems to be going too fast now. Rob, come back. Get out of the tree.
He just needs 22 more subs.
Come on, Rob. Come on, Rob. Come back to us, Rob.
Okay, look, I know you guys don't believe in Tavistock, but this is I used to use Wikipedia as information, but Wikipedia is a good foundation for research. That's all.
Absolutely, including science as well, by the way.
Well, it throws ideas out there.
Have you ever put any stuff on Wikipedia?
No, I've never used it.
I like to hang out on Wikipedia just to change shit.
I've contributed to 2,600 pages on Wikipedia. It's a good thing to get into, really is. Yeah.
What were you pushing though? What's your area of research?
I've tweaked and prodded and pushed and put stuff onto Wikipedia on things as far apart as Pantera, science, sport, history.
Right.
All sorts of stuff, mate. It's good stuff. Getting into the Wikipedia community is a good thing.
Yeah, but the problem is, if you have 1,000 people writing for one topic, it doesn't make it credible anymore.
Right, I don't know if you've ever noticed, but you see those little numbers in square brackets. There are citations to links at the bottom.
Yeah, but you just told me. Yeah.
If you seriously, I'm not fighting against you now. Okay, I'm telling you how Wikipedia works. Okay, right. If you put anything on there without one of those links, yeah, and it is a hierarchy of people who evaluate things and look at things, and everybody's having a little go at it. And you can review anybody else's work, and you can edit it at any page you want to. Look at the view history. Look at the edit history of any given page. Yeah, and who's editing it?
Yeah,
who's having a push and prod. You've got to justify anything you do.
If you try to use Wikipedia at any university and college, you'll get threatened with expulsion. You get to do it twice, you're out.
I'm not talking about people using it. I'm talking about people writing it and authoring it. Difference.
But I'm just saying. And you even said you use peer review studies, yeah? So what if everybody was wrong in their peer reviews 100 years ago? What if
then we'd all be fucking wrong. That's fine by me.
So Charles Darwin invented evolution based on an idea. So he had no basis for evolution, but people have believed this over 225 years.
Well, you
we're
think
using his basis of a
you
belief.
understand.
So how
Do you understand that you think that he had no basis for what he believed and what he documented and what he wrote in his books? That's what you believe.
Well,
you understand that? Do you at least understand that there are thousands of people who studied what he wrote and evaluated his evidences and checked his evidences who don't agree with you? Do you understand?
Yeah, because he was taking that boat around the oceans, yeah, going different islands, comparing animals, yeah.
No, that's not why. That's not the question I asked you.
Yeah, but there was thousands of people trying to discredit him as well.
Absolutely. Some of them have. Some of them have moved on. There's fields of evolutionary study that have been conceived and come into play after Darwin that he had absolutely no idea about, and he was wrong on some aspects of evolution as well. What you need to do is if you go into a library, look on Amazon, you will find books where people will describe to you what not only what Darwin did and what he postulated and how it was accepted and the history of its acceptance in the scientific community, but there will also be chapters about how it's moved on, how some of the things he said were refuted, how some of the things he said are actually being dismissed because he was naive in some of his perceptions. It's all there for you to read. It's not a god.
Yeah, but I'm not going to read a book of fiction. I'm not interested in this.
Of course, I know. But you sound very interested for someone who's not interested.
Yeah, but there's no basis for it. You need a foundation, dude.
There we are. That's your opinion. There's no basis for
So
it.
that's what I'm saying. We've got to move on from this evolution because people are making shit up and ad hocing and making up stuff on the fly, and it's not gelling with me. It's really
feel free to personally move on. That's entirely up to you. Society won't move on because society uses a different mechanism to decide when it moves on.
Society is stonewalled by ridiculous science and history.
Well, that's your characterization of it. That's not how it works.
Come up with a better explanation.
We are working on better explanations, but people keep getting discredited and kicked out of colleges and stuff. It's disturbing.
It's tough.
Name one person in this community, people on this particular server, who's been kicked out of university or college. Well, I can't answer that.
No, I knew you wouldn't be able to.
Yeah, no one's saying not to question science, but in order to question, you better come
But
correct.
I'm just saying. Okay, look. So, how many people here are ball earthers? There's a few of us here. A few of you there, yeah.
I'm a glober.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I'm a glober.
Okay. You understand we're going through the greatest scientific upheaval in the history of mankind right now. And you guys are stuck in the archaic belief of round earth and evolution from hundreds of years ago. We're making the greatest scientific discoveries.
Who's we?
We're using the best technology. We're taking the best photographs. We're destroying NASA every day with their lies. And you're still sitting on a fence that was built 350 or 500 years ago.
Do you know how many people?
That's concerning to me that you are brainwashed to think that you can't evolve. I hate that word, evolve. Change into this new paradigm we're going into. There's a reset happening of information, and you're digging a hole from Isaac Newton, who's a total douchebag, and Einstein and Darwin, total morons who invented basically rubbish and stole it off the Greeks. So let's move on. Let's get over this shit and move forward.
So move on. Present your information to the world, and let's see where it gets you. If you're
Why
right,
don't you
you're
start
right.
picking up information? If you're banging all your research into stuff that was invented 500 years ago, you're wasting your time, dude.
I don't do my research. I don't work in any of these fields.
Okay, fine then. So maybe you shouldn't even bother.
Or maybe you shouldn't bother. What kind of point is that?
I am bothered.
You're not bothered, are you? What are you doing? What are you doing then?
I'm bothered.
What research
I'm
are you
bothered.
doing?
People are pushing archaic, ridiculous lies on evolution.
No, you're not. You're not. You're bothered because you cannot comprehend science, and it just bothers you that you're a normal, average individual, man, and it really sucks.
It's archaic. It's crap.
I recommend, dude. You can go buy a book, man. Anybody can take a book and read a book and understand stuff. Just go buy the book yourself. You don't have to go to college.
If I lived in America, I would catch a bus. I'd go to NASA and I'd stand in that doorway with a sign saying "You're all idiots." Give us the America. Give America back their money.
Don't forget
It's all rubbish.
Don't forget the Packy sandwiches.
You're so set
Oh,
on
I'll
everybody
get a bottle of
being a
water too
liar.
with some Gatorade or something because it's hot. Because coconut level's pretty hot. Yeah.
You're so set on everybody else being a
Hat
liar,
and
but you're lying to
sunscreen.
yourself. You're lying to yourself.
Yeah, you guys want to get back on a topic?
How far ago did we get on? Were we on topic?
It was DNA or genomes or human evolution. That's what it was. Human evolution.
Change of allele frequencies over time. I think we've where we started, wasn't it?
Yeah, we started from whatever you want to say, micro single cell organisms.
Yeah, you know, I biology was always my least favorite science, but as I got older, you know, I actually started to respect it a lot more because it's actually I mean, I think there's a lot of claims in biology that we know have to be true. Like even though there's abiogenesis, like Jace has done some experiments in it, but we haven't exactly proven it. Like we haven't shown, we haven't manifested abiogenesis.
Oh no, not at all. Abiogenesis is a completely different topic to just
right.
general evolution.
Right. And that's why I was trying to say that there was a gap that was bridged by SE or whoever's arguing it when I start asking about the tiniest life forms evolving to animals and stuff. When evolution, I mean, if you can't even agree on the basic stuff that's all established, like how genetic mutations, would you'd infer from that over time, different speciation occurs. Hold on.
Well, this is the big problem. If you start talking about evolution to people, they'll start talking about the origins of the Earth and the first cell and the first living things and how they got there. It's not what biological evolution is focused on.
I want to know, like, when did we turn from trees into fish? Like, when did we turn from the tree into the fish? Everybody wants to know from fish to monkey. I want to know when the tree turned into the fish.
Why would you assume that's the case, man?
When did someone tell you that we turned from a tree into a fish?
No, they're always talking to me about turning from the fish into the monkey. I want to know when we turned it from the tree into the fish.
Well, we didn't turn from a tree into a fish.
Then how are trees here, man? There was one organism. We have trees. We have fish. We're obviously monkeys.
Plants and animals. In their model, plants and animals share a common ancestor.
Right. So when did the first tree walk out of the water? That's what I want to know.
Well, you know that they say they don't
into the water.
They walk into the water. You know that no one in the scientific community thinks that a tree walked out of the water and became a fish.
Or did it walk into the water and become a fish? I don't know.
But you know as well that no one has ever proposed to you that a tree walked. Did someone tell you at school that a tree walked back into the water and became a fish?
It would just have to at some point.
Well, I'm afraid that's your mischaracterization of what they proposed to you. And I'm sorry.
So were the
trees
were already
I'm sorry you didn't pay more attention to what they were telling you, but that's really not my fault.
I didn't blame you. I'm just saying. I wanted to know if you knew like a roundabout timeline of like some tree bones
that didn't happen
morphing into some fish bones in the fossil record.
I mean, I don't know how much time you want me to spend on this with you, but trees didn't walk back into the water and become a fish. No.
Yeah, different organism, man. Different
star. If you're curious about that question, which is a ridiculous question, but any question like that I posted a link that will a text page. Hopefully it's not just a text page, but regardless, it's like a zoom for the tree of life. It'll show you modern species of all different types of life, and you can just follow the branches back to when they were, when those separate things were come from, like where that ancestor is that connects those separate things. And that should answer all your questions that I like to. But that is a ridiculous question. What happened was there was tiny cells that was neither trees nor fish, and at that time, the cells that were the plants that became plants and all that, they were able to photosynthesize, which is a amazing feat, especially compared to the thing we evolved from, which could not photosynthesize, and we just basically, or the life forms that we came from, just utilized their function by eating them.
I think that if you want me to basically summarize their position, single cell life preceded photosynthesis, which became the construct for eukaryote, I think they're called, which are the foundational organisms from which plants and animals then diverged, and that is around 2,000 million years ago in their model.
According to this tree of life, there's archaeo and eukaryotes or whatever. And so the first branch,
eukaryotes, yeah, that's when it branched plants and animals.
Yeah, before that, the first branch was bacteria, in that branch, the one that had both plants and animals.
Single cell life in the Archean epoch precedes eukaryotes by some 1,000 million years.
Hey, Coach, I think that link that you sent is broken. I keep zooming in, it just keeps on going and going. So I think it's broken.
Okay, well that means that you're still further back in time.
Oh, snap.
Yeah, you can type stuff in the search bar too.
Nucleuses in their cells, right?
Is that right?
Yeah, it's distinguished from prokaryotes.
Okay. Was that what's a prokaryote? What's an example?
None cell without a nucleus.
Yeah, or even in like the field I work in computing, programming, for some reason, I don't. Even if it's a word that I use often, then I'll keep using it. But if it's a word I can't even pronounce, I don't even try to pronounce it, and I think it's I suffer from because then whenever someone's talking about it, I don't even know what they're talking about because I didn't bother using the word. Yeah, so I like prokaryotes.
Microscopic single-celled organism that neither has a distinct nucleus with a membrane nor other specialized organelles. Bacteria and cyanobacteria.
Okay, so is all bacteria classified like that? Like that's all bacteria, or is there bacteria that's not prokaryote?
I guess, man. I only have a high school education, so you know.
I don't even have a high school education.
Oh, you need to go back to school like Rodney Dangerfield.
Yeah, I think I will. In a gold in a red bathrobe.
From eukaryote, which included bacteria, a branch of that evolved into multicellular life, and as a consequence of that, evolved the earliest plants and animals came from there. Because plants and animals aren't cellular; they're multicellular by definition, even in their earliest ancestry. And for a massive amount of time, speciation between plants and animals was so nuanced that really, by any modern standard, you wouldn't classify them as plants and animals.
Right. And that makes sense. You know, I was asking Jace earlier, he's a biochemist, but he's real familiar with evolution and that kind of stuff. And mono
Roboting really bad.
Okay, I posted a meme.
Sure, species is the parent.
You're cutting out.
One species will be.
That's lovely, Blartec. That's really good. That's just what I needed right now after half an hour of assertions and positive statements. Thank you for the meme.
That's all you're pushing is assertion and statements as well. So I'm just countering
everything
your
I said.
assertions with fact.
I came up with it. You made an assertion that 30% of men in the UK are gay.
Correct.
I within 30 seconds I came back with UK National Office of Statistics show that most people identify 3%.
Yeah, but that's census data. No one answers.
We're going back. We're in a loop now because you then said you went through your data and come up with a 30% figure for 16-year-olds, which would have been a consensus unless it took a blood test or a genetic test, which they didn't. They asked them. So if you don't like my census, I don't like yours. She didn't present anyway.
Well, I'm just that's
We're
another brought up the Tavistock
back where we
Centre. You're
were.
under mind
We're back where we
control
were
from
20
the
minutes ago,
government.
Blartec. We're back
And
where
the
we were
government,
20 minutes.
you know this propaganda you're pushing.
Again, more
Who do you
talk.
think creates the propaganda?
More talk, no links.
Government.
More talk, no links.
Yeah, but you never even heard of the Tavistock Centre. That's disturbing.
So what? So what?
You've been walking around for what 40 years or so? Okay, that's concerning, dude.
Older than that, mate, but that doesn't make a difference.
Well, yeah, well, you were young, so you didn't have any knowledge, and plus the information age is new. So
Not to me.
30
It
years
isn't,
ago.
mate. Not to me, it isn't. 30 years ago, I was a software engineer. 30 years ago, I was a working software engineer.
So
I'd just like to
software
think, well,
engineering was in
I'd just
its
like to
infancy
say,
30 years ago. So I don't know what the hell you were doing.
I'd just like to inquire, sort of like this evolution theory, which is total garbage and rubbish. How the hell, without a designer, could a little tiny thing like a cell have enough intelligence to build the human body, even over trillions of years, without a blueprint, without some type of a plan?
He didn't have a plan or a blueprint or intelligence.
You got to think about the intricacies of the human body and all of the things that go on, every system, the nervous system, the whole, every anatomy, every part of the anatomy has to be designed. There's no way that this little cell has enough intelligence to do that. And even if it did, where did that intelligence come from?
No one said it did.
But isn't it?
No one said it did. No one said it had a plan or an intelligence or a strategy.
So
No one said
something
that.
with no plan and no intelligence created the human body.
No, it didn't.
That's what evolution is saying.
No, they don't say that. Evolutionists.
Oh, okay. So you tell me how it happened with no intelligence.
Evolutionists.
Did you get how just the prokaryotic to eukaryotic, like how does it, like a non-differentiated cell without a nucleus, just start to be like, oh yeah, I'm gonna divide and make all these organelles like Golgi apparatuses and mitochondria and whatnot. You know what I mean? Like, where does that all come from?
Why do you think it's a strategy? Why do you think it's a coherent strategy on some organisms' parts to do that?
The original they order. Took the word gullible out of the dictionary, right?
I'm just saying, before you get onto bodies and evolution and stuff like that, maybe it's a good place to start with. I don't think anybody's like really addressed it in the beginning.
Well, the scientists have addressed it. Scientists have got a perfectly comfortable.
I mean, here, not science.
So, well, here, from my perspective, I understand.
How do you get to organelles?
From where?
No organelles to organelles.
You talking about the eukaryote, or you talking about before that?
Transition from prokaryotic to eukaryotic. If you say cellular evolution is a thing, how does it go?
You get symbiosis of systems.
Okay, I'll give you an example of the Tavistock Centre mind control. The Beatles.
Go on, then.
They were a creation of the government.
Yeah. Right. Okay.
This symbiosis. Why is it seeking this? Why is it seeking these parts? Like, what's ordering it from? What is it? Why is it seeking this order?
What makes you think it's ordered?
Right. Disorder. Why can't
it be a propagation of a coincidental soup?
Why is it seeking a coincidental soup? To what purpose?
What makes you think anything is seeking something? Do you understand that if there are things, yeah, and they're in symbiosis, that may be accidental. Their symbiosis may advantage them and make them more likely to propagate in an environment that's changing. If the environment changes and their symbiosis most conducive to moving forward, they will survive and others will tail off over a long period of time.
Yeah, there's no environment, right? I mean,
what do you mean there's no environment? There's always an environment. There's a reality, and there's an environment you live in, and all animals live in. There's an environ.
Okay, so why was the environment seeking this organization?
The environment is not a organized thing. It's a continuously changing thing.
Cyclical in nature.
Nature, the environment's always changing.
It's always changing, like the dust storm that goes through a junkyard, and out comes a fully assembled jumbo jet ready to fly.
Just like that, yeah, just like that. That's exactly how they put it in the books as well.
Yeah,
but why was it?
And then not only it didn't only just happen one time with the human either. It happened with every single species. What a coincidence!
I know. The box of Lego you shake and there's a completed model when you open it. Exactly the same thing.
Yeah. Not just one model. A trillion, billion, million, trillion models.
This is exactly how they postulate it in evolution. Exactly how they describe it. You got it off pat.
Look,
things evolve.
Go ahead.
Job done. You can go in for lunch now.
Okay, things evolve.
And this is what you believe, bro.
No, it's not what I believe. Not at all, because it's not what they say happened.
Yeah, no, but it has to be what you believe, because there's absolutely no other way.
You can
there's
tell
no other
me.
way.
You can assert that that's what I have to believe. I know what I believe. That's not what I believe. Sorry. If your characterization of what I believe is like that, that's your problem and not what I believe. That's your problem with what you think I believe.
Well, you do have to believe because you weren't there. And there's nobody who was there, and there's no
guys. Let Jeremy go.
Information would last.
Well, nobody you were talking to was there 400 years ago. So what kind of point? What's the point behind that statement?
Yeah, that none of the information would last that amount of time.
Including all the information you rely on, like the Bible and like all the archaic civilizations who thought the Earth was flat. If everything before you and me is irrelevant, then let's just leave it there, shall we? Because what's the point in talking about all of this? Or anything
I
you believe?
I don't know where you're going with all that. Those are words on the. I mean, I believe that we can read those words. I don't know why you're mentioning the Bible.
And I can believe that I can read words from other sources to your sources.
Yeah, you can't read words from billions of years ago. What words?
You can't read. You can't read words from.
Oh, stop it!
Get
yourself together. Get yourself together.
You got some words written in the sources that you believe. I got some words and sources I believe. Words, mate. That's all we're talking about here, aren't we?
Okay.
Are your words qualified? No, are my words qualified?
Words.
Thanks for the input, though. Yeah. Thanks. That was great. That was great, Tanks. It really was.
I mean, it was your input. You somehow.
What is your name? Is it Packer or some shit? Packer.
You somehow compared the two things: evolution and the Bible. The Bible being words written on a piece of paper, and some kind of evolution.
Darwin's Origin of Species. The Origin of Species is.
Go and read Origin of Species. It's the worst document ever written. It's ridiculous. It's just claims, delusion, and drug abuse. I'm sure that's all they'll do.
Of course it is. Yeah, that's all it is. Yeah, I agree.
Okay, Pazza, have you heard of the 77th Brigade?
Oh, is this like? Do they work at the Tavistock Centre?
Well, they are still under government control, yeah, but
more
a
government
lot
control.
of people who come to Discord are under 77
Under
Great Orders.
What? I'm under orders to be on Discord.
Yes.
Okay. Brilliant. Thanks for letting me know.
No, because trolling is.
I'm not trolling. I'm discussing things with you guys.
Just go ahead, Jeremy. We got to get to something more productive. Go ahead, Jeremy.
Yeah, at one point in time, there was no DNA on Earth, right? And then, or anywhere in the universe, there's no DNA. Then there's DNA. Like, how do you reconcile that in your mind? Where that happened?
I don't necessarily assert there was no DNA in Earth or in the universe. I'm not saying that I'm not saying that seeding couldn't have occurred. I don't know what abiogenesis has got to reveal about the world, frankly.
Well, I'm saying at one point in time in your model with the Big Bang and all that. Well, I don't know if you believe that. I just assumed you did, but
Well,
you know,
the Big
everything
Bang,
was.
The evolutionary model, or the abiogenetic model, or the universal model.
Bro, at one point in time in your mind, was there no DNA in the universe, or was the DNA always there?
At one point in time, there was nothing in our material world that was constructed as we think it is now. Yes, if you talk about Big Bang theory.
All right, cool. So there was no DNA, and
No
then
God,
there's
nothing.
Yeah. So there was no. So there's this point in time where there's no DNA, and then a little bit later there's DNA. Like, how do you reconcile that?
2.5 weeks after that started, yeah, it was DNA, yeah, and vanilla ice cream about 7 months after that.
I don't know what you're saying. What?
Well, you said a little bit later. I mean, I don't know where you got that from. A little bit later. What does that mean?
What he's saying is
that means there's no DNA.
Yeah, and a little bit late, and a little bit later. What does a little bit later mean, Jeremy?
Jeremy, this is where he gives up. He doesn't have the answer here. He's getting super defensive. You got to change the subject.
What did he mean by a little bit later? I'm just trying to clarify what he means.
I can tell you. At one point in time, there's no DNA.
Yeah.
Then later, meaning not then, but later after that time, when there was none, there was some. Right?
That's right. Yes.
Okay, yes.
Right.
How do you reconcile the DNA springing up out of nowhere with no creator or anything?
What do you mean? How do I reconcile it? What do you mean? I can go.
How do you reconcile that happening without any divine intervention?
Why do I need a divine intervention to have something constructed?
I'm curious on how you think that could have. I'm curious on how you think that.
I think they're progressively more complicated. I'll go straight to the point. I think that progressively more complicated things can be constructed, yeah, without a deity. Is that what you're asking me?
How?
I'm asking you, how did we get DNA from no DNA? Like, how do you think that process could have possibly happened without without?
I don't have any personal investigation or experience in abiogenesis.
Yeah, no, it's like the plague with when you start talking about evolution. This shit's like the plague, This is where the fun stuff.
No, wait, Jeremy, I can go and find some literature that someone else adequately describes it to me, but that's no good. But is it any more good for me than the Bible, where they assert how it started? Aren't we doing the same thing? Going to a referential.
I'm not a Bible person. I'm not a Bible person. I know what DNA is.
Right.
I know what DNA is, though.
Good. Well done.
Go ahead.
So you don't have a mechanism.
Did you have something to say, or
about what? I can go.
I don't know. You interrupted me.
I
thought you had something to say. You interrupted.
I can go and look online at the latest scientific thinking about the constructs of life and its origin that led up to the propagation of DNA. I can go and find that if I want to.
You should look into that, because it's not possible without a creator to have DNA come.
There we go. So you do have a creator model there, and all your thinking is deistic. So you mention it poofs out of nothing.
If you can't tell us how DNA was created, if you can't tell us, Jeremy, how DNA was created, his evolution story just goes straight down the toilet.
Again, another assertion. It's not my story. Someone else's story.
It's their story. We know it's not your story. It's their
No,
story.
not
You
my
bought
story.
it. Hook, line, and sinker.
Well, no, you got a story. I've got a story. You didn't
The
make your story
difference
up. You
is,
didn't
Mike.
make your. No, you didn't make your story up. You didn't make your God up. Someone else did.
Yeah, the difference is my story makes sense.
Even if the Bible story is wrong, though, it's still, even if the Bible story is wrong, every similar creation story is correct compared to your non-DNA disclosure. How do you make DNA?
That's your opinion.
It's not an opinion.
It is an opinion because how do you refute where are you where's your refutation about the
Just use
scientific
your
proposition
logic. Just use your
there
logic
we
and
are. No, I'm
explain where did
not going
DNA
to
come
use
from.
I don't want to use your logic. Clearly, I don't want to
How
use
about
your
you use your logic and tell us how it happened?
Why would I want to sit here and explain my logic to you?
You can't do it, can you? So all of your belief is just
my logic would be, if I wanted to know about something, is to go and find a qualified an opinion about it as I can. And I won't find that on Discord. I'll find that in the scientific community. That's fact.
You have to admit that you need to go away and think about your life now, don't you?
No, not in the slightest, mate. You think you're breaking down my paradigm, you pompous idiot?
Yeah, I can feel you. I can feel you trembling. I can actually
No.
feel you trembling.
No,
Yeah.
you
Yeah,
don't.
let's not call names
almost
and
like
all
a
this
mental
scum
breakdown.
shit.
Jeremy, explain how this bloke is not breaking down my paradigm to him. Please save him the embarrassment.
Yeah, but your paradigm does fall apart when you introduce this DNA coming from nowhere.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't, Jeremy.
When you have
the scientific
let me
community
just
is not.
explain. I can explain why though. You
Go
won't
on
let
then.
me. But
Explain why. Explain why.
Well, just
The reason why your
try to
paradigm-
let him speak until he's completely done speaking, instead of clipping and cutting off. Just let him go until there's like 2 solid seconds of silence and then respond. It's that easy.
So the reason why it falls apart is because there's information in DNA, code. One thing has to know, they have to have an agreed upon code or they're not going to understand the information. In order to get that, you need intelligence. That doesn't come from nowhere. You don't have that. That doesn't just spring up. You need an intelligence for that to happen.
Righto. And in what sense do you think that all the people who don't agree with your assertion there have got it wrong? You consider that?
I mean, I think they're wrong. Yes, whoever doesn't agree with that, I think they're wrong. Yeah, I don't think you can get information without having intelligence because you need a code and you need two things to understand the code. You have to have intelligence for that. That doesn't just happen on accident.
And all right, so that's your opinion. Okay, that's fine. And thanks for sharing it with me. What value is that over other people's opinions?
That's not an opinion, man.
Okay.
You can't get information without an intelligent being. It's just not. It just doesn't work.
That's an assertion.
Can I say something? I guess I can. Can you hear me?
Okay, we can all hear you.
I think there might be a somewhat a happy medium when this topic is discussed that we could at least start with, which is that there's an essence of intelligence at the core of all things. Now, that doesn't mean an intelligent being necessarily that created it and I'm going to create this and it's going to do this and then it's going to end up doing this and then this is going to happen and this is going to happen and then there's all this foresight that goes into the idea of a creator. What about if there's an essence of intelligence that's at the core of everything, and whatever happens, even possibly species to species development in whatever way, that's not the evolutionary way, but some kind of an essence of intelligence for all things to be balanced and create, and it's within all things, and it's also conscious of all things. All things have this connection to that essence of intelligence that's not only within all things but also connecting all things, right? So
you mean
I
like
think
an
it's
intelligent rock?
Well, an essence of intelligence that would be at the heart of the rock. Not saying it's intelligent in that way, but it has an essence of intelligence wherever it came from, because it has, development. Rocks grow, by the way. Rocks actually do grow. So how do they grow without some essence of intelligence, right? Some kind of connection to the matrix, if you will, whatever it is, right? I'm not saying there's not a creator or not a being or God in that biblical sense, but I think if you take it out of that context, and we could all just agree that there's an essence of intelligence to all things, regardless of whether you think it's evolution or a creator, I think we all kind of have to agree that that exists. Because like when people were talking yesterday about like there's like this frog that you can lick, that actually cures you of the snake bite, right? Like it's almost like there's like this overall awareness that amongst all things where it needed to balance out. Like, okay, well, there's this snake that has this poison, and then there's also this other frog that counteracts that poison, right? Now,
Like
whether
an intelligent designer.
yeah, like you could see it as a god that actually does that in an outside point of view, or you could see it as an inside intelligence to all things that are aware of itself. I think it's when you get to the biblical outside, God looking down and being outside, completely separate from the creation, that there's a problem. And I'm not saying that's not the case. I'm just saying that it could be the case that God is within everything and God is everything, and that's why it works the way it does.
Yeah, and again, these are all just. When it comes to the origins of everything, all that we have as opinions. Whatever you believe, you have opinions, postulations, musings, and philosophical meanderings about, because no one's there, there's no record of it. There's no reliable record of it anyway. So it's everyone's opinions. Now, when you talk about evolution amongst scientists, evolutionary scientists, some of them are devout, very religious people. Some of them are atheists. A lot of them are atheists, actually. But there's a whole tranche of conflicting opinions about how things got going. What is the driving force? Is there a driving force? Is there a underlying mechanic? Is it even a fundamental level of the fabric of the nature of the world we live in, which we can't understand? What drives energy? What drives matter? What drives everything? All these things are up for grabs, and there's a whole there's a whole plethora of opinions. Yeah. Now I can make my own up. I can postulate my own thing, and I can read 1,000 of them, but none of them will get me closer to the reality necessarily.
I'm confused. Can I ask you a question that maybe clarify? Do you think something can be created without a creator?
Something can be can be created in, yes, at some level it can be, yes.
Okay, what creates it?
What creates the creator? It's the same. It's
No,
the same loop.
No. What creates the thing that you say is created without a creator?
I didn't say it was created without. I didn't say there wasn't a creating mechanism. It's not
okay.
A
Let's start over. Let's start
agent
over.
Of and everything.
Calm down.
Everything.
Calm down. It's all right. It's going to go easier this time. Really, the second time around is much easier. Do you think things can be created without a creator?
I think everything that's created has a creating agent.
What's a created agent to you?
That can
is
be
that
anything.
The creator?
No, that's
is that
not
the creator.
A creator is a personification of the creative mechanism. It's making the presumption that there is a thinking entity that is doing the creating. No good to me.
No, it's actually substance. Like pick whatever you want, a particle, cell, a fish. No, that's what I'm saying. I don't care. I'm asking you, do you get it? Can you understand, or do you just not want to answer?
Well, I'm not going to classify it as a creator, because that's bundled with a lot of religious nonsense.
Didn't ask you to. I asked you what you classify it as. My exact question was, for the third time, do you think something can be created, like an object, a particle, or your finger, or a chair, without a creator?
No.
So you do believe in a creator, so to speak, Like it's a created entity. Yeah, I get it. Your word, right? You can use your words. That's fine if it makes you feel better. But you just admitted that there's a creator to the creation, correct?
There is a creative mechanism behind every creation.
Which is a creator, correct? You just said it.
If you want to characterize it that way, that's fine.
No, I want you to say what you just said, which was
a creative
creator
mechanism.
But that has to be a creator.
I'll indulge you and call it a creator. Now what?
Okay, fine. So what did the creator start with?
Where did the creator start from?
What? I'll repeat it because you don't seem to either understand me. Are you hearing me okay?
I don't know.
Okay, let me ask it again because your answer implied that you did. Hang on.
I'm answering a question. I don't know.
Calm down. I'm not even sure of my question anymore. So let me ask it again. What did the creator create first? I'll say it that way.
I don't know.
Well, what would have had to be created first? I thought you had a theory. I thought you believed in something.
I believe in lots of things. What's this got to do? Well, you bring into question that I believe things?
No. Nice try to divert. I'm asking you in your belief system. Calm down. In your belief system, I don't care what it is. That's fine. Right? I actually like the topic. It's interesting how people believe in different things, and it's great because it would be a real boring place if we all believe the same thing, right? But in your belief system, which you seem to be very strong about because you're here talking about it, what was the first thing that your creator, the creative entity, created?
I got no idea because in the model that we have with the universe expanded out with singularity, I don't know what created the singularity.
Okay, well, let's just call it a singularity then. Where would that come from?
We don't know. I don't know.
It has to be a creator, right? Because everything is created.
There's a creative construct behind that, yes.
So it would have to have been created by a creative construct, as you put it, a creator.
As far as I can tell, yes, probably.
Okay, the creative construct that you so lovingly, adhere to.
I'm not lovingly adhering to anything, am I? I'm not saying what it is.
Well, you've said it 100 times every time I say creator.
Calm down.
I'm calm. Believe me, I'm getting to we'll be done soon. It's all right. You're okay.
Shouting at me.
No, I'm not shouting. You're wrong about that.
You're telling me what I think.
You're telling me to calm down when I've been as calm as anybody can be.
I don't know what created the singularity.
The creative entity that you say is your belief system. What created that? If it's a mechanism or you're calling it a mechanism or a system or whatever entity.
Yep.
What created that, sir?
It's a good question, isn't it?
Yeah, sure is for you. I think a creator did it. Listen to me for a second, because I'll give you my input. Now we're on me, right? Yeah. We've been through you. We've kind of got you to the point where you had to agree you don't know. And there has to be a creator that created the thing that you have faith in was a creative entity. Something had to create that. I think it's a creator. I call that creator my God. That's
and your creator's got no creator?
It's almost done, right? It's almost done. Yeah, I'll get to that. I'll get to that point.
Yeah.
I call it an entity just like YouTube, but I just name it a God because I give praise to that entity. Whatever it may be. I've never seen it. Right. That's my faith, right? Yeah, I know it's good for you. Thank you.
Okay, good. What created your God?
Yeah, that's a good question. Same thing that probably created the entity.
So we've both got a creator.
By definition, God is eternal.
Yeah, God is
the Alpha and the Omega, the beginning and the end.
Exactly.
For you.
Yeah.
You've now denied that you haven't got a creation mechanism behind your creating mechanism.
Our mechanism is
Charles
God.
Darwin's creator.
I don't know. I'm being honest. I don't know what created the Big Bang. You're being dishonest. You're saying there's a God and nothing created the God. You don't know that.
You're denying something that you don't know. I'm
No,
not.
listen. You believe that you have an eternal creator. You do not know that. You've got no evidence for that.
I never said I actually said I didn't know. Are you listening?
Okay,
But
so
to say
you don't know that your God is eternal, and you don't know that your God doesn't have a creator. You're just
well,
assuming that.
it's logical sound, and I even got
Well,
you to
good for
admit
you.
that it has to be a creator. Okay,
You
so
you
whatever it is, it's all right.
Look,
It's all right. Calm down.
you want
Whatever
you
that
want
is, calm down. Whatever it is, I'm gonna give glory to that. That's
for
all I'm
you.
doing. Yeah, good
For
for
you.
me.
Yeah.
Do you?
hey, Jazza.
Do you give glory to your entity?
No.
Thank you for that, Brian. That's awesome.
All of creation, the entity that created you and whatever loved ones you have, family, everything you worship or adhere to, your belongings, that entity, as you call it, had something to do with all of that creation, and you don't give glory to that.
No, because I don't have a religious faith in the creator.
Yeah,
That has
look,
nothing to do
Jazza.
with religion. You're
Of
just
course
stuck
it
on
does.
that. You must have been something
You're
must
giving
have happened
glory.
to you,
You're
right?
giving glory to it. What does glory to?
To the creator,
What does that mean? Giving glory to it? You pray to it? You give it thanks?
to all creation, to
No.
all
Oh,
creation,
to be
to
clear, I
reason
think that all creation is wonderful and
I'm even
magisterial.
here and breathing and talking.
Jazza, I got a question for you, really quickly. Have you, Jazza? Have you ever had a hepatitis injection, vaccine, or a hepatitis, or what is the other one called? Hepatitis B, or a flu injections?
Yes.
Okay, there you go. Because Bill
There you
Gates
go.
came out 20 years ago and said, we've worked a way to remove the God gene out of humans. And we're going to put it in the hepatitis vaccines.
When did he start putting it in the vaccines?
Well, he spoke about it around 15 years ago.
Okay, well my injections predate that. Where does that leave you?
Yeah. Well, there you go.
My
So,
injections predate what Bill Gates has said. Where does that leave us?
Well, I'll have to look up the file because
You will. Yeah,
they
the
give
file.
these vaccines to soldiers in the American
Are
military.
you gonna share the file with us? Or are you just talking again?
I'm just telling you, this is what's wrong with
No,
you.
no, I
Your
know.
God gene's being removed from your brain.
You know what? I think that's beside the point. Let's not go there with that.
No, come on.
Because
Carry on, blah. Carry on
yeah.
just telling us things, blah. That's great. That's really useful.
Yeah, let's just get back on track because, like, regardless, people have theorized about these things and felt one way or another about it before Bill Gates was even alive. But this is interesting because I don't. You said a creative mechanism, right, Pazza?
I don't know what it is. I couldn't tell you what it is.
Yeah, and that's honest. That's fine. I'm not saying you have to. But then you're saying that you're sure about the Big Bang.
No, I'm not sure about the Big Bang. This is
Okay,
I haven't studied the Big Bang. I'm just referring to what
it's a theory, right?
most of the
But
scientific community.
we can all agree because I came in earlier hoping that we could all at least agree that there's an essence of intelligence. Like it's an intelligent design. It doesn't necessarily imply like a God figure separate from us with a design in mind, but that everything has an intelligence to it.
No, I wouldn't say there's intelligent design behind it at all. No, I can think it will be propagated through coincidence.
Well, but whatever the coincidence is, it had to have an intelligence to become what it is of some sort at its core.
I understand how you feel. I'm fine. I don't have to imbue any intelligence in the
I'm not trying to
process.
invoke a God, though. I'm not even saying
No,
a
I'm not
creator in
saying
a
you
God
are.
way.
I'm not saying you are. I don't have to. I'm quite comfortable with the idea that it's accidental and motiveless and is not driven by any intelligence or any strategy or any long-term goal or any strategy or any objective. All of those things
Well, you can see the patterns, just like the flower of life pattern that we like the Fibonacci sequence. We see it in all of life. It's kind of like the God code, you'd say. Maybe you can see that, right?
I can see how mathematical constructs propagate through iterative processes in the real world because mathematics, like Fibonacci sequence, is serial and iterative in its nature. Yeah, I can see that
But it
definitely.
repeats itself, not randomly. It seems to repeat itself like almost uniformly.
Yeah, absolutely. Crystals form into shapes based on their molecular structure and how they accrete, how they propagate. I mean, that doesn't
Right.
mean to say that only may be a manifest of the way that those chemicals work, rather than actual outside process carving the facets of the sides of gems and things. That may just be a way that things just coagulate. I don't look at a cliff and think, well, it's vertical, but it's got lots of, like undulations and crevasses and cracks, and think there's an overriding design to cliffs. I think just cliffs are a propagation of erosion in a certain way on a particular type of rock surface. I don't have to think the
Right.
design of cliffs. You know what
Well,
I'm
it's
saying?
like an animal that develops a certain technique to protect itself or disguise itself from another animal, or it has a certain way of uh, magically doing a certain thing that makes it survive, right? Like
Yeah.
that right there. Are you saying that then randomly it tried everything just randomly, never actually
No,
being aware of any of its environment to make that
no,
eventually be the case?
I don't think that at all. I think that the idea that it's an individual, it's the idea, it's something experimenting doesn't come into play. I think that allele frequencies over time mean that behaviors, if you have a million animals across a strata of a continent, all slowly changing behaviorally, and some overarching environmental change takes place, and certain behaviors are advantaged, and by definition then you stand a slightly more better probabilistic chance of surviving, then you can't say that it's one individual making in any given animal in that intergenerational construct is actually making a decision or trying different things. It may just be that things just pan out that way.
Well, okay, that would be one way of looking at it, that it randomly pans out that way. But it seems almost like there has to be a connection to all things that is like this intelligence that's running through all things, or at least that would be like a little bit more um, understandable, that some of these miraculous ideas or miraculous events could happen in symbiosis so perfectly. You know what I'm saying?
Of course, and I'm genuinely swearing my life's children, not being patronising. I understand. I look at that as well, and I think to myself, okay, that is an appealing way of looking at things. I get it.
It doesn't invoke a god. It just is. There's like a universal. Like if I tried to convince you that a universal consciousness doesn't exist, if I said I know for sure that universal consciousness doesn't exist, it'd be pretty hard to convince you that that's the case, right? Even though you're not necessarily believing that. To be emphatic about it, it'd be hard to convince you that that's not the case, because you kind of have a sense that might be the case, don't you?
I have a sense that there might be something which is pushing things along, guiding things which I can't understand. Whether that is a consciousness or whether that's just a materialistic mechanism that we don't understand yet. But clearly, by and large, we can see that given enough time, things can actually manifestly change. So, and evolution from a perspective of the dynamic of intergenerational changes in the genetic code and in the DNA structure, and how that affects the animal's physiology, behavior, and its general ability to interact with its environment. That's all recorded. There's no question that can take place, whether it's forced by us or whether it just happens because of changes in an environment. That's pretty much taken as given. Clearly, when you start going back 10,000 years or 1,000,000 years or 20 million years, 100 million years, you haven't got, no one's got any referential experience. So they're building a model based upon what evidence they can extract from the artifacts that they have around them, and they could be wrong.
But don't you think the idea, you have to admit that the irreducible complexity is a pretty good argument, right?
It is an argument, but
I mean, not saying necessarily for creator, but an essence of intelligence to whatever that is, right? And also, you have to admit that we don't really have any example that would fit to that kind of just being a random occurrence. Like if you had a clock and you took all the pieces of a clock apart and put it in a jar, and shook it up for 1,000,000 years, it's never going to put itself back together. You realize that's just not ever going to happen, no matter how long you shake it. You don't really think that would happen, do you?
No, and if you took apart DNA into all its sequence parts and shook them around, you'd never get DNA back.
Right. So then that's intelligence and it's design. Regardless if it came from the outside creator or not, there's an intelligence to it that is complex in a way that can't be explained by random happenstance.
That comes back to abiogenesis, because DNA clearly, what we were both agreeing is that DNA is intrinsically in its mechanism has an ability to adapt and to change. Yeah, and they've already demonstrated that DNA can actually intergenerationally, whether it's deliberate or there's some underlying force we don't understand, actually propagate genome sequences which are more complex than our ancestors. Whether it's, like you say, whether that's just an accident or whatever. Some of them will manifest as something purposeful. Some of them will just peter out. Yeah, but the mechanism allows diversification of design. That is a given. Okay, so whether the question is, does diversification mean that you have changes which knock out important intrinsic functionalities, which means the individuals that inherit that trait don't survive, or do you have the possibility, and can you have a possibility of complexity changes in the system which are advantageous and possibly will propagate statistically over a large period of time? That's what science pretty much says is tenable. Okay, and it tries to come up with constructs for that. That in itself, the idea that DNA can do that, whether it's accidental or whether there's an underlying driving force, is the point when it becomes grey.
Right. So, but shouldn't there be some example of like randomness, like over and over again, eventually becoming a complex, intricate structure of some sort? I don't think we have any example of that happening.
No, that's true. We don't have we as an individual,
Wow.
We as a species don't have a of our own making a mechanism that represents that. But clearly, we don't have a manifest for the sun. We don't have a manifest for the heavens. We don't have a manifest for the vast majority of things around us. We have simplistic representations of things materialistically. All our machinery all of the technology we use are quite clumsy compared to the complexity of the reality around us in some respect, because they're either parodies or they're things that we learned to put together to interact and manipulate patterns of operation between them.
But without that example, don't you think it's a stretch to think that that's how everything got created, by random happenstance, without one example of any of that happening?
Well, this is abiogenesis, and abiogenesis is trying to postulate mechanisms where some of the simpler constructs of the DNA mechanism could have, either by chance or by some other mechanism, being put together in a constructive fashion. Now, I don't know enough about that, and arguably it's something that they may never have a firm idea about because it's too archaic.
Well, it's too archaic, but it's just chance. Why is chance something that's given precedence over some kind of intelligence?
Well, this is the thing. There are plenty of genetic biologists and evolutionary biologists, both religious and non-religious, who have in their field of science not actually done much work in abiogenetic research, and some of those people have opposing theories. Some of those people think of seeding from somewhere else. They postulate the idea of life coming from somewhere else. Some of them are quite happy to suggest that there is something almost ethereal or deistic about the creation of life. Some of them are religious, some of them aren't. But it's so far back and it's so grey an area of postulation that there isn't a firm answer in that respect.
No, I think to try to take a firm answer either way, and I think it might be a mistake on both sides to say that there was a beginning. I think I agree actually with Kosho for once that there's good chance that there was never a beginning, and we might just assume there was because we have a life that begins and ends.
Of course, and I don't think the singularity in itself presumes a beginning in a sense outside of our universe. It propagates the notion of a beginning of a space and time, but that only may be constructs in the reality in which we're in. Something may have in a system before pre-Big Bang, if that's got any meaning to us, may have manifested itself as the singularity that became the Big Bang, and I'm not ruling that out either. But I'm not ruling out that God flicked his fingers and the Big Bang came. I can't rule out entirely the notion that God created everything 20 minutes ago, and my memories and everything in my head is just a deliberate manifest to create the illusion I've been around for 54 years. All I've got to go on is what seems more tenable to me, my own determination.
Right. And that's why you're more enjoyable to talk to than someone that's trying to postulate that they know for sure the Big Bang happened, or, some of these scientific, seemingly pseudoscientific ideas are, matter of fact.
Well, this is just the fringe, isn't it? This is the outside edge where anybody making lustrous assertions is being idiotic. I don't come here to call people idiots. I will get angry with people who say things that they can't back up. Like earlier on, when we talk about statistics about who's gay and who's not. Bring it on. Bring me the facts. Let's have a look at them. If you're just going to stand there and tell me that a third of the people in the UK are gay, I want to get angry about that.
Well, have you heard about?
Both sides
Have you
do
heard
that, though.
about?
Statistics can be created and devised to make beliefs. So we can't really show any kind of statistic that necessarily says anything emphatically. Yeah, go ahead, Jeremy.
I don't want anybody to think that. I look at the world around me and life and the world in which I live, and it's awe-inspiring. It's majestic. It's almost everyone's got a spiritual connection with it. They don't necessarily label it as everybody else does, but everyone has a relationship with the world which we live, and it is breathtaking.
Jeremy,
My position may be entirely because I'm third generation atheist. I don't have any attachment to any spiritualism through religiosity.
Well, but don't you think that atheism is a belief of its own?
No, because
it's a belief there is no God.
I know what you're saying. There's a level in which when I say I don't believe a God, I'm saying I believe there isn't a God. But it's nuanced because actually, if someone could convince me tomorrow there's a God, or something could convince me, and then I believe in a God. I'm not saying mechanically I'm unable to believe in a God.
Well, then you'd be more agnostic. You'd be more agnostic than atheist.
But most atheists are agnostic. I'm not an anti-theist. I'm not saying.
Can I ask you if you have children?
Yeah, cool. I got some children. I got two children. One is atheist and one is a Christian.
Oh, nice. There you go.
And my son, who was a Christian, when he was 7, came to me, and I didn't say to my children, the thing that a lot of people think about when you raise atheist kids. I didn't mention religion or atheism or anything to my children, and my oldest just didn't have it in his life, and my youngest came to me at 7 and said, do you believe in God? And I sat down with him and I said, well, look, this is I don't take what I say. Everyone's got their own way of working this out, and I got him some books, and he then subsequently said, so I want to go to church. So for 3.5 years, I took him to the local church every Sunday because he wanted to go. And on the first day, I explained to the Reverend what was going on. I said, look, this is where I am. This is where my son is. I want to experience, what's going on here, and he wants to experience it. And the vicar said to me, yeah, fine, come along. We come, and I was part of that community until he was old enough to go on his own. And I still am friends with them all. I still go and do their bits and pieces, still do charity bits and pieces with them. Not all atheists are aggressive anti-theists.
I think you should stop calling yourself an atheist, though, because it does imply that you believe there is no God rather than you don't know if there's a God.
It really, I know what you're saying. It really becomes
agnostic.
That's agnostic. If you don't know,
the trouble is, the labels are vague, and there's lots of sub. You know, I mean, a lot of people say I'm an atheist. I definitely know there's no God, but that's not an atheist. That's an anti-theist, because you're being Gnostic. You're making an absolute knowledge. You're inferring a knowledge that there is no God, and that's not agnostic. That's a Gnostic position. Yeah, and I don't have that. Definitely don't have
How
that.
can you have knowledge of something that's false?
Well, you can have knowledge that something's not there. I can know without looking in a box that there's not a cat in it. That I can have. Yeah, just because I haven't experienced, I haven't categorically tested something, I can still have knowledge of it by literally shaking the box and hearing nothing inside it. Do you know what I mean? Or I can make inferences from deduction that something isn't there. That's not a problem.
But that is a spiritual, not a physical, right?
Of course, but spiritual knowledge is faith. It's not actually knowledge in the sense that they use it in an empirical mechanism. You can't empirically know there's no God.
But you said that you think there's an intelligent mechanism to everything, right?
There could be. I'm not saying
It
there
seems
is.
like there is. It seems like there is, though, right?
Yeah, but how things seem and how they are quite often, we will know that. We will know there's a bit of a gap there.
Yeah, but it's like shaking the box, you know? I mean, if you shook the box and you heard a cat meow, it seems like there's a cat in there, right?
Yeah, but
you don't know for sure, but it seems like there's one in there.
Well, there's a level of intuition that says that there ought to be, or there could be, or there should be. Yeah. But from my personal experiences, my intuition is not much good. I don't rely on my intuition for very much at all of any real worth.
Well, that's what drove you all your life, though, to make all your decisions. That's why you're
Sorry?
alive today. You're alive today because of your intuition.
But Pazza, don't you think that maybe it's the biblical context that people reject, and then they think that then therefore they're rejecting all ideas about an intelligence or an intelligence to the creation, whether it's a creator or just an intelligence at the essence of everything? Don't you think that might be a trip for people? Like they reject the Bible or the indoctrination that the Bible has been used to manipulate people with, and then therefore they think they're atheists, but they're not necessarily atheists because they recognize there's a cat in the box from shaking it. Must be some intelligence to everything.
I definitely do think that people vehemently reject the Bible. I've read lots of the Bible. I quite like the Bible.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's
how it's used, right?
To me, it's parable, and I don't underestimate what the Bible did for humanity. You know, it was our first. If you look at it from a non-religious perspective, it was our first ruddy good stab at law, social constructs, morality. You know, there's a whole other thing.
History as well.
Yeah, it was purposeful archaically. It was very purposeful.
It's an integral piece of literature, history, law, yeah, all of that. It's one of the most fundamental things of human wisdom.
Yeah, absolutely. It has value. Clearly, it has value to a lot of people today. I'm not denigrating. I wouldn't. If anybody was in my street saying ban all Christians, I'd be protesting with the Christians against that position. I don't think people's religion is their own business.
So you're not trying to attack people that have religion.
No, my son's religious.
Being an atheist.
My son's religious.
How old is he now?
He's 17.
Do you talk to your son about this subject in particular, or is it more of a?
We've had lots of discussions about it in the past. It's not a contentious thing for him. He gets somewhere with his brother who's not religious. But then again, I think what he has been, he doesn't go into these conversations. You know, he understands that there's a part of his religion that if you want to interpret it, suggests that if he's not doing his absolute best to convince those around him, or to convert, or to preach to those around him that he's failing his religion, he understands that that's part of it. But then he also understands there's a lot of his religion, still confuses him, because a lot of people
have a relationship with their religion that changes, and I understand that. I'm not, you know, he's happy with his religion. I'm happy that he's religious. His girlfriend's religious as well, and if the family that the girlfriend's family, they're quite religious, and they're quite. I get on with them like a house on fire. They know exactly my position. Quite dandy. If they want to if my grandchildren get christened and enter into the religious part of the family and aren't, you know, don't want to get involved in what I believe in, that's their business. I'm not set on this world to try and force other people to think things. We're all here to try to defend our positions, or at least discuss our positions. And that's a purposeful thing to do, because it helps you consolidate your position. It sometimes makes you doubt what you think. Sometimes makes you think, oh, hang on a minute, that's a good point. I think the conversations that are had on a lot of these discords around, you know, nature of the world, how it formed, the shape of the world, the nature of the creator, all these sort of things, they're too clumsy, and then people get too aggressive with each other. But that's just human nature, isn't it? In the end of the day. Anyway, guys, I've got to go. Late where I am.
One more question before you go. Have you read any of the Michael Brenner comps that I've sent you in your DMs? Remember last time we talked, you said you would?
Oh yeah, I was looking through some of that stuff. Yeah, I've had a look at it.
Find it interesting at all? He's not religious, by the way.
No, I think I'm inclined to think that there's a lot of biases there I don't agree with. But,
You think he's biased? Okay. Well, yeah. Message me if you want. DM me about some of your
I will do.
Complaints with his logic, because I think he's scientifically minded, and that's interesting because, you know, I often hear a flat Earth argument coming from the mathematical background that he has.
No, I get that. I get that. Yeah. I think there's a lot of motives behind what people think about, and quite often a lot of them are just reinforcements of they've historically been taught or raised to believe, you know, whether that's religiosity or just the general culture in which they live. So, you know, I'll when I've finished going through it, I'll DM you back.
Yeah, I suspect that you kind of can see like where we're coming from, because this conversation has gone on a long time. You've been involved in it, and the possibility is very, very real that we're right, and that they might have known it was flat the whole time, or that it wasn't a spinning ball, and you can objectively at least take yourself to that position of realizing, oh, well, they might have created it for these reasons, and maybe hiding whatever God is or whatever else the reasons are, right?
It is not. I will be as bold as say it is not impossible. From my perspective, I just think it's so extremely untenable that it doesn't make any sense to me. So
maybe not yet completely, but at least you're there and realizing that it's possible.
well, I'm a very virulent vehement protagonist for science and the shape of the Earth.
But
very
can't you
viral,
see
yeah.
that from our position, this is kind of about protecting science from pseudoscience, if we're right? Wouldn't this be important to do? Because if pseudoscience is posing as real science, that's a problem for everyone.
Well, maybe so. Maybe so.
All right. Cheers.
I'll speak to you guys later, yeah?
Yep. Take care, man. Good to talk with you. Have a good one.
It's always good to talk to people on here.
You too.
Take it easy.
That one's pretty good for a chat with a baller, if I do say so myself.
Yeah, he's one of the better ones to talk to when you get him on a non-defensive area. Yeah, that's the thing that I think irks a lot of us is like the assumption that we're anti-science, because it's about protecting science from pseudoscience, really, and they should be on our side, in a lot of ways, regardless of what they think about the shape of the Earth. I mean, we should be calling out the pseudoscience, and and there's a lot of things like with the actual theories that they put out, like, and they're careful to call them theories. It seems like a lot of times theory of gravity or theory of the Big Bang, and they kind of put it at arm's length, knowing that there's no, you know, 100% proof of any of a lot of it, right? I was thinking this a little bit ago, like maybe one ball or somebody else would want to, contemplate what might happen if this, ends up shattering the Overton window, and it becomes kind of commonplace to realize that we're not moving, we're not spinning, right? Because we're not, right? So if most people start to think that, then if we get to that point, what's the breakdown then that goes from there? Are people going to start suing their universities for the education that they were mistaught with, and some of these things
There's
that
no way. There's no way because universities teach fucking information all the time. Not even on just the globe, just on all kinds of subjects. So there's no way that they're
Mhm.
gonna get fucking sued. I mean,
Well, that's what I mean. Like some of that, like stuff about astronomy and, some of these things that might be like, proposed as theory. They almost have to, like, maybe they'll have to start putting some of these caveats into the curriculum a little more so in preparation for this kind of like paradigm shift. That's all I'm saying.
I think that they're it's definitely a controlled release, FE, for sure. But I'm not gonna get into why I think that.
Yeah. Well, outer ponders, right? Outer ponders, high up invasion.
Yeah, I'm not too sure about that. I mean, I do on like the blue beam and whatever, all that. At the same time, yeah, just not too sure. They're doing something with the alien thing, but I'm not sure if it's gonna be like. I think the whole COVID thing was closer to our next alien experience than what we think it's gonna be like. I don't know.
Or they're never gonna say they're out of ponders. They would have to admit they'd have to backtrack so many things. Like I don't know.
Yeah, I've heard of this like whole conspiracy of like some Hitler went to Antarctica and stuff, and it's a flat plane or whatever, and he went out there, and they went and they had like their whole own society where they just worked on like super advanced technology away from us or some shit. And when they come back, like they're gonna say that they're the invading aliens or some shit. But, I don't know. I hear a lot of weird shit on BitChute. But I think FE is a controlled release. To be honest, I don't think NASA. I don't think anyone really mainstream, but I think as like the mainstream collapses, like this next wave of what is going to be like the new mainstream in the future, which includes FE, but it also includes a bunch of other garbage, is gonna come in and use FE as like a Trojan horse almost to basically gain our trust. So yeah, I think it's already working. A lot of people like a lot of people already trust certain people just because they say FE.
Yeah, the big truth to sell more lies. Hey, left lane, you're hot micing left lane.
New perspective, isn't that what you would do if you were a chronic fucking liar? Like, imagine you created like the biggest lie of all time and got everyone to believe it, and now like, you know what's gonna get out because like you know what's gonna get out. So instead, what you do is you're the one who presents it and brings it out into the light.
Yeah,
And then you add
exactly.
more lies and bullshit.
They have to get ahead of it.
Like,
Yep.
it's literally like a liar frantically running like.
Yep.
The amount of lies, it's crazy. But yeah,
It's like it's just like 9/11, a controlled demolition, right? It's a controlled demolition of the paradigm.
something spooky happened. I don't really.
Well, with the outer ponders, they have the excuse. They could say it was the outer ponders controlling the the people that were proposing this, or they could say that they could have some kind of invasion with directed energy weapons and say, see, we were protecting you from them. Now look, right? Look what they did. This is who we had to be protected from, or who we made a deal with. They have all the excuses in the world then if they use the ancient ancestor card.
You know what though? I think they definitely are gonna pull their Chinese and Russian cards out before they have an alien type ordeal, because they've just been fucking pounding the war drum with the whole Chinese Taiwan. Like they've just been like fucking constantly hinting at it, like constantly, dude, for years now. Like, oh, better watch out! Like China's getting powerful. Oh, might go to war one day. They might get too big for their bridges. Like, just constantly for years, dude. Like on like fucking official places like MSNBC and shit. You know what I mean? Like, so I feel like they're gonna pull the Chinese card, and then maybe like the war is so bad, and then in the middle of the war, like the aliens come in and like, yeah, we have to stop you from self-destructing yourself or something like that.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
that's a possibility.
And then the
Yeah.
normies, and then the normies are like, yo, like you saved us from ourselves. And they're like, yeah, like your human nature is bad, so we made a microchip for your brain to make you guys good again.
There you go. That would work.
And it's like all the world wars are solved. No more China. No more bad guy Russia. No more whatever. New religion, automatic, straight out the book. Galacticos religion or whatever with Space Pope, and then fuck new government easily because whoever sided with the aliens is the fucking person in charge. There you go.
Yeah, they've been telling us this. I mean, Reagan did the outside threat from an alien threat of some sort from outside our world, or extraterrestrials, would unite the world, and then Bush came in with the New World Order.
Yeah, it goes back to JFK's White Mountain paper.
I never heard of that.
Yeah,
What's
you'll
that?
never find it now.
Has it been scrubbed? Or are you just making that up? White Mountain paper. That was a pretty good troll if you're just making it up. That's funny.
No, I can't even find record of it anymore.
Oh, interesting. What
Like
was
on
the
a search-
context of it from your recollection?
Hmm?
What was the context of
it? We must ensure warfare occurs to reduce populations.
Oh, it's Iron Mountain. It's Iron Mountain. I've got it for you. I actually was passing that around just recently.
Okay, well, I'm sorry. Yeah. I kept getting hits. So Iron Mountain is a paper company.
Yep, the Iron Mountain is the paper. I'll post the link for it right now.
The Iron Mountain?
Yep.
Cool. That's under the Kennedy administration, I think. But yeah, I would say that like
I think
really
they had the 70s came in.
Okay.
70s with all the cocaine, they renamed it White Mountain.
Sorry,
dude, that's such a good fucking prophetic name, Iron Mountain, because Rome is iron, and all Rome does is divide and conquer everyone, and it's literally a mountain of iron, grinding everything up into nothing, and just dividing and conquering us in war. And then the document is literally about how we need perpetual war.
Yeah,
as if we've not been under perpetual war for like 2,500 years.
Right. Well, we need that, or we need a concerted mutual threat, like global environmental change or extraterrestrial visitation, in order to come together as one world. And that's what the paper says, in a nutshell. And I'm sorry I got the name wrong.
Yeah, it's going in your file.
But like, that's only two though, Jeremy. That's not bad. The other, well, then there's probably other things you didn't tell me about. But no, it's like I searched for Iron Mountain enough to know where I was like, oh, I keep hitting this paper company. That's not what it is. And I was like, I don't know, shit.
I'm gonna tell you right now that paper company's nothing compared to Dunder Mifflin. So.
Wah, wah.
So
Can't win them all.
Did they go with just environmental changes, or are they going to follow up with UFOs?
Like I said, bro, you need to wait for a war with China first before you see any UFOs.
That's true.
But there are UFOs that you can see in real life. Or maybe everyone's just lying. Everyone that's seen a UFO is a liar. Up to you to decide.
But that's like a think tank that came up with that anyway, right? They don't have to be correct. There could be other methods, for everything to be good. It's like maybe they did some adjustment after, I don't know, after Kennedy's administration. Maybe like, hey, let's do that again, but something that makes sense, guys. Come on. Let's get Bill Gates on this one. He's good. He knows things, But anyway,
Apparently, Bill Gates is going to be injecting all of the livestock because to get that JB around.
yeah,
Is that happening?
Microsoft stocks are going up, so they're gonna definitely be going through the roof.
Does anybody know that they actually are injecting the livestock because of hesitancy?
Yep, and they inject children too.
We know that's happening, but the people who are smart, they're trying to get them to the livestock. Am I right? Is that the plan? Is that happening already?
Xbox livestock.
Well, you can always just get your meat not from a shitty fucking farm.
There's a bill that requires farmers to pop their livestock with what they say. So their own protection. I heard that.
It's just constant meddling in our lives, eh? Like, how the fuck do you stand there and you say, "Oh, I'm a home of the free," like, and nobody is free. Everything is extremely regulated, down to the most minute fucking garbage detail for no fucking reason, other than to give us a headache. This ain't no fucking free land.
So left lane, you still there? I thought some of the things I posted would convince you of one thing changing into another in your fantasy model that you believe in. Was I successful? Because it does look to me like one thing is changing into another thing and all those things that I posted.
Look, if you get enough monkeys and enough typewriters, eventually they would type out the Iliad. It's just a matter of math and quadrillion years.
Absolutely, yeah. Paint the Mona Lisa.
That too, yeah. There'll be a quadrillion mess ups of the Mona Lisa, but that one will be perfect. That one in what? Quadrillion?
One in quadrillion, yeah. See how it shows clearly there? One thing changing into another left lane? I know, you must be tuckered out. Especially with overwhelming evidence such as that. I mean, I wouldn't be able to debate that.
It blew the O-rings out on the Overton window.
Don't get us started with that. Because Blue's going to have to come in. Well, left lane too gets triggered with the O-rings. Yeah, big time.
Well, apparently we came from elephants. I saw your evolution diagram. Is that right? Is that new science?
Good one, huh? Yeah.
Yeah, it goes dinosaur, elephant, human ancestor, human. Yeah. Okay.
Look, if the ballers want to be elephants or monkeys, let them be. We can't help them.
Oh yeah, more power to them. Yeah.
Yeah. Like, it's a personality trait, isn't it? And they're taking their personalities as scientific fact. So there's nothing you can do for that. It's a psychological issue.
Well, I was telling left lane, I mean, you can believe it all you want, right? As long as you don't try to convince me of it, I'm good.
Yeah, we need to get off evolution. This is just dragging us down. Because obviously the balls collapsed, so they're moving on to evolution.
What about dragons and evolution, though? You said things are dragging us down.
You want to be a dragon, do you, Snacks?
I don't know. Maybe. Although I did just find a picture of a white giraffe. Is that like a black swan? I don't know.
Well, if it came from elephants, then probably we would want to protect the elephants and that our ancestors, and we wouldn't kill them or hunt them because they're like humans. Does that make sense? And before elephants, we were dinosaurs and squids, and then plants, and then organisms.
Well, actually, that is a good argument because you know how you have protected animals, like bald eagles and all this other stuff. So if you kill these animals deliberately, you'll be arrested for a felony. Yeah, is that what you call it? So you go to prison. So that's the same as manslaughter or murder. So yeah, these animals do have higher protections than us.
You can kill a baby, but you can't kill an eagle. You can kill an unborn baby, but you can't kill an eagle.
Exactly. So in Australia, all these native animals are protected, right? Like emus, kangaroos, and lizards, snakes, and shit. So yeah, if you get caught killing or shooting these animals, you go to prison. There's a woman who got arrested somewhere. She was like killing birds, put him in a freezer, and she went to prison. But like, it's ridiculous.
What does this lady do? Puts who in the freezer?
What's that?
You said this lady put somebody in the freezer. Who did she put in the freezer?
No. There's a woman in Australia. She killed some native birds, and I'm not sure the full story. She told someone, or someone found out about it, and she was storing these birds in a freezer, like a big chest of freezer, right? So the police showed up and arrested her for whatever, murdering animals or some shit. And they put her in prison.
Yeah, she had the evidence, right?
Well, I think her argument was the animals, these birds of prey, were attacking her lambs. She was a farmer, right? Sheep farmer.
But she made the mistake of collecting them.
Yeah, she should have removed the evidence. I don't know what. Maybe she was trying to sell them, or to a taxidermist or some shit. Maybe that's what she was trying to do. I'm not really sure what the full story was. But it's ridiculous, and it's like all over the papers because that's all part of the woke environmentalism, and nature has dominion over man now, not the other way around. The anti-human agenda.
Well, it's like a serial killer collecting the bodies or having evidence, like Dexter has slides of blood for each victim.
Someone else talking, or was it just me and you?
I don't know. Anybody else there?
No, it's just you guys.
Yeah, because I was not sure if I had someone muted or not.
I heard you can eat kangaroos, so I don't think they're protected everywhere.
What's that?
You can eat kangaroo meat in Australia.
Well, if you're a pastoralist or a large scale farmer, you can get a permit because the animals will just eat your crop. The kangaroos, man. So they get a permit and you can shoot them out or reduce the herd size or whatever.
Do they taste good or are they bad?
Well, it's not really mainstream, but people can farm them and you can get it, but it's just not on the menu.
Was it like
anywhere.
venison or something?
I don't know. I think you can buy it in the United States. You guys can
Oh.
go to look it up. Maybe you could buy
Yes,
it.
I guess some
I would
kangaroo
personally.
nuggets.
What's
I'll
that?
hop on down to the store and do it right now.
I could actually. There's a butcher downtown who sells it, but I'm not going to do it because I'll just be repulsed. It'd be like eating like a fucking lizard or some shit or a snake. I'm like, ugh, I'm not eating that.
Just ketchup or buffalo sauce.
Some ranch.
I don't know. Maybe fits your style.
Kangaroo's kind of pretty gamey. It's got kind of a thick flavor. It's really easy to overcook it as well.
It's like got no
Yeah.
fat to it, right?
Yeah, that's right. Because there's no fat in it. It cooks really. Can cook
Right.
really
What's those like
shittily.
bodybuilding type kangaroos with the fucking jacked up arms?
Yeah, you seen them? That's happened to me. I was walking through the forest one time, and there was 3 kangaroos asleep in front of me, and I knew he walked over the top of them. Right, there was 2 females, the does they call them. They ran off, but the male he stands up on his tail and he wants to kick you if he's backed into a corner. So I just stood there. I didn't move. He didn't move because he didn't try to grapple me. They tried to grab you around the head.
Nobody puts
And then he just
Blatek
ran
in a
off.
corner. Yeah.
Yeah, it's very. I wonder. I think kangaroos know the Earth's flat, which is kind of good.
Yeah, they jump to conclusions.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, kangaroos know what's up.
They know what's down under too. I'm too good with this. I stop.
I mean, have you seen a
you're on a
kangaroo
roll,
go
dude.
over a curve?
You've
Yeah,
pulled
so
like
I,
five one-liners out in a go.
so
You're
I
on a
took
roll.
some dad joke steroids earlier.
Yeah, dad jokes.
I mean, when's the last time you seen a kangaroo play with balls?
They're horn dogs, mate. They just go around chasing women all day. And what they do, they live in the forest, right? They form big herds. Or small herds, depending how many's around. And in the daytime, they just sleep all day. And they'll find a shady spot. And they get like fleas and bugs and mites and shit. So they're always scratching and itching. Constantly. So you can always know that where a kangaroo's around, because where he sleeps, it's all disturbed. Like it's all dusty, because the animal's moving back and forth all day when he's trying to sleep. And then he gets up in the evening and starts eating. And he'll eat all night. And you can spot them really easy. If you shine a torch into the forest or to the paddock or to the field, you can see his eyes glowing. But and they smell too. Like kangaroos stink. They're fucking disgusting. But also, like, they're really hardy, tough animals. They've got like really thick skin, especially on the belly and the legs. And they've got like thick muscle in that area. So they can run into fences and when they're jumping and they can just get up and keep running without injury. But they are like Are you bringing up GPSs? I've been trying to tell people for years they've been deceived on how GPS works. People keep saying, "Oh, it's satellites." I said, "No, it's not satellites."
I don't know how I got caught up on all these. I'm looking at pigment mutations, and they have crazy
In
names.
human skin.
Not well. It can happen in human skin. I think in humans it's called vitiligo or albinism.
Yeah, I get that. Sometimes I get like a white spot. It's like as if because I got white skin, right? So I think it's not too much.
Well, it's just dead skin. No, like it's melanated skin pigmentation differences within patches.
Okay.
But it's what produces. I don't know. It's just this general thing, but it occurs different species. Like there's crocodiles that are white, peacocks that are all white, birds that are all white. Yeah, they're differentiated from albinos because they don't have pink eyes. You just can't trust nobody with pink eyes. You shouldn't.
There was a kid in school who had that pink eye stuff, pink eye condition.
No, I mean like literally, not conjunctivitis, but like that they have no melanin in their iris, maybe, probably.
Oh
Iris.
no, there was a kid who actually had a pink eyes. I'm gonna look it up now.
But like white giraffes look fucking pretty. I don't know. You just don't see much.
And there was also this girl who had two different color eyes in school, green and blue.
Yeah. Anyway, so there's that, and there's something called like xanthism, which is a mutation that interferes with an animal's ability to produce yellow pigment. The mutation affects the amount of xanthophores and carotenoid vesicles. Yeah, because we all have those, maybe. Something causes them to be completely absent. Erythrophores, and I'm not going to keep reading this. This is like how Jay speaks naturally. I can't do it. Name something a erythrophore, though. Come on. It's like, what's wrong with these scientists? You know what I mean? They get in love with this Latin stuff. You know what I mean? I think they're making some magic words.
Yeah, it's just a lot of us just descended into complete dishonesty.
Anyway, apparently, yeah, some kind of animals will have something that makes them appear to be blue, but they're not. Green coloration in animals caused by it creates like iridescence, so it changes the color of what it normally would look like. Well, that's interesting. But anyway, mutations, right? Gotta love those things. Halfway decent Beck album.
When you have a big dick, is that a mutation?
I don't know. I don't think it would be. Is it like a roll 20 sided die thing we're all doing before we choose to be here and incarnated?
And if you roll a 1, then what happens?
I don't know. You can roll a 1. You'd be like Sean G or whatever. But other people, like, maybe they rolled a 20.
Brad Pitt.
Do you think Brad Pitt rolled a 20? Do you?
Probably.
Well, why do you think that?
Well, physically, right? He has what women want, right?
I mean, is this supposed to be determined by heredity, some sort of way?
Well, you introduced the D20, so.
Well, I'm just saying. What
It is heredity, but it can come not just from the parents, but the whole family gene. There's not just the parents, but in the parents, there's all kinds of genes you don't even see. For example, like I look at my daughters and I see similarities of in-laws and cousins.
Yeah. Is it possible just if you have the last name Johnson? Maybe it's just in the blood.
If you're tall, you can generally see tall people in your family. If you're short, same thing. Not just appearance.
Yeah, is it related to height or hand size?
Hand size, foot size, eyes.
Eyes relate to your. I think this is more than I need to know about this, possibly. Wait, no, actually, no, it probably is too much. Well, I don't know, like biophysio markers for that kind of thing. It seems like creators working overtime. I don't know. It's putting in overtime hours here. You think there'd be war if everybody had like universally length penis? Probably,
What?
right? Like no war would ever happen.
Well, wars are manipulated and contrived by minorities. Well, when I say minorities, people we don't associate with.
All right.
So
that's just as good as answer as any. Go on.
So, for example, like leading up to the so-called World War II, there was people working behind the scenes trying to manipulate events and rouse up public support and opinion to start a war in Europe. So, history books will tell you that this happened on this date, and then this happened, and this happened. When it was nothing like that. It was a 20-year cycle for them to rouse up enough public opinion and support for them to start a war in Europe. And they sent the people.
I mean, if tomorrow Bill Gates is like, "Hey, I just genetically engineered these chromatophores, and you can put them in your cells, and just like you could blend in optically like you were a squid," would you get that upgrade?
If Bill Gates came within 50 yards of me, you'd see it. You'd have a news cycle.
With the ability to make you into a half octopus man.
Yeah, no, that guy's full of shit.
I'm just saying, like, there's all types of cells that it seems like we don't just like have going on, but it seems like they could be. I don't know why we have the cells that we do, and not like, I don't know, weird like whiskers that feel like 3 or 4 feet out in front of you. Like, I don't know, whatever. There's like all kinds of weird vestigial, archaic cells and stuff like that. Different animals have. I'm just going wild. I'm going off road here, Blatek. I don't know.
I get it. Like, I'm not reading into this deeper genetic stuff because, they're just way out there, and they're just manipulating governments to, reduce humanity and push the anti-human agenda, and to force all this research, which they really can't solve anything for. How these people are so delusional, they think they can put genetic codes in numbers and punch them into AI, and that can produce them medications.
You're on a kind of a narrative here, man. I was talking about making you into an octopus guy, but
I don't want to be an octopus.
I'm just saying. I'm just trying to, say like, like there's organisms, and they can have all kinds of cells going on with them, right? like some of them work, like, but I don't think you can put chlorophyll in people. I don't think that's working. But with other animals, like they've just trying to say, man, it's like a basic template. Life is a basic template, and specialized cells might populate any critter. Poison glands. We don't have poison glands. Wouldn't you like to have fucking venom, dude? Wouldn't it be dope? You know.
But what are you going to use it for?
I don't know.
You want to go around poisoning people in the supermarket?
Go. I don't know. Go chase down Bill Gates and bark at him like a dog, and then when you catch him, like, no thanks to you. I don't know.
There's a rumor that he is already a non-human anyway, so he'd be harder to kill.
Oh, if I was him, I'd be running away from being human. Yeah. Try to get other people into it too.
You want to be non-human? You're saying?
If I was Bill Gates, that's where I'd be going.
But why?
It's not my lot in life.
Why do you want to be?
Because if I was Bill Gates, I'd have a whole different set of priorities. You know.
But do you think he's actually taking his own meds and his own advice?
No, he's wearing Coogie sweaters. This is fucked up. There's something wrong with him. Whatever.
He's full of shit. Exactly. He's just full of it.
He's wearing Bill Cosby sweaters. There's no goodness happening there. I don't know, man. He's got a weird haircut. Could someone of his wealth afford a more like stylish coif? Possibly. I don't know.
Yeah.
It seems like it doesn't even. I don't know, man.
The thing is, like, all those, because he was Epstein person, right? He was part of that cult. He was sucked into that cult. So
go ahead and tell me. You could just go ahead and tell me it's the devil incarnate. I don't know. Whatever. What am I supposed to do? Disagree? Go ahead. Continue.
Yeah. So he's realized his mortality, right? And now he's thinking, wow, I can kill everybody in the whole world as well. So this is how these people think. They, like, some old guys, rich old guys, they take wives like in their 20s and shit, marry these mega young women because they know they're gonna fucking die. They don't care anymore. Bill Gates is not doing that. He's decided to kill everyone, and he buys protection from governments and law enforcement, so he can't be arrested or harassed or investigated. It's ridiculous. It's embarrassing that people are so naive to these evil people. But anyway, Tucker Carlson made a speech today, and he points a lot of things out.
I'm glad you've been following this Tucker Carlson story. Let's get an update.
But he points out how ridiculous and nonsensical governments and media are. Meaning they're pushing all rubbish on us, but they're not telling us the truth. Regarding the corporate takeover of the world, the mass corruption, illnesses, wars. They'll just feed you shit about climate change and how bad this woman next door is in car accidents. Like totally nonsensical stuff that's not even relevant. It's sad.
I like that at the end of this article I read that Fox News thanked him for his service.
What does that even mean?
Sounds like something you do when somebody leaves like a armed forces fucking
exactly
like fucking backed DOD fucking.
So, because these corporations and pharmaceutical companies control the U.S. media. So obviously, if you're speaking out against a corporate narrative, or being an independent journalist within a corporate structure, you're not going to fit in, are you? So Tucker doesn't fit in here anymore. so you got to be out.
Yeah, he was talking shit under my pillow guy.
He was what?
No, I'm just joking. You know how like Fox News seemed to be just like basically floated by Mike Lindell's commercial ads for my pillow.
Oh yeah, he did too. He sold billions of those pillows at Mike Lindell.
I know, but like if you watch Fox News, it's like yeah, war and racism and riots and now my pillow guy. I'm gonna talk for you just for a minute.
Yeah, I get it. My pillow guy.
I decided not to Photoshop. Like he's just hugging the pillow. It's just like this big long bobby pillow. It's just it comes, it comes with the advertisement. And, I mean, you could Photoshop him hugging a variety of different things. It would be humorous, I'm sure. Probably some of them immature. I don't know. Anyway.
Do you think we're already dead?
I don't know what it is about that mustache, but it's like that type of mustache. Like, I kind of just expect trouble. But I wouldn't want to see Mike Lindell without a mustache. I think that'd be horrific. People get in a bind with mustaches here and there. Some of the most infamous, the Stalin, not a good mustache, right? Nobody's trying to replicate that. We know the most famous one, barely even a mustache at all. Pencil thin mustache, not unless you want to, I don't know, be making announcements to your neighbors about prior offenses or something like that. Don't go with the pencil thin mustache. You know what I mean? People think you're a repeated sex offender. Go on, right? I don't know. Mustache, tough one. 2023. Welcome, anybody else? Other conversations, welcome. We need not keep it right in this mustache grooming conversation. It's not important. It's not truth, but it's reality.
You're making me want to watch A Million Ways to Die in the West with all this mustache talk.
You can afford the expensive waxes and creams, lotions. You can't afford a mustache like that. Elijah, are you going to talk? You going to say hello? What? Just come in here to hang out? Come on.
Yeah, probably not. I was looking to hear some conversation, not be a part of it right now.
Man.
I wonder if Mike Lindell's a glober. He looks like a glober.
Who?
Lindell.
Mike Lindell looks like a glober. Okay, I'll give you that. Yeah.
He doesn't look like a flat earth guy at all. Alright, but he'd be the type of guy, that type of ex-junkie personality. He'd be easily convinced of the flat earth. He'd be a great flat earther, actually.
You think?
If he could invest his billions of dollars into flat earth research, man, we could change the world.
Just trying to use him. You don't know what he's about. I don't either. What if he's into something? Do you think he's into weird shit? Does he look like that kind of guy? He's like, oh yeah. Besides this, I'm also like wear a deer mask and I have like a bunch of witches that right?
Is he what state?
Would you not do that? You're selling pillows. You're like, I'm a witch lord. Guess what? I'm throwing fucking parties now.
What state is his factory in again?
His factory? It's in this. You think it's in the United States? I don't know. Maybe it is.
Yeah, there's a huge factory up near Boston, somewhere. One of those states up there. I'll look it up.
You think they're really like making all the foam there, or they just like get Chinese foam and stuff in the fucking?
That's what he prides himself on, is the American product.
Yeah, but you believe that shit from that mustache?
Well,
seriously,
mustache man. I don't know.
That credibility is fucking not good with me, man.
You've got all these photographs of all these thousands of women sitting there sewing pillows. So that's pretty impressive, dude.
I don't know. So I'm creeped out officially.
Wow. Okay, his factory's in Minnesota.
Come on.
There's like thousands or hundreds of women sewing pillows.
Now, you know that these pillows off gas toxic chemicals that will cause your pineal gland to calcify. Just so you know. Stay away from
Yeah,
that.
if they're made out of petrochemicals, yeah, the artificial foams. Mike Lindell, Flat Earth. You should get Witcher to contact this guy and start flicking him links and videos, right, and see how we go with this. A little pet project. Let's turn Mike Lindell Flat Earth.
Why do you want him?
Because he's a good arguer. And he's a good
He's
debater, so imagine this guy.
He's a good debater? Is he really? I don't know. Can we get a better company?
Sorry, did you say he was a good debater?
Well, he throws his word out there.
So he's not a master debater.
but wouldn't he be a great flat earther though? You must admit.
I don't know who you're talking about.
Mike Lindell, the My Pillow guy.
Oh yeah. Yeah, possibly.
Holy shit.
I never really trusted him because he always like
It's
wore
the
his
mustache.
religion on his sleeve. Huh?
I got mustache dissonance with him. I don't think he should even be flat earther. Probably, maybe even harder to try to convince him he's on a ball, at least.
Just in case you're ever wondering about flat Earth, don't.
This would give this
That's why
guy
I
a
love
new
the
lease of
new
life.
My Pillow globe model, and you can squeeze. You can buy a My Pillow globe. What we got? Circular spherical pillowcases. We've got women working all day on these. It's very hard to make.
Reminds me of the comparison Tucker Carlson made to if the right had been like, oh, we're having an emergency and the only solution is for everyone to buy My Pillow right now. And they just like pushed that super hard.
Yeah.
Did he finally rail against the pillification of the Fox News court?
I saw it explained like this. Let me here you go. See in the chat.
Shit. Mike Lindell ordered to pay $5 million to a software engineer. Man, this guy has got people after him, man.
Like if I was Mike Lindell, I'd be like hunting humans on my property. You know what I mean? There's like,
why?
He's just a humble dude with a with a humble dream, right?
Mike
I'd be
Lindell,
playing like the most dangerous
rumored
game.
to-
That's what I'd be doing. That'd be.
I wonder
And
if
then,
Mike Lindell bought gold and silver and buried under his house. He would have. He would have
Just
bought
attracted
fucking
to his
heaps of
money,
gold.
aren't
No, I'm just obsessed by this guy. I just believe like he's like this superhuman dude, man.
Get that kind of money from pillows?
No, I reckon he's
all right. Yeah,
that's pillow money.
that's
yeah,
right.
yeah, he's a tooth
What
fairy.
kind of human traffic fucking shit is he up into? Come on.
No, I reckon
What the fuck
Mike
is that?
Lindell's got this huge underground bunker in Minnesota. And he's got like 20,000 AR-15s ready for the uprising, man. He's ready. He's going to lead his factory, right, to take back the government.
Where did you hear that?
No, I'm just making it up.
Mm.
It's starting to rain here.
Oh yeah, it's been raining all day here.
Yeah, we've had our probably last good bit of good weather. Now we're coming into winter.
Oh, that shit with Nate earlier. Oh, nom 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 nom. It was great.
Well, when I was here?
Yeah, that was funny.
Yeah, sorry, I just don't know everybody's names yet.
That's all right. He doesn't know his own name.
Yeah, I
I
should
can't believe
change my
he was
name
doing
to
that
something.
that hokey shit, like where he was like, claiming a win, claiming the W. Oh, so he's so cringe, man. Jeez, that's
Yeah,
hilarious.
he really, really, really wanted to make that assumption. And I just decided I wasn't going to let him. I know, it just suddenly occurred to me that that's where it all always goes wrong, is that they always start with an untrue assumption.
Yeah, I thought you kept your head about you. Could have went down logical premise land. And that worked out pretty well. Even though
Yeah.
he was trying to play I'm Professor, the I'm Professor
Mhm.
card. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I've been an intellectual and I've known so many intellectuals. I feel like I'm just done with their crap. It's like they think they're smart, but they really are blinding themselves with their own ego. They think that they can't be wrong because so many people have applauded their intellect when really it's just going along with whatever they're told.
Yeah, that's true. I was a bit like that when I was in university.
Yep. And they encourage it in university,
Yeah, back when you're going for your doctorate in pillow design, it was all the rage.
You laugh, but his thesis was divine.
It was a snore.
Yeah. This isn't a good thing.
Matthew learns in the house.
Hey, how's it going?
Howdy, howdy. Matthew, meet Pumpkin.
Mhm.
Matthew learns.
Hey, Papa.
Hey,
Nice to meet you.
what's up, man? I know we've met at least once.
Was it here or over on 24/7? I don't remember.
I think it was here, but I guess it could have been there. I pretty much stopped going there once I started coming here, though.
Yeah, I got banned from there like a month ago.
For what?
For not changing my mind. Like they said, you've been
Um,
here for too long and you haven't made any progress. So Helio said, "You're out of here."
It's funny because they spend most of their time just sitting and waiting for people to argue with them. And then when people do argue with them, they get mad at them.
Yeah, I mean,
what's
it's their server; they can do what they want. But yeah, I agree.
which server is that?
24/7 flat Earth.
24/7. Because their goal is to like show people the truth just as like brutally as they can. So if you're not serving their purposes, then you're out. Which, you know, I understand it. It's like a bastion of flat earthness. Like I get it, they're like knights. But it's nicer to come where like, you know, it's a little bit more of a relaxed, like able to theorize kind of atmosphere.
Yeah, it's very interesting here, isn't it? And then you
Mhm.
have all the others coming in here just on the mainstream popular science realm, and it just doesn't work. It's like, no.
Mhm. I find it very telling that after all these years of going it alone, with flat Earth, and honestly with religion too, though that's separate from this. Once I found the right group, it was like the beliefs just like clicked in. It was like, I know it's weird because it's hard to find people who agree with you on anything, but then when you finally get to exactly what you believe, suddenly you find other people who found common sense too. Like they didn't,
Yeah.
like, there's not too many theories besides reality that people believe in here, you know?
Is it? I'm thinking the word. Is it symbiosis? I'm just gonna look up the definition now. Yeah, a close or prolonged association between two or more different organisms. Hang on. A relationship of mutual benefit. Symbiosis, yeah.
Yeah.
I know this is slightly off topic, but someone pointed out something really interesting the other day. Someone called someone else an idiot. And then someone said, well, go look up the definition of what an idiot is. Right? And I'm thinking, what are they talking about? So if you type in idiot, right, definition, this is a really interesting project, right? Now they've got like a person who's foolish and then a person of whatever, mental, whatever. Now the bottom definition is a private person. And I thought, that's fascinating, right? So you type in private person definition, right? Now, private person, an individual who is not a public figure or in military service. I went, holy shit, we're all idiots. You understand? So, what these public figure politicians and military service people are doing is calling us idiots. So, it's not actually an offensive word in the traditional sense. The modern sense is somehow idiots are non-intellectuals or whatever, disabled type people. You understand?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I would say definitions change, and I still would prefer not to be called an idiot. So I hear what
Well,
you're saying, but yeah.
yeah, but it's actually the way that the word meaning has changed to say that all idiots are stupid, when it's someone who's just not employed by the military or government.
Idios means
So,
one's own.
Yeah, I guess other context too with this, it's almost like being educated is not a good thing, right?
Like saying plebe.
Like you're college educated, you're just system educated, right?
Yeah.
But what you want to be is like knowledgeable, I guess, right? Or
I'm trying
no,
to.
right. I don't think being an
All I'm
idiot's
trying to
actually
make
that
is
bad
sound.
if you like if you're being like, what are you, smart? You're intelligent. What does it mean to be intelligent? that you can tell other people about what's inside you or something. You can explain yourself. What does it mean to be intelligent? Why do we? I know what it means, but I'm saying like why do we use those particular words to describe it?
But has it have an origin in either ancient Greek or Latin?
Sure.
Do y'all know what
Well,
nice means?
No, I don't know what nice means.
Foolish, ignorant, frivolous, senseless.
Yeah.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
So if someone ever calls me an idiot again, I'll respond by saying thank you. That's a compliment. Yes, I am not part of the government or the military.
But if someone calls you nice, you better throw up your fist.
Yeah, I know this term is used a lot, especially I noticed this on these chats. Like people from the South, they use the word nice a lot. Oh, that's really nice in this sort of this sarcastic, condescending manner, right? And I used to
I think
think,
we use
oh, that's a compliment, right? But in the South, if you call someone nice, it means they don't like you, yeah?
No. I live in Texas, and I have to say, like, sarcasm aside, people say nice in a normal way. Like, oh, that's nice. Like, ooh, nice. We're just normal
Yeah.
people. But I mean, yeah, people can be sarcastic. That can sting.
Mhm.
Real
Yeah,
nice. Real nice.
you might call somebody simple. You know what I mean? In a way that they mean nice,
Right.
I guess, in a modern way. But in a modern way, figuratively means literally, and literally means literally. I don't know. I don't think it's too bad to be a fool. You have to be a fool at some point, right? Everybody plays the fool. I think that's in the song. How about like anytime you're in something new, you're kind of the fool. Like you don't know. A lot of things favor foolish people who go after
Well,
things. What do you think?
my friend in Canada was just remarking on how in Canada there's such a culture surrounding the idea of being nice. She's like, "No, you gotta be nice. You gotta be nice. Gotta be nice." It's like you never think about what's going on around you. You just are supposed to be nice. You're just virtue signaling all the time.
Yeah, I did notice that about Canadian people. That's why Trudeau was getting away with so much for so long. And that's what surprised me about all the protests in Canada, trucker protests. I'm like, holy shit, these people are really on the ball. We underestimated the Canadian people. So yeah, that was really interesting.
Well, yeah, they're having some huge issues right now, though. Do you know that they can't keep anything that resembles a weapon on them at all? They can't even have
Yeah,
pepper.
I understand. That's that's the communist narrative coming in. It is a reality, this whole authoritarian regime being proposed in the West. So,
Well, what I'm starting to realize is that all the other countries think that our government is protecting our rights when it's actually our constitution that's protecting our rights. And none of their constitutions protect their rights. None of them.
well, they make it unlawful to impose on that. Unlawful and illegal is different terms. So these so-called leaders, politicians, they make laws to make things illegal. But really, it doesn't. If it contravenes the Constitution, it really shouldn't have any weight. That's always been my belief, but whether that's right, I don't know. So, okay, I'll give you a good example, right? You see these cops pulling over these people in the United States, whether whatever race, black, white, Hispanic, whatever, and they've got a gun on them. And the cop goes, "Have you got a gun on you?" Right? And the cops get nervous. He's grabbing his pistol and shit, right? And then all of a sudden, the cop gets itchy fingers and shoots a person because he sees a gun. I'm thinking, well, you just breached his constitutional rights, yeah? He's got the right to bear the arms. He wasn't a threat to you or whatever. It was an imposed threat. So you're unlawful, and you've just shot a man for no cause. And like, you know, they're like all these black people. They get pulled over. They've got guns and they run away.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like thinking, oh well, the cops are shooting them. And I'm thinking, well, actually, they're breaching their constitutional right because they're carrying a gun. It's not illegal unless you're whatever. Well, there's a reason for it. So the government's coming against you. You're supposed to be a militia against the government. So yeah, run away. And all of a sudden they're breaking the law. But I get it. There's bad crime. There's bad drug problems. There's social issues, unemployment, welfare. So yeah, I get it. So it's a whole complex system.
Yeah.
But anyway, actually, I don't mean to talk too much. But did you see that that video that Trudeau put out yesterday?
No, I
Like
didn't.
he's in complete denialism. We never imposed anything bad on you people during COVID. We never mandated anything. We never
Brainwashing is
took
so
away your
wrong.
charter rights in Canada. And he's like totally rewriting the image of COVID.
Narrative.
Oh,
Wow.
sorry, this. Fine. That this guy is just so authoritarian he can just rewrite history.
Yeah, it's been done many times before. But yeah, it's scary. So 1984, dude.
$1984 was 2015.
Well, some parts were there and some parts weren't.
It's the memes.
Hmm?
They're like those posters. In 1984, yeah. In the movie, anyway.
Sorry, what?
Okay, I found it on BitChute because it's easy to find. It might be on Rumble. Do you use Rumble?
Oh, there he is. When someone sends me a link with it, I do.
A lot of people they don't like BitChute or understand it, but it's actually a really good website.
Yeah. I don't understand it, but it is something to be good because it has a lot of great videos here. Died from So he's saying that he's fine with you not getting it, but you're not allowed to tell other people not to get it.
Mm. Look, You couldn't fly on an aircraft. You couldn't catch a train. Couldn't go to school. Couldn't go to work. He's lying. The federal government imposed all that.
I haven't gotten to the denial part yet.
Just messing around with my camera lenses. And then lenses that don't belong on any cameras, they're for projectors. But hey, they still move light around, so you can use a projector lens for camera lens. Haha. It's fun. But since all different types of projection systems have different sensor distances, yeah, some of them work and some of them don't. But it's interesting to see what works and what doesn't. Or actually, yeah, one of these projection lenses works on one camera and then not on another one because of the distance to the sensor, and I can't get the optical element close enough to the sensor to make it focus. However, I know if I get it working on the one, it looks amazing. You know, all the things are in focus. The other one, all the back stuff is just like out of focus. I'm only able to focus on something real close. It's all out of whack. You know. But it's just interesting to see, like, if you don't have the distances right, yeah, you're gonna miss a lot.
So, what'd you think of that little speech, Pumpkin?
Listening to a speech.
What do I think about what? Sorry?
The Trudeau speech. What did you think?
Oh, I thought it was funny what he said at the end. Now I'm trying to remember what he's saying at the end. Hold on. Let me get back there. Oh, yeah. He says we had a better success rate, whatever, preventing minestrone than any of our peer nations. It's just like, that's just the way that these elitists always think. They're like, oh, well, we only need to compare ourselves to, like, this. Like, I don't know if peer nations only means the U.S., but, you know, it's just so typical of them. They're like, they don't give two craps about, you know, the little countries.
But the level of violence used in Canada, the arrests, the fines, the blocked highways, the confiscating of private property, the
It sounds like
removal
you
of
know more
trucks off
about
the
it.
freeway.
It sounds like you know
So,
more about it than I do because I've talked to a lot of
you were
Canadians.
following what we've got. Sorry?
I said it sounds like you know more about it than I do, because I've talked to a lot of Canadians, but a lot of them seem to be under the like at least some part of control of Trudeau, so they
The
don't like have
spell, yeah.
totally. Yeah.
You know they're spellcasters, don't you? You know these groups and people. That's what their job is. Media. People think it's about teaching news and politics, but no, it's about distraction, spellcasting, and to them, it's not demonic. It's just controlling people for their hidden agendas of money, corruption, laundering, death, whatever, war. But yeah, I noticed it, as you just said, a lot of people are under the spell in Canada, especially Australia too. It's hard to understand that people can be put under hypnosis, but it's a reality. Yeah.
Is there political spellcraft? What do you think?
Yeah.
For sure. Honestly, back in 2016, back when I first found Flat Earth, I was like digging into a lot of conspiracies, and I found just a ton of evidence of modern practicing of brainwashing. It was like just of mind control type stuff. Like you could find, like, I don't know, it was like certain types of sites would have it, and a lot of like pyramid scheme type stuff would be going on. And then you would find on their website these white papers, which basically means it's a government document that they're given here for their base of operation. So, I mean, it's just like, I don't know, my teacher in high school tried to recruit me to this, I don't know, career path type thing where you're like supposed to sell groceries online or whatever. And they were talking weird, and they like made us read a book first. And it was like Kiyosaki, and it was like all fine and dandy and interesting or whatever about how like sure this thing that's totally not multi-level marketing, how it's all well and good. And then at the very end of the book it starts talking about like doing away with like the old world order and stuff, and I was just like, oh man, there's only one group of people who ever says old world or old world order, and that's the new world order. And it was just like, it said more and more sketchy stuff near the end, and then you just see the patterning where they like use specific words to trigger them into saying to thinking other thoughts. And it's just, and you see how they elevate the lingo so that like if you're not supposed to know, then you won't be able to identify what they're talking about, and they do that in corporations. It's the brainwashing.
It's like firewall lingo.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what I call it right now.
Yeah, a lot of these. I think there was a program like that in our high school too. It was subtle, like forming leadership groups, for high achieving students, more intellectual students. And, oh, you're the role models now. You got to behave like this and you act like this. And we've got extracurricular activities for you, and no cost to your family. And this is what they're telling these kids, who they weren't so much intelligent. I don't think they had better memories. That's what I've noticed with all these people who get like engineers, right? They don't have any special talents. They have these exceptional memories for maths and science, right? So that's perfect for the government, right? And they're like, shit, these people are clueless, but we can teach them anything. We just give them books and they just remember it. And it's like, holy shit. So that's a perfect weaponization for any government, isn't it?
And that's straight out of the Jesuit handbook too for recruitment. It's like they're supposed to recruit the more intellectual leaning, like the ones who like to study, and get them on their side right away. That removes them as an obstacle later on.
Yeah. Actually, we had a discussion about this earlier about have you heard of the vaccines that remove the so-called God gene?
No.
Like Bill. Oh, you haven't heard of it? Bill Gates was trying to sell it was it 20 odd years ago, and he did a CIA. Actually, I'll just give you the video. I'll look it up one sec. It's a lot easier. It only goes a couple of minutes.
I don't believe in the unlimited power of science, so I ignore big headlines like that.
But it's just interesting that I don't think he was removing the God gene. I believe that these vaccines were damaging a part of the personality. So you would think more unspiritual. That makes sense?
Yeah, it's like the same conspiracy behind getting people away from distilled water.
Yeah. So I'm not sure if you were here yesterday, but someone brought up the point, maybe it was in 24/7, I'm not sure, where this gender ideology is about personality. Right? So people create different personalities for how they think they are, a representation. So instead of calling, oh, that's your personality, so the government has weaponized that and said, no, that's not a personality, that's a gender. Oh, now this, when it's just not, it's a personality type. Like if you're dressing as a woman and you've got long hair and taking hormones, it's a personality. So I find that really fascinating.
It's like an
Really
ego. It's an
different way of
alter
thinking.
ego, because it's not like a personality type. It's
Yeah,
a personality that they helped you build step by step. Until it's like, oh, yeah, you're supposed to be a lady. Like they complete
So
the
I just
guys.
posted the video there. I think it's 4 minutes long. CIA should have just grabbed that guy back then and just got rid of him. Removed him off the face of the earth. There's no purpose for this guy.
Wait, so he's trying to repress religion, like chemically?
Yeah, exactly.
Wow.
This is what I'm saying. I think it was done through the hepatitis vaccines, hepatitis B, and what's the other one they give out all the time? Think of it later, but there's another vaccine they give on a recurrent thing.
I was always so nervous whenever I had to do that hepatitis test because it was like I just had a bad feeling. Like, what if this is a stupid test and it's gonna come up positive and wreck the rest of my life? Plus, it was just creepy, like a little bubble sitting beneath your skin for that long. Wow. So it's anti-terrorism, a guise for everything.
But the data he's presenting is nonsensical. It's ridiculous. The CIA should have spotted that instantly, that this is false data. Didn't.
I've only gotten to the second slide so far.
Okay, I'll let you watch it.
So that was all sorts of weird. I don't even really know what to say.
Yeah. So his data doesn't mean anything. Slides of a brain show religious fundamentalism. And if we remove that, that's ridiculous. That's not even junk. It's just dumb shit. It doesn't even factor into anyone with any intelligence's reality. But if they actually believe that at the government level, and
They think
Bill is still
religion
operating
is a disease.
That's disturbing. That's just I don't know what to say. This guy is still operating at a high capacity, still pushing the same agenda. Like, what the hell are we doing?
I mean, I wish the video quality was higher because I feel a little could be anybody.
But given that era, because you know that he started the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation was originally called the Center for Depopulation, right?
Oh, was it?
Yeah, because he was obsessed by the idea coming
I
out
know
of
that he's obsessed with it. I knew that already about him.
yeah. So then he changed the name from depopulation until whatever it is now. I think he's just called it Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, but they'll only get involved in projects that involve depopulation or death.
They're kicked out of
So
India for jabbing young women with the whatever HPV, and then they were like there were a bunch of casualties, and so they're coming after him.
yeah, that's what I was kind of surprised by the Indian approach to the whole agenda over the past 3 years, because if they knew that he was operating, well, that's what they do. They buy out politicians. They buy out health departments. That's how they operate. So.
Right.
But there was huge protests in India. It was just you thought about protests in Canada and all that. In India, it was huge. Like they gridlocked entire cities with hundreds of thousands of people. Whenever the buses that showed up they were using for the remote villages, they were chased out. Villagers would run down to the buses and overturn them and get rid of the thingy things and throw them in the river, and they weren't having it.
Nice.
It wasn't going to happen in India. But then again, a lot of people did go along with it. So
right. It's a little bit like Boston Tea Party, though.
Get your bus out of here. But it was some of them got incredibly. I know this is all censored in Western media and on YouTube or whatever, but some of them got incredibly violent. So there would be, just say you'd have a village of 1,000 people, right? They'd show up in these buses. The police would be there. They'd erect a tent, and you have some people who went down there to go along with it, but then like everyone would just show up and they would run up, tear the tents down, vandalize the buses, and as I said, and attack the police. And a lot of the police don't carry firearms in India, so they were defenseless against a mob with sticks, so they just chased out. So.
Wow. We always thought it was stupid that other places ever told their police they couldn't have guns.
Yeah, the British government. Yeah, exactly.
Sorry, I told myself I would come back for my game. So here I am. Okay. I'm done. Yeah, I wouldn't mind hearing people debunk evolution again.
Okay, they've been fighting over that all day. I mean, since 7 a.m. this morning. That's all they've talked about. So a lot of these people are debunked to death.
Oh yeah.
Hey, Snacks has been here all day. He could tell you. Snacks, you still there?
I'm more out from the evolution wars.
You fill in Pumpkin. What's happened today? It's been pretty sick, hasn't it? Or pretty crazy. I mean,
You know, the Quran says that God sent us 2 kinds of every fruit. So you could go and look in that and see if you can find 2 kinds of every fruit as a proof of creationism. Lemon lime.
I don't know. I guess it basically we're just like attacking science or whatever science says about that stuff or whatever that branch of whatever it's called science, if it's even science. Anyway, some of it's theory, some of it's based on like real testable things, but it weaves together in this overall tapestry and narrative, and it's pretty sweeping, and makes all these kind of presumptions. So I think it's just like poking holes in that, but I don't think we're any closer to like establishing anything. But I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah. When am I going to evolve? 100 years? 1,000 years?
Well, exactly. It's the assumption. It's the outright wrong assumption. They're just like, okay, so we can see that species adapt slightly over time. And then they go, and over a great amount of time, they become totally different animals. It's like, wait, where's a single proof for that?
Well, when was the last time the human adapted? And they're going to say tailbone or some bullshit, but they can't even verify the last time a human evolved. So, I mean, how do we believe anything they say?
Exactly, because they notice when like all these little animals like change over, so many generations, but exactly how many generations has it been since humankind has changed at all.
Yeah, and they know we don't believe their 14.3 billion year lie. So, I mean, they're going to go by that, and we don't. I don't believe that. So,
Mhm.
like I said, show me, demonstrate. It's impossible. It's just a fairy tale, evolution fairy tale. All you have to do is ask them what came first, chicken or the egg. They're going to say the proto chicken. Then you ask, what's the proto chicken?
Yeah. It's just a way of deferring the question of how we got here. Like, oh, well, we weren't placed here ourselves, but we were seeded here by another species. It's like, okay, well, even if that were true, where'd the other species come from, huh? Where'd they come from?
Yeah, there's no coincidence that 98% of the globers are atheists and 98% of the flat earth, or whatever, 90%, 80% of the flat earthers are like religious. So it's not a coincidence. That is the war. That is the information war. It's been going on for hundreds of years.
Yeah. It's good though.
The outsider, weird cults, sun worship, Baphomet worshippers versus the God followers and the moral people who don't want to kill innocent babies and who don't want to go to war and kill innocent people and don't want to hoard resources. So,
Yeah. People who don't want to allow people to be continuing to act the way they've been acting anymore.
yeah, as I said many times, their only defense is to censor flat Earth and censor the content. Other than that, more people would probably obviously be on board, and they may not be open about it because certain ramifications if you come and talk to certain people about it, but that's why YouTube had to censor it. That's why Discord shuts down servers and accounts.
Right. How often have these servers been censored for flat Earth?
It's hard to tell. Like I said, there's Discord and there's different ways to find the servers. So are they shadow banning servers on searches or?
Right.
Yeah, like hard to see, but like I bump servers on Discord or Discord, and they're always at the top, and they get like 3, 5, 6, 8 new people a day. So, but I mean, the YouTube censorship was the big one where you used to be able to go down a 16-hour rabbit hole on any topic until
I know. Gosh, it was so beautiful. I miss it.
Yeah, right now you type in flat Earth and Professor Dave is one National Geographic, whatever, 18 debunkers, anti-flat earthers before you get any potential flat Earth content.
Yeah.
This is YouTube.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did hear a good argument the other day. Someone said it's us, the truthers, against the sheep, right? So we're trying to, we're waving at the sheep. Said, come join us, right? But the elite and the government, they don't care about the sheep, right? They only care about us because they already control the sheep, right? So they're not going to waste their energy teaching them anything at all. They'll just feed them propaganda, news, lies, education system, right? To us, it's an information war. So once I heard that, it made sense.
Well, it's like the movie Ant, where the grasshopper says, if we let one of the ants stand up to us, they all might stand up to us. So they know there's more of us than them. They know we could just surround them and pull them to pieces. But they have to maintain this illusion, status quo, boiling frog, until they implement all their laws and all their restrictions until it's completely 1984. So that's why they have to censor the information so that there's less truther ants that could potentially gain control or overturn or like sort of like spread the message. But yeah,
So people
I don't
stand
know
there
if
and
it's even
say,
possible. But
yeah. So people think the government are spending billions of dollars to control information, but they're actually not. They're just not giving any information at all, so it doesn't cost them much.
well, anytime money comes up, it doesn't matter because they print money out of thin air. So like they have credit cards with no limits. They can build anything, fund anything, print any amount of money, and then the Globers will say, no, it's based on this and gold. They can't do that. It's like they print the money out of thin air. So.
That's why I really struggle, right? Because these people come into the server and they say they're educated, they got PhDs and degrees in science or whatever. But they're not offering anything. What are they offering? Evolution, round earth, and basic science we learn in high school. Again, that's your degree? That's your physics? Are you kidding me? There's no pushback, there's no rebuttal, there's no... This is embarrassing for them.
Yeah, even Professor Phil put a satellite, quote unquote, in space, and he believes gravity is a force, mass attracts mass. So, I mean, like a professor doesn't even know his model, would easily be destroyed by any mid-level, low-level flat earther, most likely, where it's like, it's too easy. Like, they don't know their model. So, like, it's just...
How did things
they
get
don't,
to this?
a lot of...
Always? Yeah. So was it always like this? And we've only now become aware of how indoctrinated everybody is? This is bad.
Well, before 2015, it was like the God people against the atheists and all the other conspiracies. But then eventually Flat Earth took over and was the big dog. So
yeah,
because Flat Earth encompasses everything, like the globe destroys 9/11, JFK, any other tiny conspiracy. Flat Earth is like the top of the top.
Yeah, it's cream of the top.
Yeah, and another correlation would be like all the atheists trust the government. All the flat earthers hate and don't trust the government. So, I mean, like there's these stark contrasts that like the Globers don't even, maybe they do recognize, they try to brush under the rug, or they just like not self-aware of the situation. But I always tell them, you underestimate my distrust in government.
Could you imagine how beautiful our societies would be if government wasn't oppressive and censoring? Like, it would be this open, free society. There would be less of this conflict and arguments and no animosity between families. It would just be, I don't like using the word utopia because the governments think they're creating a utopia. It's actually communism. But yeah, it's just so much better without them, I think.
I would say even if there was like 50 people on an island, there's going to be one person that's going to try to take advantage and hide the water source and find something and not share it and be like, you have to sleep with me to get this gold or this resource or this water or this banana. So like, it's just evil is a part of man, I guess. Or I don't know why, like like I said, even with 10 people, 50 people, somebody's going to be that scumbag.
Yeah, I know. We try to
So, like,
think it's not what it is, but in reality, it's not.
So yeah, even without the government, it would just be multiple different sections of different beliefs, and some would be ultra violent, and then like I don't know. At least now, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if one tyrannical government is better or multiple ungoverned random gangs is better.
So I'm testing out this.
It's all
search
hypothetical.
engine.
Oh,
I'm
good.
testing out a search engine, so I searched flat Earth, and I found flat Earth websites from 2017. It works.
Like YouTube or Google?
No, it's called Mojeek. Yeah, Mojeek. Mojeek.
Interesting. Oh, have you seen the new movie Level with Me that Whitsett was a part
Yeah,
of?
I did
What do you
see that.
think?
I thought it was great. It really helped get my husband back on the flat Earth train.
It's good you wanted to watch it.
Yeah. Well, I started watching it and I was like, dang, I just need to like watch this with my husband.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm trying to save all of these great memes I found, but it's being difficult.
Yeah, after a while, like, yeah, you search your meme Rolodex and you're like, it's in this area. This picture is right near it, and you just search and search. Sometimes it takes. Sometimes you don't. For those, yeah, I'm too. I haven't categorized them all, so they're all some doubles in some different areas. But yeah, we're definitely winning the meme war. Like Globers can't meme, so we're winning the meme war. We're winning the information war, but we're against the corporate conglomerate who prints money out of thin air, who controls the military, judges, police. So we're kind of backed up.
YouTube user offers $100,000 to anyone who can prove the Earth is not flat, and then refuses to pay up. So of course.
Well, there was a guy. He was betting $1,000 the other night in his chat over evolution. I'm like, dude, you're in a whole different. you're in a world of hurt, man. You're just trying to prove something that doesn't exist.
All they say is, I didn't mean that. I meant this, and then no, I'm not. I don't have to pay because I meant this, and it's not. That's you meant that, and yeah. So just like when you go back in the video and you're like, I got it. I got what you said, and he's like, no, I meant this. I didn't. Just.
Crazy.
Yeah, like they had me when it was like water is level, and it always finds and seeks its level. Then they showed me Chicago skyline, and I was like, holy shit. I was like, yes, I've never seen it. It's like cartoon globes, see too far. Like,
Yeah, I'll post my photograph. I took a 92-mile flat Earth photograph. I've only using my 4x zoom burner camera, my burner phone camera.
yeah, if you
make it
catch
out.
if you catch anything over like the 10, 20, 30 miles, all they say is refraction mirage every time.
Yeah.
Mirage.
Yep.
Mirage.
That's
mirage.
what I was
every
talking to
time.
this woman. There's the photograph, right? So I was at the ocean, the cliff face, it's 75 meters high. And I can physically, it took me a few seconds to adjust my eyes, and perfectly clear day. And then I could see the island, and I correlated with the map, 92 miles away. All right, I'm like, holy shit, that's flat. Great. So I got talking to this woman. I said, "Oh, can you see that island out there?" She's going, "No, you can't see that. It's just a mirage." I'm like, because she was a tour guide, right? She's like, "Give me the whole spell, like the whole government spell." I'm like, "Holy shit, she's a gatekeeper." Because like a woman would always fall into a denial. She'd say, "No, you can't see that. No one can see that far. That's silly. Come back to the car, you know. Think how your mother or your sister used to behave, right?" Then if a woman sits there and goes, "No, it's a mirage. You can't see that." I looked at her and said, "Holy shit, you're a gatekeeper. You're government, right?" So I just walked off from straight away. I said, "I don't want to be seen near you because you're bad mojo. You're spreading evil around." So, but it's good that I wish I knew
But
this stuff when I was younger. What's that?
You said she's a tour guide. You said she's a tour guide.
Because I was on a tour. Right.
Okay, because then people have noticed it, and she's talked about flat Earth during her tours in the past 5 years. That's why she preemptively had to strike and say it's a mirage, because she's like other
Exactly,
people have
and
asked
it
before.
shocked me. It was like it was energy, you know, when people give off energy, and I went, "Holy shit!" And I realized
She knew.
she's government.
She knew right away. Flat Earther.
Yeah.
It's not flat.
Yeah.
It's not flat. That's what she says. It's not flat.
Yeah, but
Whatever
I
you
didn't
say,
even
it's not flat.
mention it. I didn't even mention it. I said, "Can you see that island out there?" She was like, straight away. So that's where I'm like, "Holy shit!"
They instantly know flat Earth proves intelligent design. Therefore, there goes evolution, Big Bang, globe, all their bullshit. Like they
Yeah.
all know it. That's why they fight so hard, because they know that flat Earth proves intelligent design, and they hate it.
And intelligent people too.
It's too easy. Even like, yeah.
I felt kind of bad. Like I'm just thinking, you know, these women in the community, their role is nurturers and protectors, all right? Not gatekeepers and bullshit artists. That's what really bothered me, you know. Your perception
Well,
changes.
you know, there's always going to be people who violate their roles. There are men who go around doing violence to women and children.
Yeah.
Like that's just how it
Yeah,
is. There's going to be messed up
yeah.
people of every gender, both genders.
I bet. I'm glad you clarified that.
I was like, that's not what I meant. All two of them. I'm almost done collecting memes, and then I'll share them.
Can you know how to create your own memes?
Yeah, but I'm just collecting these ones that were made in 2017.
Okay. Oh yeah, I can make them on the fly now. Not sure if they're funny. I try to make them as funny, satirical as possible.
I love this one. A lot of these are really great.
Let's see. You know, they're good when other people post them in multiple servers, and you see your memes in other servers.
That's true. That is when you know.
But each meme is like usually specific to a category, and I make memes depending on somebody triggers something, and then make a meme based on it. And yeah, but obviously some are better than others. So, Pumpkin, you said you watched the movie and you said you were on the fence, flat Earth, or what you said it solidified flat Earth, or like what was?
Oh no, I've been a flat earther since 2016.
Oh, yes. So yeah, then yeah, there's no once you go flat, you never go back. So it
Yeah.
was just maybe there's some new stuff in there. I haven't seen it yet, so I
Yeah,
don't.
yeah.
I've seen all the other ones though.
Not the 2023 one. Are you talking about? Because I saw the trailer for the 2023 one, but I didn't think it was out yet.
I think somebody was pirated it, but I haven't seen it. I don't know if it's out or I haven't seen or. But I guess it's probably not out yet. You have to pay for it or something. That's what I heard. I believe.
I think I worked out
Is
what.
your husband a flat? Oh, so go ahead. I was just gonna ask you. Maybe it's too personal.
Yeah, we found Flat Earth together. He actually convinced me to watch the first Flat Earth video with him. But we went through some tragedy and stuff, and it just kind of became hard. So he kind of backed off the whole Flat Earth thing, especially because I leaned pretty hard into it. And he basically just said, well, he can't know what the shape is for a while. But after watching those level videos we're talking about, he actually has started talking like a flat earther again.
Yeah, like there's you can't say that you can't know. I maybe I guess you could, but I mean, like we learn all the things when we're like 2 years old, 5 years old, in the tub playing with our toys and our sipping. It spills. We go over level, past level, and we spill on our face. We play with the water in the tub, and we like fall on the ball, or the ball pops up and hits us in the face, or whatever. Like we learn
Well, to
all
be
these
honest,
basic.
it just wasn't the right time in our lives to be worried about that. So as excited as we were about it, it was, it needed to take a back seat, and he realized that, and I didn't. So
Yeah, it depends on. Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, you could dive into the research, or you could do. I don't know if you're doing activism or. Yeah, I'm not gonna. It doesn't. Yeah, but it's just good that if he's a flat earther, you're a flat earther, then it doesn't. You don't have that conflict, and there's no potential of that conflict. It is an important topic, especially if you have a significant other with like mind and on the cosmology.
yeah. Yeah, well, it's definitely important because we have kids. So I don't want him to discourage me from teaching them about flat Earth.
Well, even it goes to other topics too, where you talk to him about all these other topics that are being pushed by the government. And if your spouse is an atheist glober and you're trying to say, like, no, I don't want my kid to learn this. And then he's like, no, it's okay. It's normal. And you're like, whoa. And then obviously there's issues.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's,
Well, thankfully I didn't marry him because he was a conformist, so.
yeah. I can't imagine, like, say if you're married like 10 years and then you find flat earth and you're a flat earther and she's not. And it's like, holy crap, what do I do? Like, I mean, like I said,
I
when you
know.
have kids, these issues. Like,
Sorry, what?
luckily, I don't have to deal with it.
Yeah. Yeah, it can be
But I guess
tricky.
in a way, all flat earthers have to deal with that if you're a single flat earther and then you meet somebody, like, are you gonna proceed? Because
Right.
yeah, well, yeah, whatever. But
Maybe that's what I should do. Is there flat Earth dating? Has to be.
Well, the problem I think is going to be, the population difference. There's a lot more guys than girls.
In the flat Earth debate.
I mean, online. I don't know about in general, but online where people are all hanging out together and debating about stuff. Yeah, obviously it's mostly guys.
Yeah, it'd be the same in the dating scene as well.
Yeah.
That was and they wanted to start anti-vax dating. I think a few people did made private platforms.
Yeah.
The whole online dating scene is just it always freaks me out. I'm just like,
yeah. Oh yeah, you don't really want long distance. I guess it could happen, but
but I mean like creating profiles. Like, okay, there's like Catholic dating and Christian dating, and there's other types of dating as well. So it just fits into it. But I just hate the way that you got to like put your whole life on these profiles and you don't want to lie in case you got to meet these girls and then ask questions about it. I'm just like, no, I just rather meet people in real life. I just don't want to do this. I just don't want to do it. But then I found out like every single girl, I should say, apparently has an online dating presence somewhere. I went, holy shit. But yeah, I was always not big into social media.
yeah, hopefully you find the flatty if you want one, and hopefully you don't if you don't want one.
Oh well, stop ranting. I might go do something. I'll see you later.
I see you.
I posted a six pack of memes. The train one always gets them. The train and the non-rotating atmosphere with the non-spinning reference frame, and the water. Yeah, the water. I don't know if you ever watched Eric Dubé, the Fireside Chats.
No.
No, it's a 2015 2015 one. It's the first one I saw. I was obviously a truther on Twitter, and some guy randomly was like, "Have you looked into flat Earth?" And he sent me that, and like within 5 minutes, he said, "Water is level. It always seeks and finds its level. You've never seen curvature. There's no real pictures from outer space." And I was like, "Holy shit!"
I know.
Life changing.
At least that one's more fun because a lot of conspiracies are just downright depressing, like Pizzagate and stuff. Like, it just sucks.
Yeah, yeah, that's true. Yeah, mine was in June 2015, and I remember driving, and I was just like looking at the horizon and looking. It was like, holy crap! Like, just it was like a new world. Like, Earth's flat, pretty much everything's up in the air.
Yeah.
And
I still get a small
yeah, I
chill
just
when I
remember. It was,
was gonna say I still get a small chill when I get to the top of a like landscape and I can just see how flat it is for miles. It's just awesome.
yeah, for me, I can see like when I drive, it's like flat highways, and I can see cars like 10, 15, 20 kilometers away. I can see their lights. I can see like a radio tower 50 kilometers away, almost to its base when it's like minus 30 Celsius because it's like low refraction, low humidity, like it's perfectly crystal clear. So
Look,
yeah, it's
look, he's upset that we got all these new memes.
yeah, Glovers assemble. Usually how it happens is like there's always like a Glober who checks in. He's like, they're bashing the globe. Somebody's gotta go in there and check in, do
Can
some
you
damage
imagine? It's
control.
so funny. This is how far we have to go to meet with each other, and this is how far they're willing to go to argue with us. Like it's so easy for them to find people who agree with them, and yet they're over here arguing with us. What does that say about them?
Well, it's because they know, like, especially this channel's on YouTube 24/7, so they are scared that that one or two random people on the fencer might join the YouTube and listen in to some flat earthers bashing the globe. So they have to try to come in
No.
and insult you and then defend the globe at least a quarter or half the time or even more or whatever. So, like, yeah.
Now, this one I think is interesting because I've been trying to figure out calendar stuff. Sun tells you what time it is, the moon tells you what day it is, and the stars tell you what month it is. I always thought it was a month.
See, yeah, even I don't know if you saw, I was debating Tim about he was anti-Bible, I was pro-Bible, and then he said, "Did this guy live 900 years?" And I asked him what calendar did he use, because there's different calendars, 10-month calendars, 12-month calendars, different amount of
Oh, I
days.
forgot.
So
Used to the word for year meant like season. At least in
yeah,
like
like,
Arizona, I think.
but even like some, like Australia doesn't have a lot of variation in their season, but Canada does. Canada has like summer, spring, fall, winter, completely different. But in Australia, it's pretty close to the same. I would think. Like, it's a bit colder, but yeah, like I said, the calendars don't go by what was I telling him? Calendars, yeah, yeah, yeah. I don't know. Like I said, it's even I could ask you, like, what calendar were the Israelites using?
Jeez, who knows?
And how do we
I know
verify
they
it?
were using the Anamundi calendar. I know that, but they've changed their Anamundi calendar. So
See, that was like so easy. It was, I asked a question, honest answer. Like, it's, yeah, you can't. Even Tim's a flat earther, but he's anti-Bible, so it's gonna resist it. But like,
yeah, I follow the Quran myself.
yeah, because like the Ramadan doesn't follow the calendar. Ramadan jumps up a month every year
Exactly,
because
exactly. See,
oh,
this year is special
and he
because
was,
this is the only year in 19 years where the lunar calendar is going to match up with the solar calendar because they've ruined their calendars. So this is a special time because finally Ramadan fell on the right time of the year.
yeah, they like, we go by the sun heliocentric calendar, which is one idea, but there's the moon calendar. There's like, I googled how many different calendars, and I got a list of like 50. So I mean, that's just on one primary search for like 2 minutes.
Yeah. Well, I found that the older they are,
But
the
it just
higher tendency for it to be a lunisolar calendar, and that before 1480, pretty much everyone had an Anno Mundi calendar, year since creation. I mean, I say pretty much, but I'm not sure that there were any exceptions besides like Rome.
Like if I ask every flat earther, they're going to give me a different age of Earth, most likely, or unless they're biblical and they say all 6,000, 6,000. But a lot of people have a different timeline of history.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, I'm not fighting anybody. I'm just saying I'm openly conceding I have a different timeline of history because I'm an auto hoaxer. I question everything, anything the government says. I believe the opposite until proven otherwise. So I mean, nothing is proven unless it's like demonstratable, or if it's a faith, a belief, like in God and stuff like that. But I mean, I can prove to you that water seeks its level. I can prove that you need a container for gas pressure. So like, I can prove that you can add heat and boil water. Like there's things that are just written in stone.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it says year etymology goes back to year, comma, season. Year, season, any part of the year, any part of the day, hour. Of course, what we would need to look up would not be our word for year. Probably.
Yeah, well, even Globers would have to concede to supposedly they changed the calendars in 1616 to the Gregorian calendar from the Julian calendar. And I mean, if you try to go and look up history or try to find those calendars, like we can't. They're, sorry, I can't. It's so impossible to trace those years.
Well, they switched to the Julian
It just
calendar
feeds it.
in 1480, right? And then the Gregorian calendar, 1600 what?
I think it was 1616, the Gregorian, somewhere around there, 1620.
That's funny. That's my daughter's birthday, 1616.
So even if the Julian calendar and the Gregorian calendar are different, then the year lengths are going to be different. So then how did they factor that into it being 2023? Well, I mean, the Julian might have had a 10-month calendar and now the Gregorian has 12, but then we still go by 2023, even though they switched halfway. It's just, yeah, just does. And then changing BC to like CE or like after death to CE, and yeah, I don't know.
Let me see. I noticed they're trying to change what they call those again. Before current era.
Yeah, but yeah, exactly. BCE, before current era, after current era. So like, yeah, even Egyptologists, or I have a video 10-20 seconds where they admit that anything before 1500 or anything before 1000 is guesswork, and they admit it on video. So
Yeah. See, because I thought the Gregorian calendar was established in 1480.
because even any, I'd just be like, okay, tell the War of 940. Like, how are you going to prove the War of 940? Because these people said it, and there's these drawings and writings. I can draw and write stuff too and make up stories. So I mean,
I know
Yeah,
people were like, what, in the year 5400, and it's suddenly the year 1480. Like, talk about a
well,
reset.
even if you go basic, where they're like, Jesus died at 0 to now 2023, and they're gonna say for 1700 years we barely did anything. We were cavemen, and then we built the wheel, we built the printing press, and then all of a sudden, in the last 200 years, technology just exploded like crazily. It's like, no, population steadily grows, technology steadily grows. It doesn't go to where we're like 1600 years and we don't know where our genitals are, and then 1700, oh, now population booms from 500 million to 2 billion to 8 billion. It's not because medical technologies and whatever else the Globers say. It's because Earth is way younger than they tell us.
Right.
Because, yeah, like in the last 200 years, look at the technology, and then what did we do in technology for the 600 years before that? Absolutely nothing. That's stupid. That's Glober. That's Glober talk.
What's Glober talk?
Yeah, I'm not saying you're saying it. I'm just saying, like, if you look at the technology growth in the last 200 years, how we went from like tire, the wheel, printing press to talking on our iPhones in 200 years. What did we do for the 600 years before that? Why were we not inventing anything?
Right.
Where's those missing years? Where's those missing invention years? Like, we were just sitting in a cave cooking barbecue for 600 years, and finally we're like, oh, let's invent things. It makes no sense.
Mm-hmm.
So just the technology growth in the past 200-300 years destroys their evolution, destroys any timeline that they could ever think of. If you look at the population growth, technology growth, but yeah.
Yeah. All right, so it says the introduction of the Gregorian calendar allowed for the realignment of events like the vernal equinox and the winter solstice, which are some of the most important events of the year. I mean, arguably the most important, especially the vernal equinox. Beginning of the year.
Yeah. See, even one of my arguments against like the calendars is the government makes calendars because you have 12 months so that you pay your bills every 12 months a year. Because if there was 1 year of 1 month, how are they going to collect their bills? Charge you one huge lump sum at the end of the year? Or they break it down in 12 months and then charge the slaves every month for 12 months.
So you're saying the 12 months contrived?
No, well, yeah, it seems like I would say they broke up the 12 months as a billing period, but maybe there is 12 months. Maybe there is only 5 months, maybe there's 10 months. That's what I said. I don't know what calendar the Israelites used or like the biblical people used. They never really tell us that, and I actually haven't even looked, and I should probably maybe Google it, but just thought of it. But yeah, in reality, the calendar doesn't even matter. The government uses it now as a billing cycle, and we know it's changed. And
Yeah.
like the calendar, it doesn't change who created Earth and what our purpose is. So it's just one of those side factors. But
Well, in Islam, there's 4 holy months, but they're not being observed like at all now. And from what I can tell, I think it's supposed to be like the first month after each equinox or solstice. And you're like not supposed to kill any animals, I guess, and be like peaceful. So the calendar being messed up makes you violate God's command.
Oh yeah, it's done on purpose. Just like say the mixed linens. Even if it's a sin, that's why the government makes all their clothes at Walmart mixed linen on purpose, so that the people who are poor, who that's the only thing they can afford, have to wear mixed linen. That's why pork is always cheapest. I don't know if whether it's a sin or whatever, but for some reason pork is always cheaper. So it's just like every way the government can. Like the government's goal is to make you sin as much as possible, as young as possible, to deny God and atheism and to believe all the evolution crap. So like that's the government's goal.
They want it to be part of your personality, just like with the gender fluidity.
Well, that's why, like you learn all the physics and all the basics when you're a kid playing with your toys and in the tub and drinking your food, eating your food and water, whatever. And then they steal you from your parents at 6 years old and throw you in the indoctrination camps. Although they can be good, positive. You play sports, you meet people, but they teach you all the atheist lies. So like when you get to 18 and you're wondering, is there a God? You're like, no, evolution, Big Bang. Where's God in this universe? I'm just going to go party and get high and play sports. So it's a well devised trick.
Mm-hmm. Hold on a second. I'll be right back. I gotta go to the bathroom. Man, y'all really gotta try this Mojeek server. I'm having a lot of fun. It looks like some of these flat Earth pages have just been permanently made inaccessible, but you know the Wayback Machine should work. So at least here you have a link so you can find it.
Yeah,
Huh?
probably I would say like 25% of the things I talk about I can't even find the links to, or I go on my old YouTube channels and try to search. Every time I go to my playlist, there's always another video deleted, 3 videos deleted. So it's yeah.
You should turn all of your YouTube videos that you like into MP3s or MP4s so that they can't take them away from you.
Yeah, see, my issue is I live in an internet dead zone and I have quote unquote satellite internet. I don't have hardline. So I'm stuck on just my phone. So I cannot download anything.
Sucks. I'm sorry for you, man. I just moved back out of the country, and man, internet in the country is both expensive and slow, and also limited.
Yeah, I got since I got upgraded my phone, it seems to work a lot better. I get a lot more LTE, and I used to be stuck with 3 bars and 2 bars of 3G, and I'd be cutting out roboting like 95% of the time. So at least now I can destroy the globe and hopefully get through.
Sorry, you're hoping to destroy the globe? What?
No, I said with my phone and my upgrade, I usually it's clear, so I can destroy the globe without roboting. When
Look, now Chirality said,
before
"Let's go. They don't want us here." Trying to hold you emotionally hostage.
yeah, it's why I like the server because it's recorded. So if a glober comes in here and he tells you that he doesn't trust his senses, and he tells you, like the other guy, like Gambino, he's like, "There's no horizon on a flat Earth. If there was a sun on the flat Earth, you would see it forever." And there's a couple other ones that I got clipped. Where, holy crap! Like it's gold. It's like the dumbest thing. And he works for NASA supposedly, and he's a smart guy. And he says, "Yeah." So but like I said, it's too easy. They don't know their model. They just double speak and lie. So I mean, whether they're a NASA physics professor, science, chemistry, yeah, it's just easy picking.
Yeah.
Just ask them for their gravity experiment or anything demonstratable, and it's over.
Yeah, right. That was like kind of the cinch in it for me when I was trying to figure out globe or flat Earth right in the very beginning. And it was like, wow, there is really nothing that you can test. Every single thing that they ever claim is a defense to the globe is extremely hypothetical. It has nothing to do with reality. There's no like basis of truth here. They never try.
Yeah, it's all an illusion. Just like they can't demonstrate water sticking to a spinning ball, can't demonstrate gas pressure without a container, you can't demonstrate a real picture of Earth from space, you can't demonstrate like all these things that we've been asking for 7 years, 8 years. They have
Yeah.
excuses why they can't provide it, but so you're going to tell me water sticks to a spinning ball spinning 1,000 miles per hour at the equator, yet where's the face-to-face, man-to-man demonstration of this?
Mhm. You know, I once maybe twice argued with Chat GPT about flat Earth. I was like so excited when I first heard about the AI. I mean, naively, of course. And then I was like, "Ooh, maybe I could write a flat Earth novel." I started going at it, but it was clearly had its own ideas and would not be convinced otherwise. And I was like, Chat GPT, was the election stolen? Or no, I asked, is minestrone safe? And it goes, oh, of course.
I don't know if I did, but I usually ask it like, can men get pregnant? And then I can't remember what I answered, but some of the times they screenshot, sometimes not. So, but usually they tell you the truth, other than like the anti-flat earthers. Like it's just going to give you the answer. You don't have to go 20 minutes down the sophist rabbit hole, wasting your time. Chat GPT is going to answer you right away.
Mm.
But usually Chat GPT debunks the globe model because the globers are saying stuff that's opposite of what the mainstream says. So
Right.
Such as what are the globers saying that is off the mainstream track? Can I have example?
Well, let me
Is there an
think.
example? Is there an example of that?
Yeah. The Glober, the mainstream claim. Okay. Let me ask you a question. How many reference frames does globe Earth Coriolis effect require?
Just one.
Incorrect.
No. You see this activity in a rotating reference frame. Now that implies that if it's rotating, there must be some reference frame in existence that is not rotating, and that's true. There is any reference frame you want it to be. There's also sub reference frames as well. But you only need a rotating reference frame. It's required to see Coriolis. The Coriolis effect will be the apparent curvature of something that theoretically should be going straight due to no forces acting on it, but shows it to be a curved path. So I know this whole idea of having two reference frames, three reference frames, or being on a reference frame, or in a reference, or about a reference frame. That's all Nathan and Hueyisms. They're all lies and stupid interpretations of the actual physics. I'm here to tell you, because I am the citation, that Coriolis is one reference frame, a spinning reference frame, and that's how you see Coriolis.
So, what would ChatGPT say?
I'm ChatGPT. I should have my own program on the internet that gives you these simple, basic answers for simple questions.
ChatGPT would say 2 reference frames, one spinning, one non-spinning.
Why do you need one non-spinning?
Because you need the reference of the non-spinning reference frame.
Why?
Why?
Why? Let's say there's no inertial reference frame in the entire universe. Let's say it doesn't exist. Everything is rotating within everything else, and it's just that's part of the universe how it's been designed. That'd be fine by me because we see Coriolis based on the spinning reference frame, and nothing else matters.
So why did Extremistus just like an hour ago say that it requires 2 reference frames, and Matthew Learns says it requires 2 reference frames?
Because that's the colloquial understanding of reference frames and Coriolis. But I'm here to tell you that if by the question you're asking, how many reference frames do you need to witness Coriolis? All you need is one.
2.
No, all you need is one reference frame.
I'll give you a second. I'll give you a second example. Here's my second example of globe. Actually, maybe it's not, but this is, I guess, would be a counterintuitive claim by the globe, where it says that we're closer to the sun in our winter and further away in our summer.
Yeah. What's wrong with that?
Well, yeah, no, but I'm trying to think of another glober thing that you guys say that is opposite.
No,
of the
let's go back to the Coriolis is a good one because a reference frame is just a point coordinate system. And to see Coriolis, that point coordinate system needs to be rotating. And we'll see things curve in that rotating reference frame. Now, it doesn't say that things aren't inertial. It doesn't say anything about that at all. All it says is, what do you need to see? What do you require to see Coriolis effect? A rotating reference frame, that's it. And I think it's implied that there could be an inertial state, but we don't need an inertial frame for it. All we need is a rotating reference frame because that's where you don't look at something from 2 reference frames at the same time. That's silly.
Coriolis
so I'm right
effect
because
exists.
it's a simple. I'm giving you a simple explanation, and they're wrong because they're just using a colloquial definitions and understanding. They're not incorrect. It's just you don't need it to see Coriolis.
Yeah, Coriolis effect
What do you think about
exists.
that?
It's just there is no Earth-based Coriolis. Earth doesn't spin. You do not have a spinning reference frame.
We do actually, because that's why we see things curved relative to the observer who is on that or in that spinning reference frame.
Yeah,
We can see
snipers
that
don't account for Coriolis effect.
Yes, they do. Of course, there are. If you were on a gunboat and your life depended on it, your life depended on it. If you're shooting a 16-inch over 25 miles, you best understand Coriolis because if you don't, your target who are going to fire back at you and kill you easily if you don't kill them first, and you'll be off by 100 yards if you don't take Coriolis into consent. So believe me, if you're there and I'm there, and you're saying, Zanuck, I want to live, I don't want to die. What do I need to do? We're gonna aim a little bit to the side here by 100 yards, because if we don't account for Coriolis, we're dead because they're going to fire back at us. You're going to believe me because your life will depend on it.
No, I'm going to account for Raymond. But
this is not even an insult, but you actually do sound like an actor right now. You sound like you're in an infomercial. You're like, you're literally selling us a globe in an infomercial right now.
It's my job. I get paid by the session. I get 50.
You're breaking up, but we know you don't get paid. You're doing this all for free.
Out of the goodness of my heart.
Your demonic overlords is the only ones you're paying. Purge them out. Cough them out of there.
I feel so much freer now. They've escaped. They've been expelled from my body.
You have to pay them, actually. They're not paying you.
The overlords?
Yeah.
That's right.
You pay them and all your blood and sweat that gets no one anywhere.
And for what? Just for extra stress. Probably, this is probably taken about 10 years off my life, I bet. I don't think people's jobs
you find it odd that there's like thousands or hundreds and thousands of ex-globers, but only like 5 ex-flat earthers, quote unquote.
Nothing surprises me anymore.
The cool thing is that there's actually 0, right? There's actually.
I know. Yeah.
Well, we'll call it 5. We'll give you 5 to be extremely
It's like a lot.
Yeah.
I mean, not a lot. It's like a lot, right? No. Yeah, a lot. Yeah. He's like, oh no, there'll be 50 people in here, surely. All right, we'll give it 2 for 5.
Look, I've been commissioned by my overlords to convert all of you, and I will not stop until all of you are converted.
We know.
See, but do you like I said, you underestimate our distrust in government, and you're going to say we have measurements, we have this, we have that, but it comes down to the government narrative of lies, and we see too far, and all these other things that, I mean, we're never going to trust the government.
That's a good point, actually, because I have not been on a gunboat, and I have not shot shells 26 miles, and I'm just trusting these documents. So that's a great point.
By the way, you've seen that meme that Dan posts where it says Zanuck, defending the globe one time out at a time. So I was just going to say, you're going to convert us one time out at a time.
I didn't see that meme. That's pretty funny, though.
You haven't seen it? Oh, it says Zanuck fighting the globe one time out at a time.
Who did it? I'll do a search of his name. Who posted that?
Dan the Waterman posted a bunch. It's like an AI generated thing. It's got like a dude in his chair like yelling.
Oh my god, he's got a lot of pretty funny memes, actually. Those faces.
Yeah, Dan even memes himself, or like he'll even he'll self-deprecate himself.
I love to see him roaming around the junkyards of Los Angeles looking for NASA equipment.
So, Zanuck, can you tell me one time the government has told the truth?
Don't even get me started with the government. I'm so down on the government right now. I think they're all a bunch of fuckwits.
Yeah, that supports my point.
You're not wrong about them.
Like NASA.gov, Operation Paperclip.
Yeah, I'm not as convinced as you are about those programs, but I'm more convinced about global warming and weaponizing the EPA and taking away my gas grill. I think they're full of shit.
You know about Jack Parsons, right? What's your opinion on Jack Parsons? Good guy, bad guy?
Jack Parsons. Why does that seem familiar?
JPL, Jack Parsons. JPL NASA, Jack Parsons.
Yeah. Jack Parsons. Yeah.
Do you think he's a good guy or a bad guy?
I haven't seen anything really to give me any ammunition either way.
You know how he died?
Yeah, he died. A long time ago, obviously. But I don't know how he died.
Oh, he died in an explosion.
Explosion? Yeah.
He died in an explosion in his home lab, but he was notorious for doing sex magic and hanging out with Aleister Crowley, or not hanging out with Aleister Crowley, but he thought he was like the second coming of Aleister Crowley. And he did all these rituals, and then NASA was like, let's join up with this Jack Parsons guy. He's
Aleister Crowley was
smart.
into
He's got
sex
rockets, but he doesn't. Yeah, they all are. Yeah. Sun worship, sex magic.
Oh boy. I'm reading it right now. Right. Oh my God. His right arm gone below the elbow. Gaping
there's
hole in his
mainstream
both
videos.
legs, arm broken, burned all over. And he was declared dead about 40 minutes after the explosion. He said his last words were, "I wasn't done." Ooh, pretty sad.
His
Yeah,
last
the
words
more
were
important thing would be like his sex magic rules and his weird beliefs into Thelema. I believe it was Thelema, but it's just weird how the government associates with Operation Paperclip, and then Jack Parsons, and then Buzz Aldrin, the Freemason, and then Einstein married his cousin. It's just weird to me.
All these kooks, huh?
Government kooks.
Yep, they are littered. The government is littered with kooks. There's no question about it. I mean, some unimaginable stupidity.
Kooky Chris.
I don't think they're smart enough actually to have some conspiracy that we talk about here. Just my opinion. I think they're some of the dumbest people, least amount of common sense ever.
Which people?
I missed
Those
the.
aren't the ones doing the deception, bro. Those are just the people on the ground that are being hired to do stuff.
Who is in charge of the deception?
Yeah, not the civilian class that people you're calling incompetent, right?
No, not the civilian class. The governmental officials, of course. Total incompetence.
I would say it's the bankers who are printing the money who can buy people with the money that they print out of thin.
Well, have you guys ever heard? You ever heard the term idiot? You know, we looked up the meaning of the word idiot earlier.
Useful idiot?
Where they are. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, agree. Unbelievable. And the fact that they can just be printing money right now and give $5 million each for each African American who was associated with the slavery.
They don't even have to print it anymore. They have digital money.
But yeah, I don't know what they do with it. Yeah, printing's not even needed. They just change a few digits on the budget sheet computer,
and
it's there. I think the new thing we should do right now is we should be melting down these nickels for 17 cents worth of material, and it only costs a nickel to buy one. It's a hell of a return. Was that posted here somewhere?
That's illegal.
Yeah, but who's going to catch you with your little smelting pot in your basement? melting
True.
nickels.
Well, you might pass out that way. You don't want to do it in a basement.
Yeah, you know, get a little exhaust fan and make little bricks out of it, little nickel bricks. What is it? Probably 20% nickel and 70.
Guys, who doesn't like getting high on a little metal poisoning?
Yeah, I feel bad for my children to deal with all this. No, so I don't. To answer your question, I do not trust you.
Yeah, well, the government says Earth's a globe and NASA. So, but you saying you don't trust the government, then you trust the government.
No, I don't base my assessment of the Earth's shape based on what the government tells us, and I don't even. And I've said this many times on this Discord server too, that I don't use the pictures from space, the moon landings, or any of that. The only thing I use is things that I could visibly measure and test myself.
Do you think the WGS-84 is the correct coordinate system?
I do think that. I don't have enough experience hands-on with it. So
you know who that comes from?
NASA.
No, the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, which is basically like a sister agency to the CIA and the FBI.
What agency is? What agency is sister to the FBI?
The Geospatial Agency.
National Geospatial Intelligence Agency. That's what it's called.
Okay.
They're the ones that make the globe. It's called the WGS-84. It's essentially the coordinate system, the ellipsoid, geoid datums that they use.
Yeah, well, they can be measured with rudimentary tools too, but.
Well, you're saying you don't trust the government for your,
globe
Earth, but the WGS, the World Geodetic System coordinate system, the entire globe Earth, the oblateness, the whole thing, it comes from your government. If you believe in that, so it is your government, and obviously NASA obviously has spearheaded this globe thing.
Yeah, I wouldn't use. You don't usually find me using that for the thrust and the majority of my arguments. I'll bring it up occasionally just to talk about geodetic surveying, etc. But I don't really use those. I mean, I throw them out there for fun, and like you guys use a lot of your memes for fun. I mainly use things that are easy to measure ourselves.
Well, it's just interesting. Like, I feel like he's saying this because I don't know why you would believe in a globe if you weren't just listening to authorities, because nothing in the world around you points to a globe.
Yeah, I already told you that when you fly and you look at mountains that are 50, 60 miles away, and they look like they're at the same level as you when you're flying, and as you get closer, they tower over you. That you'd be crashing into them if you kept that same altitude. So for some reason, they're a level at a distance, but at some reason, as you approach them, they get higher.
That's perspective. That's perspective.
That's not how perspective works. If something's at eye level, let me explain to you quickly how perspective works.
No, I know how perspective works.
No, I don't think you do. You've already told me you don't. You've already showed me you don't. Just let me finish. Let me finish, and you can hold on. Let me finish, and then you can correct me or tell me your opinion. So if anything's at eye level and it goes further away in the distance, it will stay at eye level. It will not move. Everything below you will come up. Everything above you will go down. Everything to the left and right of you will go to the center. But nothing in the center of your field of view will change its position as you go further or closer away to it. Now go ahead.
I just think false.
No. The system is that however high you are off the ground is how high the horizon is for you. Like, it rises with your height off the ground.
He just said that. He said that if something is 5 meters away from you at eye level, it's going to stay at eye level for you as it moves away. That's ridiculous.
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
And everybody knows. Everybody knows this, but you, for some reason,
That's
it must be. Are you near her? It's not absurd. It's not absurd at all. It just means that you haven't been paying attention.
It's first of all, it's going to vanish. It's not going to be in the horizon whatsoever.
It will. No, you're confused. You're conflating what she said, what I'm saying. Anything at eye level, 5 meters above the surface, and you're 5 meters.
You don't understand.
Hold on.
Okay.
Can I finish? Can I
saw
finish
your
my sentence?
diagram and
Can I
showed you
finish
how
my
it works.
sentence? Can I finish my sentence? If you're looking at something 5 meters above the ground, and you're 5 meters above the ground as well, that is 16 feet 4 inches in English. As it moves away from you on a flat surface, it'll always be at eye level and will not move. Never. That's the law of perspective, which is not really a law, but that's how perspective works. So
you actually don't understand how it works.
I do. I'm trying to help you understand. You don't want to learn.
The stuff that's eye level, right? So when you move a mountain, when you see a mountain at eye level from you, right, the top of the mountain. In reality, the top of that mountain is far higher than you. If you were to switch to an orthographic view, the top of the mountain is far higher than you. Yet to your view, to your vision, this is at eye level. You don't understand how it works whatsoever. It's delusional.
No, it's actually you that are over confused. But I'll
you're
let you go. You sound you sound like a little Dunning-Kruger, so I'm not even going to go with
You're
it.
Dunning-Kruger as fuck. It's absolutely hilarious. Well, the projection is insane.
No, everybody, even talk to Gio. We all know that things that are. Now, there could be a question about how we measure it, but no, if you look at something like
the top of a mountain.
I'm in the middle. If you're at the top of the mountain and you're looking at another top of the mountain.
No. I said the
but
top.
Is it eye level? If it's eye level, it will be the same height above the surface as you are. That's how it works.
I'm asking you a question.
Which way would it go? Up or down? What if it's above you?
I'm asking you a question.
Where does it go if it's above you?
I'm asking you a question. Answer the question, and this will show whether or not who's Dunning-Kruger and who's not.
It's you.
Be quiet. If you're on a plane, and there's a mountain, right, at your eye level in the horizon, at the horizon, right? It's at your eye level, at the horizon, right at that point. The top of that mountain, if we were to switch to an orthographic view, you obviously know what that is.
Of course.
Where is the top of that mountain from an orthographic
at
view?
eye level, straight line, level with you on a flat surface.
Oh my god!
It has to be.
Unbelievably delusional.
So, yeah. Are you new? You must be new here for some reason.
You must be new here, dude. Did I be fucking?
Everybody knows I'm not new here. I've been here for 5 or 5 or 6 years.
For years.
Talk to people like you that think you know something you don't. You're laughing. You're laughing because you just don't understand.
Dude, you're a noob.
I'm not new.
You're such a noob.
Get a grip. Get a grip. Look down.
I mean, I've never heard anyone make this argument in my life.
Well,
I'm not appealing to consensus.
You want me to put? Should I put a meme? Let me put a meme.
This man is absolutely absurd. He thinks the top of a mountain, which is at your eye level in the horizon, from an orthographic view, is literally at your eye level, from an orthographic view. That's ridiculous.
Like, if it was way above your eye level, then that means that part of it was at your eye level. The thing you have to realize is that as things get further away, they both get smaller and they get closer to the horizon. Everything.
The top is
That has nothing to do with the horizon.
So
if you have something above,
imagine.
Why don't you listen for a second? You might learn something. Okay, just for a second.
You might learn something. You have a lot to learn because you think the top of a mountain at the horizon is at your eye level orthographically. That's dumb as fuck. If you brought that mountain close to you, right? If you scooted that mountain across a flat surface towards you, you'd be looking at the middle of it at eye level. Then when you scoot it away across thousands of miles, or hundreds of miles rather, it's gonna start squishing down, and the top is gonna merge down into the center point, which is at your eye level. That's what's gonna happen, provided you took away all the atmosphere and you keep seeing it.
Okay, I just put a little picture in the chat. You must understand how this works. Anything at eye level, as it moves away from you, will stay at eye level. Anything above you, like a mountain or something, will come down and get close to eye level. Will never get to eye level in the distance because that's how perspective works. But anything at eye level, hold on. I'm not done yet.
The inverse square law.
I'm not done yet. I was muted because I was talking over you. Now you shouldn't talk over me. Anything below eye level will come up to eye level in the distance as it gets further away. So we're talking about, you've already established the fact that you're saying something is at eye level. If it is eye level and it is 60 miles away on a flat surface, it should always stay at eye level, no matter how close or how far away it is. And that's because everything up above eye level will come down, everything below eye level will go up, and everything from the sides will come in. You can't tell me that something that is at eye level will move anywhere, because that would totally counter. Hold on, I'm almost done. that would contradict everything I just said about what we all know, how perspective works. So you're wrong, grossly wrong, and I think you should reassess what
You're
you
wrong.
said.
You're wrong because
And
you're
I'm
wrong
just saying,
because the top and the bottom, as you mentioned, will merge into eye level. So at the horizon, this will look like it's at your eye level, but it's not at your eye level. In fact, it's far above you.
I'm not talking
Can
about
I-
things that are unresolvable. I'm talking about
Can I just-
mountains. Yeah, just a second, honey. Mountains that are above eye level or below that you see very clearly. I'm not talking about things merging into
Everything
a
merges
vanishing
into
point.
your point.
Wait,
They merge
hold on.
into
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about a large mountain that you can see very clearly. Maybe you see an observatory on top of it. If it is at eye level, as you move 50 miles away further, it'll still be at eye level. You don't get this, and this is your issue, not mine.
I don't even know what you're saying at this point because you take any
I was
object.
clear. I was clear about. Let her speak now. You're
Okay.
talking
So a
nonsense.
couple things. I noticed that you're reverse engineering this question. So it's not that you started at eye level with a mountain. You observed it way off in the distance and said, this is eye level, which if it was eye level, it would be indistinguishable from the horizon because you see here, the horizon, anything that doesn't surpass the horizon right next to you will not exceed the horizon in the distance. So I don't know how you would have seen it if it wasn't sticking up past the horizon.
Oh, that's very easy.
Furthermore,
That's easy.
how do you know that you didn't change height from one part of the sky to another?
Because I have an instrument called a HUD's display on many.
Oh, were you flying yourself?
Yes, I was flying myself
Oh, okay.
on on advanced aircrafts. This particular one was outfitted with a HUD display. It was a Shrike, twin engine Shrike plane that you'd get an ATP rating in. It has a HUD display, and you would look at it and you could see where the horizon is. Now it was very clear and clear to anybody. You could see the mountains were well above the horizon because you see the ocean in the background. Not a big stretch. So anything above at eye level will stay at eye level if you're looking at it through a.
Oh my God! Why do you keep saying this?
It's not at eye level though, because if it's above the horizon,
that can measure. Okay, here's a picture. You can look at this.
Dude, the horizon is your eye level. So if it's
No,
at the
it's not. It's not. Here, look at this picture.
Horizon.
That picture shows level. That's not
Why?
that's not the horizon. Showing the green. Okay.
The horizon, provided it's not obscured by atmosphere, would be your eye level, right?
Okay,
So if you're seeing,
I'm trying to help you see pictures. You're not really doing.
Dude, I've
looking.
studied this for years. I don't know what you and you don't even
Oh,
understand.
really? So tell me why I see this. Go ahead. Look in the chat. Tell me why I see this picture. There's the level line. There's the sun below level. So it's not an atmospheric problem because you see the sun below level, and then you see the horizon. So why do you see the sun below level?
The sun being below level has nothing to do with whether or not that's
Okay,
atmospheric
says
obscure.
you.
The sun being
You're
below
obviously very
level.
junior to this
The
topic.
sun being
You
below
see-
level.
Well, tell me how that happens. Tell me how that happens. Then go ahead.
Okay, so the atmosphere is obscuring the ground ahead of it.
Really? How come I see the sun then?
If you removed all of the atmosphere, that
Yeah.
would rise up to your eye level.
Why would that rise up to eye level?
Because there's more ground that's being revealed, which
Okay.
is now
Why is the
obscured
sun?
by the atmospheric
Then
deck of opacity.
Then why is the sun? Why is the sun below eye level then?
What has that got to do with anything? The sun also has
that doesn't prove eye
How far
level.
is the sun away? You can see it,
This is
right?
a digital
I'm just
over.
blowing up your world as you see it, and you're trying to fight it like it's like you're grasping at
You don't-
straws. Go
I'm not
ahead,
grasping at
keep
straws.
on
You're
going. It's
grasping
funny.
straws.
It's
You're
actually really
projecting on
entertaining
top
to
of
me.
Dude, you don't
Dude,
understand.
Don't
You don't
dude
understand.
me. You're not getting it.
You don't get it. You don't get it. You
I
actually
do get.
haven't-
I'm
you
showing
haven't
you.
studied
You made
this. You haven't studied this. You actually haven't studied this. So what we have is called an atmospheric deck of opacity, which obscures land which lies ahead, right? So as you're getting to, so the horizon that you see, or quote unquote visible horizon, is not the actual horizon that you would see if you stripped away all of the atmosphere. Because just like all other objects, the atmosphere also shrinks to the vanishing point, creating that atmospheric deck of opacity. And if it's very thick, it's going to block out land, which could further be revealed.
Okay, so the next picture I show you, where we have an infrared filter on the camera. There's the pesky level line again, and the moon is now above level. Now, your point is kind of taken well by the gradient of this greenness and the darkness of the shading, but still we see the moon very clear, and it was only black, and there's no degradation or gradient there, and the level line is still above the moon. So however far the moon is, that's how far we can see, and it is below level. So it doesn't. So unless wherever the horizon is, you say the horizon will be at eye level. It's why do we see the moon there? Are you saying that it's below the level line or the horizon line? No, it's below the level line. The things you're saying are just ill-formed, ill-thought out.
You
Said you studied it. Hold on, let me finish my final half a sentence. You said you studied it, but you're clearly showing to me that you have not.
Okay, so you're still not addressing the point whatsoever. The moon has nothing to do with the ground being obscured by the atmosphere.
Why is the level line above the moon?
Dude, if you can you understand this?
Simple question.
If you
do you know?
It's got you're creating a
Don't say it has nothing to do with it. It does. It has everything to do with it.
So if you stripped away the atmosphere, the horizon would always be at eye level, right? Now
Why
you
is
can
the moon there?
you can see the moon above the visible horizon. Let's call it the visible horizon, because it's a light source. The land is not a light source. The light from land is a reflected light. It cannot push through the atmospheric deck opacity the way the moon can, or the sun can, or a star can.
But why is the moon below level? That's my question. Can you?
My God.
Answer it. Why is the moon below level? I heard everything you said about you can't see the ground. It's too far. It's not illuminated. It's not giving off light. Fine. I'm okay with that.
Okay.
Why is the moon below level? Can you this time you answer me? Can you please specifically answer that question and not divert to something unrelated?
Okay, no, actually, no, I understand.
You can't do it.
I understand what you're saying.
Go ahead, think about it really hard.
No, I understood. Fair enough.
Okay, you can't.
If that is a level line. Yeah,
that's a level line.
Yeah, fair enough. If that is in fact a level line.
The most expensive level in the world.
Yeah, fair enough.
You can't answer, can you? You don't know. Just say it. It's actually kind of.
I don't know. I accept that. I don't know.
It's kind of it's self-releasing. It's freeing.
I told you I don't know. I told you I don't know. I accept it. I'll accept what I'm wrong.
I don't know. Okay, good.
I told you I don't know. I told you.
Good for you. I'm not going to rub it in your nose. It's good. I do.
Zanik, you haven't done anything because the Earth isn't curving in any degree. So, you're talking about your horizon line level. There is no level surface on an oblate spheroid, yeah? And when we fly in aeroplanes, we do not experience the curvature that we would do on God's flat Earth. We don't experience that if we were to be living on the globe, yeah?
Well,
do you understand, Zanik?
Well, no, because perfectly well. I just saying that this one aspect is what I judge my assessment of the shape of the Earth on is at the level.
Fantasy, though.
So you're not going to let me talk?
So go ahead. You're talking shit for a long time, but carry on.
No, I was waiting to stop, and I thought you were asking me a question. I was going to answer.
Yeah, go ahead.
So my assessment of the shape of the Earth is based on that idea, and our friend Ari or Ariel couldn't answer it.
And it still doesn't make sense to me that it would happen on a globe. I just don't. I have no answer for it from a flat Earth.
Well, there is no globe.
Well, you can actually see the sunset and the set as well. Now that could be in a horizon.
That's just an expression we use. The sun never really sets.
I'm saying
because hang on a second, as you well know, when the sun is above your head at 12 o'clock noon, the distance from your head to that sun is maintained as the sun moves away from you. So as it appears to be going down what you call set, that is just an optical illusion because the sun itself isn't going down, getting closer to the ground in actuality. And if you don't know that, then you're living in a fantasy world. That's it.
Okay. So anyway, I just back to my point. I see the moon below level, and that is one indication that the surface has to be below level because if the surface was at level or above it, the moon couldn't be there. Jen, is it possible for you to? Okay. So we know that the sun's below level. So my assessment, because of that, is that the surface is curving away from me.
I say you can just test if you can see stuff beyond the curve.
I mean, there's also the problem with the even more advanced perspective, which is the azimuthal grid of perspective, which I don't fully understand yet, which also could be playing into this. But I'm not going to appeal to it because I don't. That is a
so
level.
simple.
It's kind of made
The
up
thing is,
words.
we are overworking
No,
and
that's an actual. You
overcomplicating.
look up Walter Bill's.
I know, but well, actually, no, you're right. It's not made up in words. It's actually a misunderstanding of those words.
It's not a misunderstanding. You don't understand it either, and I don't understand it.
I do understand it very well.
You don't understand it. You don't.
I
understand
do.
It. There's no.
Azimuthal grid of vision is just what you actually see. You can say it's a grid. It's a point coordinate system that you
I don't
actually
understand
see.
that much. Everyone understands.
Seeing in curved visual space, as it also usually follows that, is also nonsense because you can take pictures, you can actually see
No, that's
things,
not
you
nonsense.
can validate where things are, where they should be.
I don't understand it.
Where you hold on, you can see things where they should be trigonometrically, and they are going to be there. However, when you take a picture like a panorama picture or a star trail time lapse, then you see things where the angles don't comport with reality, and because that's part of perspective of taking pictures.
You're just saying stuff that anyone who's looked into the azimuthal grid of perspective already knows. Like, but you don't know enough to debate it.
I do.
You don't know enough to debate it.
Because you can actually see things that is a straight line from you.
You can. I've seen. There's evidence
to the railroad track. We've had this. Okay.
Why are you interrupting me now? I didn't interrupt you. I said there's evidence of the azimuthal grid of perspective, right? From the sundogs to the fucking to basically even like a rainbow phenomenon, they happen due to the azimuthal grid of perspective. But like I said, I'm just studying about it now, so I'm not gonna fucking act as if I know enough to debate this. I won't debate it. Perspective definitely isn't happening in Euclidean a Euclidean manner though, so it's definitely happening in curved space. But I can't. I have to do more research to try and see. I'm not just going to use that to try and defend this point.
I'm not going to pretend to know anything about planes. It seems to me like you could have taken a picture from a different angle and the horizon would have lined up with that line, but like I said, I don't know anything about planes, so it makes zero difference to me.
Yeah, that line won't change as you move around. It's designed. The system's designed to follow your vision, and once you get out of the range where it's actually.
I mean,
it'll go. Hold on, I'm still going to talk.
Yeah, sorry.
So it goes blank, and the attitude of the plane doesn't lose with the plane. It stays at level with regards to your perspective, your point of vision. And you can prove this by when you go to the gate, this line will be level if you're 16, 20 feet off the line will line up directly with something.
I mean, so
what is your at 20 feet off the ground?
What is your answer for laser tests over like the?
Well, problem with lasers, especially with tests, the scattering of lasers is a problem, and it's so far away.
The scattering of laser would not cause you to be able to see it. It can't scatter its way around a curve.
No, well, no, that's not true. It actually there is some.
Well, sure. There's no empirical experiment that ever shows a laser bending around a curve or any light bending around a curve that you could show me everything stack up. Right? There's nothing to show. So basically, fair enough. If you actually did take that level and you actually did see the moon in that position, that's a question. Maybe it's not flat. Maybe it's another shape. But there's no way to account for the fact that it's a globe when you have these laser tests. They have to invoke the ridiculous refraction around a curve for which they have no empirical evidence nor any sort of justification beyond this refraction, right? And refraction, first of all, makes things refract downwards, so you wouldn't be seeing them in the first place.
That's incorrect. So
they wouldn't evenly refract on the curve.
That's not how it works.
Anyway, even if that point is not correct.
All right, so you want to let me finish?
The fact is this, I'll finish. There's still no empirical evidence for any light refracting uniformly around a curve due to atmosphere.
So when you're done.
I'm done.
Okay, so no, if light bends downward, that looms things up. It sounds kind of counterintuitive, but it also sounds like you don't really understand refraction works either.
I know what you're saying, because it's going to bend things down somehow, right? And then you're going to be seeing it as if it's coming up from an angle higher.
Exactly. Then you do understand.
But the fact is, I think that as it's traveling back, it's going to be bent down, so you're not going to see it. It's not. I'm not talking about bending down coming into your eye. Then it will be bent down so that it would never even meet your eye. And beyond that, again,
If light bends, but that's the opposite. No, then it shows. Then you're back to the original.
No, then you wouldn't even. I'm saying you wouldn't even get the light. I'm saying you wouldn't. The light wouldn't
bends
even
down,
reach
you
the
see. If light bends down, then you see things below.
I'm saying you wouldn't even get the light. It wouldn't even come back to your eyes. It would just refract back into the water, and it wouldn't even see it.
I mean, you get blocked. I mean, the light would be blocked. Yeah, if the light's blocked,
it would just
you
be
don't see
blocked.
anything. You don't see anything. Yeah.
Exactly, it would just be blocked. And what I'm saying is, further again, there's no experimental evidence, which they could easily do this, right? Because they're saying it's just the conditions of the atmosphere over the water, which is allowing refract.
How long have you believed the Earth is flat?
I don't believe it. I know it's not a globe.
How long have you known the Earth to be flat?
I've known the Earth is not a globe of the dimensions that they tell us. That's all.
How long have you
maybe
subscribed
a
to
year,
understanding of the
doing
globe?
it for 2 years. I came to the conclusion that it's definitely not a globe.
Is your answer what?
1 year ago.
1 year ago.
Only 1 year ago, huh?
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
And what was the evidence that really shook your world? You know what?
Let's say it's a combination of, like, obviously laser test, and the diffraction is just not an adequate explanation.
Diffraction or refraction?
Refraction is not an adequate explanation because there's no empirical. It's ad hoc. There's no empirical evidence for, like, stuff refracting, and not only refracting, but because that's with lasers. That's one thing. But there's also, like, things which people have seen over distances which are impossible, where, like the black swan and so on, where not only would the object itself have to refract up, everything we need to refract up into their relative places somehow evenly, right? So if it is a globe, it's not a globe of the dimension that they say it from that. And then second of all, you have the sun fade out videos, again completely incommensurate with the globe. I don't know if you know what I'm talking about, though. The sun fade out videos.
Oh yeah, I've seen all the videos.
Yeah,
Seen them all.
Yeah, the sun fading out. Basically, that's completely. There's nothing but an ad hoc explanation that anyone could give for that. I mean, it's not even. There's no argument for that. Like, the sun fade out video is probably the most damning.
The what? What sun fade out?
Yeah, the sun fade out.
No, those are just very blurry.
Everyone fucking blurry, dude. You want them to get, like, fucking HD fucking footage of something which is fucking thousands of miles away? Like, what do you expect?
No. The simple things that I've shown,
the
very
blurriness,
easy to do.
Let me finish.
What?
Let me finish. The blurriness has nothing to do with the sun coming down to a dead stop, right?
Yeah.
Not moving. Where it was moving, it stops moving, and then it just starts drifting away, and then it poofs away. I'll show you a video. I'll stream it right now. Someone gives me.
Go look. You look at. Can you see the chat?
I'll stream it right now.
Do you have this chat? I've seen it. I've seen all the videos. You're not going to show me.
Haven't seen the sun
You've
fade
been
out.
doing this for a year. I've been doing this for 6 years. I have a little bit of an edge on. So this is what we see in reality. Time lapse.
That's from the ground. That's from the ground.
Yeah, from the ground.
Yeah, I'm talking about sun fade outs that are taken from drones far above the Earth on a cool day.
Yeah, same thing happens. Same thing happens.
I'll show you the sun fade out.
Go ahead. I'll look.
Where in this fucking server can I stream?
No idea.
Why would they not give streaming terms to people? It's dumb. It's a flat Earth server or whatever. True Earth server. Stupid.
Okay. Well, after you've done that, did you want the role or?
Okay, I'd want the role. Yeah, please.
Yeah, there's a reason we don't give it to everyone. This is being live streamed, and it allows you to turn your camera on. A lot of people will turn their camera on by mistake. In addition, when you turn your camera on,
my camera will get turned on, because I have to turn it on my iPad to get to streaming. But it won't be my face; it'll just be my ceiling.
Right. I'm just telling you. Also, when people share their camera, it limits the VC to 25 people, and we have more than 25 every day. So yeah, we can't just. That's why we have the role.
Oh yeah, I'll do it on the computer. Then I won't turn on my camera. It'll just stream. 1 sec.
So, can we discuss the Stellanellian eclipse? Oh, we're still doing a thing.
You're talking about the impossible eclipse, the impossible on the globe eclipse.
Yep.
Where the sun and moon are visible above the horizon during a quote unquote eclipse.
Yeah, during a lunar eclipse. Well, I guess it could be either type, but it happens every lunar eclipse, so.
Yeah, the Globers hate that one.
Mm-hmm. They would have to.
Soon they'll probably have to edit those old articles and stop calling it impossible eclipse, because that's just like a revelation of the method, or they're like telling you that like the globe is bullshit, but we're gonna tell you feed it anyways, because you're gonna tell me it's impossible eclipse, and then you're gonna say the new moon is the invisible phase, and then Globers will say we see it. So it's Glober doublespeak as usual. It can't be an invisible phase and be visible.
Right.
Yeah. Or like it can't be impossible eclipse and be possible. It can't be
Right.
level and
Right.
kind of like, yeah, when you're lying and you lie so much, there's so many like they just have to say these things and they can't cover their tracks, and then now it's too late. There's too many articles. I mean, unless they delete all the articles, like what are they gonna do? Like they just have to try to deny it or double speak. Like they shot themselves in the foot over and over and over.
I think
like NASA footage, like the NASA footage alone is like like they never thought we were gonna go over it or what. Like nobody's ever gonna look at this. We can fake it.
I think I know how they're going to do it. They're going to write an AI program that just overrides it and edits all the articles and videos.
They've been doing that for 20 years already.
I do.
By the way.
Unless you download it, and then I have screenshots, but then I'll post a screenshot. Then all they have to do is ask for the link, and then the link's dead. So then they can just go on. Well, you got the link's dead. This is just a made up screenshot. So I mean, it just gets to absurdity at that point. And then they'll deny the censorship too. So they'll be like, "Oh, you're not censored. The links aren't disappearing. Like flatearth.null map didn't disappear. YouTube's not censoring you." So they'll just double down and lie. Double down and lie.
Just like Trudeau, we did not mandate anyone.
I never saw it. never saw that clip. That'd be a funny clip, though. We never locked you down for 2 years. It was like
Yeah,
that was
yeah. Actually, it was posted earlier up here. Let me tag it.
Is my stream working?
Yep, you're working.
Yeah. So this is the video, the sun fade out that I'm talking about, where the sun has come to a standstill here, and then you're gonna watch it not move down below the horizon, but just fade away.
Fade away.
yeah, but you need Zanuck to watch because we all know, like the flat earthers know that everything's going to disappear with shrink with distance, but globers will deny that. They think we can see forever.
Yeah, he was the one who said he wanted to watch the
Big
video.
Gambino said we can see forever on a flat Earth. You can see the sun on the whole flat Earth.
Yes.
That video, he says that they never mandated nothing.
Yeah, but you should ask him to explain this video because as you watch, the sun is shrinking. Poof.
Oh yeah, BitChute. Trying to see if I can save it somehow.
Didn't go down below the horizon. Always above the
I've
horizon.
seen several videos just like that. I've even seen better ones than that one, for sure. Yep. It just gets smaller, especially if you're in a dry climate, Australia.
Yeah, it's not the best video, obviously, but whatever. It's zoomed
It's not
in.
bad. It's not bad.
Yeah,
it's good.
I mean, it's inexplicable on a globe outside of some sort of mental gymnastics.
The mental gymnastics. Yeah. Love those.
I will say that
denial.
If he actually did take that video from eye level, and then it is below, and the moon is below, that means I have a lot to understand about. I really have to start learning true perspective because Euclidean perspective won't cut it to explain that.
Well, there have been a few times when I was like trying to understand, like basically Earth and the sun and whatnot, and I was staring out into the horizon at sunset, and all of a sudden, this whole like portion of like sky between the apparent land horizon and the apparent like sky horizon became like almost like back illuminated, such that I could see like extended topography over the horizon. Like I could see where like the sun was shining off the surface of water and stuff, and kind of the contours of the land a little bit.
No, of course, like the land horizon, that much I understand, which is what I was arguing with him. The land horizon is not that you see most days is not the true horizon optically because it's being obscured by so much atmosphere.
Right.
But then his point is again, it's all contingent on him having done this rigorously, and this actually was the eye level and blah blah blah.
Yep.
Means that perspective is just a bit more complicated, which I know it is because it's this dome of vision, which is what they use to reverse engineer that onto the globe. But I don't know the details enough to fully debate that, and that wouldn't be genuine or honest of me to do so.
Right.
Yeah, I'm gonna go on a limb and I'm gonna doubt his claims of the globe.
You're stretching, man. Don't stretch that far. Come on. You guys, anybody in here like geometry? Maybe.
Yeah.
I like it. I'm not good at it.
I like it. I'm good at it, but I haven't done it in years. So
Yeah,
here's what it is.
I'm gonna drop you guys a link to this guy in Australia. He loves geometry, man. You can check out these videos. Yeah, they're kind of short, they're like 5 minutes. Some of them are a little longer, but yeah, check him out, man. Does some pretty great geometry of how they figured out it's a globe and how they tricked everybody into it's a globe, basically. He's really good at it.
But are you posting it in live stream chat? Live
Yeah, I
stream
put it
chat?
in the live stream chat, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, it's good. It's good stuff, man. You'll laugh. He's funny. Good guy. I got to talk to him a couple times in person, like kind of like Discord. He stopped making videos, man. He goes, I figured it all out. Here you go. Here's the last one. If you guys don't get it by now, good luck. Anyway, if you like geometry, check out that channel. Fast.
But which video?
There's a bunch of them, man. Depends what you're into, man. You're into star rotations or figuring out, the distance to the horizon, or he does quite
Ooh,
a
I
bit
might
of
better
different
recognize
ones.
where he's from by his videos.
He's in Australia.
That's good, man. That's the kind of channel I was searching for. This is perfect.
Yeah, it's a good one, man. Check him out. Not gonna steer you guys wrong. You guys will enjoy it. Most of his videos are pretty short. I mean, 5 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, he gets right to the point. He's got some great technical information about perspective.
4 years ago.
Oh, good stuff. We can only see so far, yeah, and people.
Are the
wanna
Glovers
say
deny
we see-
perspectives? That's an
if
issue.
you want to say you can see, trillions of miles, that's crazy, bro. You ain't seeing trillions of miles. Don't be ridiculous.
That's stupid, actually.
It's ridiculous.
Like you think you can see 93 million miles? Really?
Right. And the sun hits you in the face in the middle of winter, and it doesn't even warm you
And
up. If you live in
and
Minnesota,
when a cloud covers the sun, it drops
Right.
temperature right away.
Oh, dude, man, I pointed that out I love pointing that out to people. I'm like, that's 93 million miles away, and that cloud just came over here, and the temperature just dropped like 5
Yes.
degrees. Did you feel it? And they're like, yeah. It's hard for them to put an image to that, But when they experience it,
this side would be really good for the
yeah.
bowlers.
What's that?
Trying to teach them navigation and aircrafts. That's be really good for them.
Yeah, man, I'm a sailor. Navigation's great, man. It's super easy, man.
That's what I found wrong with people. That's how I know the Earth was flat years ago because of navigation and mapping.
Yep,
It's that
maps are all
simple.
flat, man. No shit.
Just a direct representation of the flat Earth. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll take anybody on, man. Show me a map that's not flat, bro. You got one? That'd be cool. That'd be cool.
Well, I want to know what he says about the moon.
Well, I got this
it's
topography
man-made.
map that I made up, and it has the hills and mountains and oceans. Yeah, topography. Yeah. Hey, man, I've used topography maps to hike. Say, hey, man, there's this ridge right here. Damn, we need to kind of like go around the ridge there. I don't. It's a little steep there, man. It's like 1,000 feet, bro. You don't want to go. I don't think we want to go that way.
They were protesting 10 years ago. I'm just looking at this guy's website. So.
Who was protesting what?
Yeah, this guy, Jazzler 111.
Yeah, dude. There's been a lot of what we call opposition to his wonderful geometry that he lays out so eloquently. Yeah. He makes those guys head spin. Yeah, It's kind of funny, but yeah, Jazz. He was great, man. He was a great OG information guy. There's some other ones out there too, man. They've been around a long time that nobody knows about. Yeah, there's some guy from like the Vienna University, and he's got like several engineering degrees and several physics degrees, and he's a flat earther, man. And he lays it out. He's like, "You guys are ridiculous." I mean, yeah, fascinating. The people we run into through our journeys. It's been great, man. Geo, thank you for holding down the server, bro. So far, so good. I appreciate an open
So
forum.
what would it take? What would a Glober have to do to bring you back to the Globe cult?
Gas pressure without a container, man. That would be my
Yeah.
absolute guaranteed. Okay, what do you got?
Then NASA page will post a picture of a fan.
Right, or an air, like a leaf blower. I get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, like
I mean, I literally had somebody bring me
yeah,
a leaf
I
blower,
was
bro. There's gas pressure without a container. Like, wait a minute, man. What the hell's blowing that air?
that's
The
right.
container, right? Okay, I just
I
want
always
to make
tell them
sure.
go buy propane at Home Hardware or Depot and bring the propane home and barbecue without a container.
There you go. I love that one. I mean,
They're done.
there's no getting around it, boys and girls. I love that. And it pins them against the wall, man. That would be my go-to 100% first evidence of a globe. Bring it.
Yeah,
Gas
mine would be like curved water.
Yeah,
like
that would be
I'm
number.
face to face with them. Show me curved water. He goes to the lake. He goes to his drink. He goes to anything that's all flat, and then he's got to go to like a drop on a penny, like
I gotta
meniscus
drop.
and surface tension.
I think for
A
me,
drop
it
of
would
water.
What would
it
be
would be
yours?
circumventing Antarctica.
Ooh, that's a big one, though, man. That's a lot of work. I mean,
According to them, it's little.
well, I mean, it's a big.
It's just a tiny little continent at the bottom of the planet, right?
It's pretty big,
At least during
according to
summer.
their model. But yeah, summer would be a better time to go. If you're gonna circumnavigate Antarctica, that would be
Someone was
cool.
pointing out that if you were going to, if it was a flat circle, then you would be constantly correcting left while tracing counterclockwise.
Yep.
But if you're on a
That's cool.
globe, then you would have to correct right.
Well, there you go. There is a bunch of information regarding this subject exactly, where planes and sailboats have to correct for their.
Hey, this guy's really good, dude. I'm pulling his videos. This is groundbreaking stuff.
Who's that? I don't know what video.
The Jazzler. I'm just
Oh
pulling
yeah,
his
yeah,
videos.
it's great, dude. I don't drop shit, man. I always drop the best of the best, and
Yeah, I'm gonna send this
it's
to
it's one of my best, dude. I mean, go watch this guy's videos, and if you come back a fucking glober, man.
Yeah,
We're
gonna
gonna
send it
take
to
we're gonna take you to town,
Trouble
right? New
About.
perspective. We're gonna take you to town on those
Yeah,
east-west. We're talking to expert. This guy knows more about east-west, southwest flights than anybody in the world, man. This guy, right? On a globe,
Zach still here?
on a globe, and on a globe, right? I mean that.
He's been muted for like 20 minutes.
New
He's been
perspective.
muted for 20.
This guy,
he muted himself.
this guy's taking this stupid flights
All-
around the globe.
All you have to do
to the house,
is ask the
man.
Globers how many reference frames does globe Earth Coriolis effect require, and they can't answer. They'll say one. They don't even know that it requires 2 reference frames, one spinning, one non-spinning.
One spinning,
So
one not
like
spinning.
Zanuck was saying earlier, it's only one spinning reference frame. So I mean, they don't
Geo,
even know that it requires 2 reference frames.
Geo's spot on, man. I mean, if I'm driving down the road in my car and there's a fly on my arm, and it jumps to the guy in the back seat's arm, did the fly really notice any kind of motion? That was a good question, Geo, man. Made me think about it. You know, it's like, shit, that's a really good point, bro. I still don't have an answer
I would
for it,
say
actually.
it is as simple as like you go outside and you
But
throw
it
a
is a
football up,
container,
lands
so I
straight
got
in your
go
arm.
with container thing. Go ahead.
Like if Earth was spinning and you threw a football up in the air, you would rotate and the football would hit the ground. You wouldn't catch it straight down.
Right.
So it is that simple. Where
Well,
like if
I've
you threw a
seen like,
football, you would rotate that 5 seconds and the ball would fall on the Earth.
dude, I watched a guy shoot a 50 millimeter artillery round straight up in the sky, man, and it came right back down, right next to the gun. I mean, yeah, it was like a minute later. You know, I was like, if it was a spinning globe, man, he wouldn't have to like duck under the cover of a, yeah, an
Even
enclosed.
Mythbusters did that too. They
Like,
shot multiple bullets on
yeah,
Mythbusters.
and they all came straight back
They
down.
didn't They weren't even talking about Coriolis. They were just talking about like the cannon or some bullet falling back down. Like they didn't mention Earth, nothing. Coriolis. It was just
They didn't.
they
There was
debunked the
no.
globe without knowing it.
I
See,
think
the problem is,
I think the one they did was with a cannon. If you shot the cannonball straight up, it would come back down right into the barrel of the cannon.
you see, the problem is they
It
ignore rim
would, yeah,
velocity.
on flat Earth. On flat Earth, it would. But in
Well,
a globe, it would never land back in the cannon. In the
But like
globe,
you
the cannon
said,
would spin away and the ball would land on the ground.
like you said, the Mythbusters never ever mentioned that spinning or
Yeah.
nothing. It was just the theory of if you shoot a cannonball straight up, it would come straight back down, right
Yep.
into the.
It was,
Yeah, that was.
yeah.
That's been, talked about and written
It was
about.
like 2003, 2006 or
Yeah, it
whatever.
was a
So
long
they
time
weren't
ago.
like
Yeah,
flat Earth aware. They didn't do flat Earth damage control.
yeah.
It was pre
There
flat
you
Earth.
go.
They didn't do
They didn't
damage
have to
control.
have the Coriolis damage control thing going. Yeah. Yeah. The fuck all.
I gotta
baseball.
go there and clip that. I'm gonna go watch the episode now and clip it.
No, yeah, me too, man. I
See
gotta
some
go back and watch. Like,
See, the thing is, they ignore rim velocity. They don't like the word rim velocity for a reason.
I don't like it either, man.
Hey, Gio, are you here? Are you listening?
Well,
I'm just kidding.
BioDuel was denying the 1,080 mile per hour at the equator, and he was like, "It's only one rotation per 24 hours," and he was denying that Earth spins at 1,000 miles per hour. It's a typical Glober tactic. Deny the Earth spin.
Yeah, 480 meters a second at the equator.
I'll write that down.
I mean, think about it this way: a Bugatti Veyron at full speed goes about 120 meters a second, so that's quite fast.
120 meters a second. That is very fast. Extremely fast. Oh my goodness.
That's the spin
Yeah,
of
that's
the
a
Earth?
Bugatti Veyron. No, that's a Bugatti Veyron. The spin of those 480
yes.
meters a second.
Right.
Hey,
Yeah,
I gotta ask new perspective, man. So, Zanuck had a problem with chat GPT, right?
GPTs? He said that ChatGPT kind of got it right, but ChatGPT was totally confirming my scenario would be impossible. you're flying west southwest, that the plane would never be able to match the tangential speed. And you know, you're going to be going the opposite direction. You've lost all your conserved momentum, which Zanuck at least admitted and confirmed that you'd be losing your original conserved momentum. Plus, you would need more. And then somehow this air mass idea comes into his head and solves
Dude,
it.
wait a minute. New perspective. Dude, we're flying backwards.
Oh yeah, you're going backwards faster than you're going forwards, but there's no force whatsoever to make you do that. And you're continuing to lose your original conserved momentum. So how can you lose your original conserved momentum, but then maybe end up flying backwards faster to be able to be perfectly in sync? And just the fact that there'd be any variation between the tangential velocity of the plane and the ground means that it's got to be stationary, because they always land on a stationary run. There's never a timing issue, and there would be if there was a difference in tangential velocity, which there necessarily would be.
Well, the analogy I like to use is if you take a river that's flowing downstream and you climb in it and you start swimming, and the stream is stronger than you are, you're going to be trying to move forward. The more you're trying to struggle to go forward, the more you go backwards. And that's exactly how it would be with the airplane.
Well, that's what they'd like to hope. But the thing is there's a force in the river, right, that's actually pushing you backwards, which you can measure and you could feel, and you actually feel the resistance of flying against it. Whereas in this situation, they want to say when the air is still, when there's no wind, that's when it's in perfect sync with the Earth, right? So you'd have to have a prevailing wind always eastward, right? So the fact that fluid dynamics requires that the atmosphere is necessarily not in lockstep, no matter what, we would constantly feel an eastwardly wind just standing anywhere because it's not in lockstep. And we don't.
We definitely don't.
Winds go in all directions. They can't say air mass without calling it a wind. They can't say it pushes the plane back faster backwards than it does forwards without any measurement of a headwind. It's ridiculous. It debunks the globe. And as far as that fly is concerned, the fly in the car scenario, first of all, it's not analogous because it's one linear direction and it's an enclosed environment. So I like to make the better analogy they try to use is when you have like let's say you have like a drone on a train, right? You can fly the drone wherever it wants, right? And land on all the seats, or you can toss a ball to your friend, but that's not analogous either. Let's talk about a spinning ball on a train track, right? Now you've got the different tangential velocities. Your friend's sitting in a seat over there that's upside down relative to you. And if you try to fly the drone over the ball with a different original speed and then come back up and land the thing on what seems like a stationary runway, it's impossible. That's the actual scenario. You've got different tangential velocities, which fucks it.
It's a crazy shit argument.
Oh yeah, well, it's a great argument against the globe, but yeah, there's no answer to it.
Hey, we were just asking the question about, what was your number one go-to for, you're not on a spinning ball. Mine was gas pressure without a container, and I like yours, Dave.
I've talked to my friends about gravity, level water, gas pressure without a container, and then we were smoking a joint in the garage in the middle of a poker game, and I was like, the helicopter lifts up off the Earth doesn't spin, and it would spin after an hour 1,000 miles or whatever it is, depending on the equator. And he's like, holy crap, after everything you said all these months, that actually makes sense. But he's still normie, and he still denied it, but that's somehow the one thing that clicked, not the gravity, not the gas pressure. So somehow
and we give them the conserved momentum, but the conserved momentum's from the helicopter being on the ground. So you have to imagine that it's got this momentum just from being on the ground. And then they have to add in this air mass flowing in that direction that helps it move along, which supposedly helps it move along. But then we'd have to imagine that the thing's flying into a higher tangential speed in the opposite direction. That's why it's a great argument, because everyone flies every day. we would see the ground moving separately from the plane many different times, many different scenarios, especially going west southwest.
Oh yeah.
So it's
Yeah,
an in your face argument.
Yeah, they think because they think
Yeah.
the conservation of momentum is infinite. They don't understand that
Yeah.
conservation of momentum also does deplete after time.
Yeah, it's going to deplete
But
automatically.
in
Start depleting
reality,
as soon as you're in the air, if it was even a thing. Yeah.
But in reality, the helicopter takes off the 0 mile per hour Earth, hovers at 0 mile per hour in the
Yeah.
0 mile per hour atmo, and then
Right.
lands back
Yep.
down in the zero atmo or 0 mile per hour Earth. And that's
Yep.
what I was telling Ruhif. I was like,
100%.
it's 0. He takes off at 0, it's hovering at 0, and he lands at 0. There's no conservation of anything.
Yeah.
0, 0, 0. Yeah.
Yeah. Ruhif's response
But
to
in the
my
globe model,
west. Yeah, his response to my west-southwest argument, because you're going to lose your conservative momentum just by going the opposite direction. He's like, just don't fly west. Don't go west. That's his fucking answer to it. Don't go west. Okay, great. Planes go west all the time. What are you talking about?
I was talking to Extremistus in chat, and I said, talking about Coriolis and reference frames, and he's like, how many reference frames are there in life? And I was like, what? We're talking about Coriolis effect. We're not talking about life reference frames. Like it's like, it was just a tactic to go, but it was just like so funny to see. I'm like, we're talking about Coriolis, the 2 reference frames that you need, and you're trying to talk about life reference frames and all this weird, like, off topic.
Just trying to divert. It's weird when you have like guys like
Yeah,
left lane who flies planes, and it seems like he honestly thinks it's spinning, and it just works fine to treat it as stationary. But no matter what scenario you throw at him, he thinks the air mass is just moving his plane along as if it's stationary. I mean, come on, are you kidding me? You'd think you would, after hours of flying, that if something would just click. You'd be like, no way is that ground supposed to be moving, and I'm moving backwards with it. Come on.
Right. It's ridiculous, man. It's ridiculous. It's almost as ridiculous as gas pressure without a container. I mean, that's
yeah. It's more in your face because everyone flies. Everyone knows that. You've been on a plane. You've seen the runway. They aim at that runway. That ain't moving. You're not moving sideways with it as you land on the south-facing runway. You're not going faster sideways than you are forward.
Yeah, exactly.
Even where you are, say you're in California and it's a 0 mile per hour wind, like a 0 wind day. To me, it's just a 0 wind day. But to the Glober, it's a 700 mile per hour wind, but we just don't feel it.
Right. And they have and the jet stream's going 1,200 miles per hour rather than 200 miles per hour. Right. Right. So you go into the jet stream and you're flying a lot faster than the Earth is supposedly spinning, and then you jump out of the jet stream. What? You're all of a sudden in perfect lockstep with the Earth again? How's that happen?
All right. Here's a quick one, man. Is that back like in 2017, Paul on the Plane put out a video about there's like 37 aircrafts that if you look at the description of the design of those aircrafts, there's like 37 of them. Then every single one of them is said right in there, man. You have to design this thing on a flat stationary Earth, bro.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
I mean, it was like right in like the headline of the everything that you calculate from here on out has to be a flat stationary plane. And there was like 37 documents that all said the same thing, man. And it was like different. Some of them were like, aircraft. Some were like missiles or whatever it was, man. You had to assume that the Earth was flat and stationary.
Just the fact that the flight simulator uses a stationary level Earth. This is how you train a pilot. Can you imagine getting out of that training? Okay, I totally got the flight simulator down. And then the guy's like, okay, so now when you get up there, the Earth is actually spinning, which the flight simulator didn't include. So it's gonna be a little different, I mean,
What? What do you mean it's spinning?
Hey, hold on. Wait a minute. Hold on. So it's not the same as the flight simulator? No, it's spinning.
now the Earth is spinning, and you have to land on the east, west, on the south. Yeah, fuck off, man. Right?
If you went up
It's
to a
ridiculous.
teenage kid and said, "There's this new video game," it's just like the flight simulators, the stationary level, and you land on a stationary level Earth, and you can fly wherever you want. There's this other video game that just came out, and the Earth is spinning just like they say,
Right.
and you're like dodging the buildings through the city sideways, because they're coming at you, and you're going at a different rate,
Dude.
But what's crazy? It's the exact same video game,
Dude, it sounds like a Tom Cruise movie, bro.
right?
Right? I took off. I didn't know I got to land on the spinning globe.
Right? Now,
I gotta
what
save the
angle?
world. Yeah, fuck
What
off.
angle is this runway at? And I have to make sure I'm moving backwards at this rate so that when I land on this runway at this angle, let's do the math here before we
fuck
land.
off.
The math is
Yeah.
ridiculous, dude.
Dude,
You wouldn't
I
even
gotta tell you, man.
calculate that. It's ridiculous.
When Zanuck fucking pulled the "I'm flying backwards" fucking card,
Yeah,
that was
with the confidence. With confidence.
I mean, I was like, yeah. What confidence?
There's no other way to do it. There's no other way to do it. He's admitting you lose the original conserved momentum by going west, which they have to admit because if banking east is supposed to catch them up, then banking west is going to slow them down from that, right?
Yeah,
so
it was
they
like-
can't.
It was
Fucks
like
their head up.
I think you guys went at it for like a couple of hours,
Yeah.
as I remember.
There was three. I was knocking them down. It was Sean G and then Zanuck.
I was texting you, and I'm like,
Leslie.
dude, don't let up, man. Keep going.
Right?
And as
Yeah,
soon
yeah.
as
Get him,
he
get
got
him.
pissed. He got pissed.
I don't know how anyone can just walk through the logic of it, Demon Stride, and then still come up with this idea that you're on a ball.
That's it, man. It's like gas pressure without a container, man. They're both in the same league, man. They're like, okay, what do you got? Gas. You got gas in a container. Okay. What else do you got? Gas. Oh, you got more gas in the container. Okay. Yeah, you ain't got fuck all.
There has to be a super fluid, or at least a super fluid of some sort. We can't say it's
even then,
a
even then,
hard
you have
shell
to
container necessarily.
Even
It
then, you
needs
got to
something.
contain it in like a fish tank.
Hmm.
It's got to have some walls there, or
Right.
it doesn't work. Yeah, you got to have a fish tank or something.
Right.
So yeah, good luck with that, man. Let me know how that works out. That
It
gas
just
pressure
thins to
gotta-
almost zero, and then negative 17 torr is close enough to zero, but
Hey,
but consistent.
the magic.
Just imagine all the satellites, even the geostationary satellites, or all the things that are supposedly locked around the Earth orbiting. And then you're also going 67,000 miles around the sun, and you have to think that all those things aren't affected by that orbit. I mean, come on. Once you got to get out into orbit, you'd think that there would be all kinds of effects from this. Once you get, outside the atmosphere, then you're going to be going along with the Earth. A good one is what about how far the Earth is moved from its original position when you're flying to the moon and back?
There you go.
Right? Now you got to calculate, wait a minute. So wait, the Earth is not where it was. It's in a totally different position, orbiting around the sun. This is ridiculous. So stupid.
Yeah, the telemetry. We lost all the telemetry data, man.
Yeah.
And even if we had the data, we wouldn't have the machines to play it back on.
Right? I think that's part of the troll, though. The whole admitting to that, like that. They didn't have to tell us anything about that. They could have just kept secret about all of it. Why are they telling us they lost it and having Don Pettit come on there and talk about coffee and all that? He's a troll. I think it might be Steve Jobs trolling us. Honestly, could be.
Yeah.
It's like, who is this guy? Why are they putting clowns out there to represent themselves? It's total gaslighting.
It's a great question, man. It is a super gaslight for 100%. I mean, if you for one instant think that Don Pettit is an astronaut, wow.
Well, then you have a leak.
Wait,
he's not an astronaut?
Well, he's supposed to be. But if you think Don Pettit went to space and had the know-how to not that anybody went to space, obviously, but Don Pettit's the least likely guy that you would imagine would have the know-how to do the thing they say they're doing that they're not doing.
I'm gonna tell you, you put the pee in the thing, and then it makes the coffee.
Sugar, sugar, sugar.
Chug, it makes the coffee. It's amazing. NASA's amazing.
It's a
Yeah.
troll. And then Neil deGrasse Tyson, Bill Nye, these guys are clowns. Why are they using clowns to represent their side? I think it's a controlled demolition.
I'm with you. Did you see Neil deGrasse Tyson on Del Bigsby's show where he was talking about
No.
you just have to trust the consensus, man.
There
The
you go.
consensus was right. The consensus.
Yeah, you guys are talking about the AI correcting all these things. It's like they have to have, it's almost part of it. If it's not to give it up altogether and go with the outer pounder psyop, it could be just that they want to make sure that you're agreeing with the consensus because that's what the consensus says. The common sense here, we don't tolerate common sense. You're not allowed to use your common sense. And if you go with the consensus, then we know you're not applying your common sense. And we know that we gave you your belief system. Otherwise, if it was just common sense, everyone would get there on their own and they wouldn't know that they actually control you.
That's good shit, man.
It's psychological ops, advanced psychological operations that what's going on here.
I'm going to call them AI psychological operations because I swear for the last years, man, I look back and I'm like, dude, I think a lot of these articles and shit on the news are all created by the computer, man. I mean, you look at the shit people are doing now with this. What we have now, they've had for 20 years. You just
Right.
got to remember that, man. I know that for a fact, man.
Yeah, for sure.
Whatever we got, they've had it for 20 years.
Right. They're not going to release it to the public as soon as they get it, because that would be pretty dangerous. They have to know exactly how far they can go with it.
Google Hangouts in 1994. It was like, oh my God, these people are all hanging out, video conferencing across the country. I'm like, holy shit, man. Yeah, they had it 20 years before any of us had it.
I bet they have like AI robots that are like based on like our profiles and what we're saying and how we're saying it. Like just the recording of our conversations and all the back and forth and the nuances to it.
Yeah, you can create right now an AI bot of yourself, and it can go on different Discords and talk to different people. And you're not even there, dude. That's how good it is. Man. You can do that now. You can do
it. Yep.
It's like, what? Yep. That's fucking crazy shit, man. That's out of the box, crazy.
It's perfect timing. It's like nothing's real,
Yeah. It's like nothing.
As soon as we start to figure out that they're not really telling us the truth, they're like, okay, just throw in the AI. Nothing's real anyway, so it doesn't matter what the truth is.
There you go. That's how I would do it if I was diabolical. Talk. Yeah.
Yep. Virtual reality, all that, make the world suck really bad so the virtual world would be just as good or even better.
Yeah. Oh, hey, man. I enjoy my online time with you guys. Big time.
Fuck yeah.
I really do.
Yeah, it's the only real thing we can have, right?
I'm totally part of this.
We're part of the show. You don't know if you're part of the show.
Yep. That's how it works, man. Sucks, but that's how it works.
Well, you might as well be part of the show because what are we going to do anyway? Force them to tell us the truth about everything? Calling them out isn't going to do anything to make them they're just going to use the truth to sell us more lies, Like, oh, you got us. Ha ha ha. You got us. Okay, so we lied, but here's the reason why. Out of Ponders, and they got directed energy weapons, taking out this city. Now what are you going to do? Right? It's the perfect timing on all the sides. All of it.
Does it even matter though?
Dude, there hasn't been this much air-to-air combat since World War II. I don't know if you guys have been paying attention, but
Is there
There's
combat going
all
on right now?
kinds of air-to-air combat going on right now.
Supposedly.
F-35s and Russian MiGs and
Hmm.
they're just blowing these
We got real
air-to-air
war type stuff going
combat.
on, supposedly.
I mean,
Like
this
what?
is
American planes are fighting Russian planes right now? Is
Americans.
this?
Yeah, the
Okay.
F-35s are flying against the the Russians, and they're loaning all kinds of equipment to the Ukrainians, and yeah, it's all over
Yeah.
the fucking place, man.
Did you hear that? Did you hear that troll that one? I forget the guy's name, but he was like kind of a bigger alternative news station. He had this woman on talking about how there was UFOs that were involved in the Ukraine war that came and saved the city.
Didn't hear that. No.
And then the whole twist on it was that that's the only way that the Americans could be involved without them knowing it's the Americans.
There you go. That's a complete AI. Dude, that has to be AI generated story, man.
She was selling it. She was saying she had the witness and everything, like the guy saying the report from the witness, like we thought we were doomed, and then all of a sudden the UFO came out and and melted all the tanks, the Russian tanks.
Get the fuck out. Get the fuck.
Right? Total setup.
Yeah. Hey, if I was a diabolical cock, yeah, I would play it that way, man. Let's play as much shit as we can. Yeah, that sounds good. Let's go with that. Put that in the mainstream. Yeah.
Right. If it's so fake that it has to be, it doesn't, it makes, like you're right, Santiago. What does it really matter if it's all fake anyway, right?
Well, really though, like what really matters, because there's all this crazy bullshit that's going on in the world all the time.
Well,
always been going on, right? And like nobody's ever been right. You know what I mean? So like beyond, who's right or who's wrong or all the controllers and what they're trying to control, there's got to be something that actually matters, and it's not just like, family values and whatnot, but like I'm just saying, like at the end of the day, what actually combats that? You know what I mean? It's
Combats
not
what?
combats
the stories we're told.
Yeah, the stories, the disinformation, whatever you're told, right? Like,
yeah,
it's always been wrong, right?
Yeah.
In some way, it's always been wrong, and it probably will always be wrong. Like you can pin somebody down and say, hey, like you're wrong. This is the reason why, right? And it can be done with, right? But it may not be that simple in the first place. And even if it is that simple, it's like, okay, then you move on, and then what? What's next, right?
Yeah, if both wars are funded by the same people and it's just a chess game that's going on and they're all kind of behind closed doors agreeing, what does matter, right? Well, it matters, I guess, to know that that's the case. That would be the only thing that matters. To, don't get yourself involved in something that's not real.
That's what I'm saying, man. And I'm thinking a little bit deeper here, right? Because a lot of like how we operate, right, and the importance that we put on things, it's not really real.
Right.
Well,
politics to begin with.
No. Even just like as a human being, right? Like when I look at somebody or something, right, and I have an assumption about it, whatever it is,
right.
that assumption is not real. It's what I think, and it's what I want to tell somebody or what I want to, measure something as, but it's not the full picture whatsoever.
Hey, Dunbar, let me ask you this, man. If I say, hey, man, I want you to grow me some tomato plants from seeds, man. Do you think you can do that?
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah. That's called knowing something. Isn't the seed?
Well, no, I mean, I anybody can do that.
You
right?
know how to fucking, put it in the soil and water it, and yeah.
I say hell yeah because I actually enjoy, that kind of thing. But
well, that's where we live, man. We live on Earth. We can check it out. We can grow shit. We can do some amazing shit, bro. I mean, I can't believe how cool it is that I can put a little teeny little fucking little thing in the dirt and water it and watch it grow into this amazing plant that gives me food I mean, it's fucking ridiculously cool, man. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, back
And
to basics. That's real. Back to basics.
keeping
What
it
you know.
basic.
Don't abandon your common sense. That's basic. That would
Yeah,
be back to
exactly, man. I
basics.
mean, that is reality, man. I know for a fact that I plant the seed, it grows, it water it, take care of it. I don't have to question it. Yeah, I don't have to like think of it like a politician, man. Like, is this guy lying to me or not? Fuck yeah, he's lying. He's talking, right? Okay, yeah.
Did someone ask the question like, what do we do to fight it or combat it?
Well, knowing the truth, man, I think combats it more than anything. I mean, just knowing it.
I think so, but I also think so. Like cutting your tie with the propaganda. Like if you're not the if you're not an
Right.
audience, then how can you be how can you be brainwashed if you're not receiving the message? You know.
Tune in and tune out.
Well, some people would say, "Hey, man, we are the propaganda." You know, you flat earthers are propaganda monsters. Like what? The fuck? I mean, I've heard this, man. Yeah, we're bad people because we went and measured the earth and checked it out. It's weird.
Well, they could be using us, is the point. They could be
Yeah.
using the slow release of truth to get people to completely give up on
The
everything.
thing is, they'll use anything, right?
Yeah.
That's the
Mhm.
whole. That's the nature of the game. Like the nature of propaganda, right?
Yeah. Everything and everything. They use everything. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sex, drugs, and rock and roll all together. How about that?
No. Even like, look, I identify as
I
whatever.
identify as a
A
sex,
good,
drug, and rock and roller. Oh
yeah,
my god.
yeah. They can use
Yeah.
that,
Okay.
right?
Yeah. Those.
That
Yeah, I
I
get it.
identify as a good person, right? They can use that. I mean,
Hey, I'm binarily sexual. What?
it's like, you know,
I'm a cat. Yeah, I identify as a cat today.
Bread and circus, isn't it?
no. You're a Russian, right? You're an American. You're whatever you are,
Right.
right? It can be manipulated and used, therefore.
Yeah.
Hey, it's a fascinating manipulated system, man. It really is. And you guys have seen the manipulation.
It's the
man.
realm of control.
I don't have to tell you guys. You guys, yeah, it's control of our realm. Period. Boom. Nailed it. 100%. Without a doubt, man.
So, I mean,
realm
okay.
control. The realm control is a big one, though. That's the one they hate us busting through, man.
Yeah, but
They don't want to wake too many people up to that one because that one's scary.
No, that one,
man.
that
That's
one,
why
no one wants to wake up to. Like, no one actually wants to understand what the actual realm of control is, and they can hear it, they can listen to it, and then they're just like, okay, well, I'm not gonna exit out of that. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Right. It highlights a bit of responsibility on their own part, in a sense.
Mhm. Exactly, man. It gives them the spotlight, man. You got to shine this shit on yourself, man. Are you willing to say, hey, man, that's bullshit or that's the truth, you know? Which one is it?
Yeah, and am I going to stop putting my money towards this shit?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Exactly. Stop
It
supporting
doesn't
it.
matter.
Stop.
It won't matter. That doesn't even escape it, I don't think.
Well, for them, yeah, it doesn't escape them, but for us, it matters. Fuck yeah. No doubt. It's good to know the truth and to see it and expose it. I mean, those are the fundamentals of why we're out here, man. Just say, hey, man, a lot of the shit you were taught, man, ain't
It's
right.
got its place to play, that's for sure. But I
that's
think
it.
it's still within like the field of the game. You know what I mean? Like,
Oh, of course, man. They know every move we're making, probably way before we make it. But at the same time, man, they can't hide from the truth. That's the beautiful thing, man, that we got going for us, man. Gas pressure without a container is gonna destroy them every time, man. They got nothing. They got fuck all. They got good luck.
maybe something like that. Maybe.
Yeah,
I think there are things that they can't hide from. That
can't hide it.
it's like the walls of the truth are enclosing around.
Yep.
And the only thing that they're actually trying to do is, or they can do, is essentially understand what the truth is, and then try to recreate it in a false way, right? To try to like trick people or manipulate them.
Or reset.
Not really. Let's say some type of beings existed out there, like dimensional beings or whatever, that
Bigfoot.
Bigfoot, whatever, orbs of light, right? And like the government didn't understand what the hell these things were. They're trying to like research, figure it out. So like they come to the conclusion that like these things do impossible feats, and but they also learn that they won't really interfere, right, in like a direct way. So since they exist essentially peacefully, what they can do is, co-opt the whole thing, right? By controlling or manipulating people in the world to believe that thing they see is something different from what it is, right? And that goes back to the realm of control, right? Which is just the framework of thinking, right? Of thought itself. So like everything that is knowledge based, which is memory, which is thought reflected, that is fragmentary a picture, right? And that fragmentary picture can be added to. It's never like the full truth, but in that picture, right, in that thought space, you can project whatever you want onto what you're seeing, and it's always wrong. And in that realm, you can control whatever you want, right? Because you control what people think, and then they waste time, right? And they never actually get to the truth.
It's the spin of propaganda, bro. That's how they do it, man. They do it so good too. These masters have figured out how to spin the propaganda so eloquently through the masses in every country. Hey, if it wasn't for 2020, man, when everybody had to stay home, I mean,
yeah,
that was a big trip for all of us, man.
Yeah, that was huge.
That was a huge one, bro. That was like a
I
kick in
think
the
it
balls.
turned a lot more people over towards the other
Yeah, but
side.
that was part of their plan, is what I'm saying,
Yeah.
man. They knew it was going to do that, and there's no choice. There's no escaping. Like, hey, I'm going to shut everything down in every city across the world. Hey, that's going to cause some people to go stay at home and go, what the fuck, But they kept everybody busy. You work from home, right? Work from home. You can work
It's
from
so
home.
dumb, dude.
Okay.
It's so dumb.
It's ridiculous, man.
It also showed how pointless quite a lot of the jobs were, whereas quite a lot of these jobs weren't being done, and yet life still went on.
Yeah.
The world didn't end.
It didn't end, man. I still got my hamburger, from the
Right.
takeout only place, I couldn't sit down at the restaurant and have a hamburger, I had to go and actually pick it up and take it home.
It
Yeah,
shows you
that's
how much time they've got us wasting, doing these stupid things. Like,
yeah, man, we've been manipulated beyond all imaginations. I mean, it's from space to outer space to inner space to the spinny glow. Yeah, I mean yeah.
No, we don't even have space, man. That's the thing. That's
We
like
don't even have it, man. We're not even close, dude. None of us have ever been to space, and
no,
none
no,
of us
no,
are
no, no.
going to
Not,
space.
I'm talking about like just like having space, like in your mind or whatever.
In your mind,
Within your
Star
day,
Wars,
in your mind, whatever. Like
the
that's
Disneyland mind trip of space.
that's where all good things come from.
Well, it's where the great imagination. And what's Disney say, man? Just imagine.
No, I'm not talking about imagination. Imagination, I include with it being like, having no space, right? Because you're imagining too much.
Hmm. There you go. Well said, my friend. Well,
But yeah, what do you think they could do though that would completely ruin their credibility to the point where even like the staunchest Glober would.
I don't think they can at this point, man.
I know, it's crazy. Like they
They're
couldn't do
fucked.
anything
Yeah.
to make
I mean,
the.
they can shut down countries. They can shut down continents. Yeah. How the fuck? If anything they do at this point, man, could not be taken
Okay.
seriously
Okay.
by the masses. Yeah.
Hear me out. Hear me out on this. This is just like a theory, but what if we're all actually okay? So people say like we're all connected, right? But what if we're actually like, it's not just somebody saying like we're all connected, but literally intrinsically, like the whole body of humanity in some way is just like hard stuck connected, right? So like they like nobody can do anything without somebody else doing another thing, which means like all this stuff going on in the world, like a pull in this one direction that we don't like, is intrinsically related to this a tug in this other direction that we're giving, right? But also along the same line of thought, like these people who are the controllers or trying to manipulate or whatever, they can't do anything without like this whole
Right, they have to sell ideas to the people, and it's the people's movement that they're expecting, which is going to get them to their ends.
Right.
Right.
And potentially there may be like a complex structure to it, right? Like like a beehive, right, has like a very intricate structure to what's going on. And to like any one of the bees, like they don't actually know, what the hell is happening with the whole like intricate intelligence of the beehive.
They just do their job,
Right. But like our collective consciousness might have some sort of structure like a beehive, right? It may not be significant, like, it's not like a hierarchy or anything, like, oh, you're the queen bee or whatever, but it's just like it's just the fact that it reduces down, right, to a certain point where it simplifies to, something just really basic and simple that like, I don't know, even on an individual
remedial cost.
Yeah. Like if you allow this, like you're changing the world. Right. And if you don't allow it, like we can't even comprehend it. Like a bee can't comprehend like what their action does. But I don't know. I don't think that these controllers have like total freedom. I think that they're stuck in this intricate nature of like this connectedness, and we look at it as like an external threat, but really that's just, probably, that's out there that exists like as a survival type of nature, but it's probably a waste of time. Not to say that there's anything better to do, but just saying like that picture is probably not the complete picture whatsoever, right? It's probably
It's strange because obviously quite a lot of those people that are trying to control are people, so it's like it's not like they are external, they're also people, right? So
yes, there you go. And that has like a key to it.
Yeah, very odd, like, because they're obviously a part of that same thing. Like you say, if all humans were like connected in that sense.
We definitely are in some way. I can't comprehend it, but like, and I'm not going to try to, but even analogies, they don't really work. But there is something, deeply intelligent going on, that all of our like attempts to understand externally are pretty much, just for fun,
Right, they're what's the word? What's the word? In vain, in a sense, or you can't do it on your own. You can't know it all on around sort of thing.
Yeah, and the next day you might know it, and you might realize how you just let it all go, right? Whatever you were doing before, but who knows, right?
But yeah, I find it quite strange that there is nothing they could do that would ruin their credibility. The so-called authority. Because we all know as well, there will be those talking mouths that will be like, no, they're actually trying to protect us. And they'll still have their defenders.
They do. It's funny.
But that's why I say about just completely cutting the tie with being able to receive the message of propaganda. If you're not hearing the message, how can you be manipulated by it?
I think like at the heart of this beehive, right? There's an intelligence, and it's not a brain type of intellectual intelligence, but it's an intelligence which is of the nature of like the truth, right? Or it has the integrity of the truth, and we might not know that like what the truth is or the full that full word, but like we get hints of it and we get signs of it, like
Yeah, I think I know what you mean. Yeah.
Well, I'm not explaining myself very well at all, but it's just a really deep concept. I'm trying to get trying to get like a line onto it, but
I think I know where you're going with it a little bit.
well, like okay, so like it all breaks down at some level, right? To this level of this like the nature of this intelligence, right? Which is not like personal. It's not societal. It doesn't have to do with any of like the people agreeing or disagreeing and that kind of thing. But like it's like if it's almost like saying if everybody was just completely honest, right?
Yep.
Then we would all maneuver in a way that was unblocked by our lies, right? Or by our like the walls we put up, right? And we would resolve all these issues essentially, and we would be done with it, right? It's not just about like confessing or like being honest about something, but it's just about like the nature of like that clarity of just expression, right? And not having like the fear or like the resistance of the thought that like there's going to be a repercussion for this or somebody's going to do something to you, right? And having that like freedom of movement is sort of along the lines of like where this intelligence is, but it's always obstructed, right? So like these people, they're doing wrong things in the world, and other people, some people support it and they say, oh, they're making me safe, and other people, the more safe they make you, right, the more that they like control you, right? There's a whole force of other
the less freedom.
I could go on for an hour about protecting us. Yeah, go ahead. Keep us safe, Mr. Government.
Right.
Keep us.
Right. But then the more they keep you safe, right, there's the other people that are like, no, we want to be free. Just leave us alone, right? And more people get in line with that.
Freedom. We want freedom. We want freedom. Yes.
And essentially their hope is basically to like control everybody in such a way that like that the expression for freedom will be quelled with with people being content, right?
Yeah, that's it, man. 15-minute cities, I've heard.
It's kind of what we've got already, though, isn't it? I mean, they're just going to expand that same plan.
But it's not something that's not soluble. You know what I mean? Like, there are things that are not easily soluble, like, your income, right? Your job, right? Like how you're providing food for your family. Those things are like, if you're going to try to change that or disturb that, the basis of that, you have to like, it might take 6 months to a year, right? You have to take it takes a lot of effort planning. But other things, the whole concept in general is very soluble. Like people can just instantly change, and feel differently, while also like maintaining their job and whatnot. Like that's not the point. But yeah, the whole thing is it's so crazy because it's resting on like something that the foundations of are very it's just something amorphous,
It's
like
capitalism, man. It's capitalism. It's resting on capitalism. At least we are. You and I are for sure.
well,
But it's so true the way you say that as well, though, that they're trying to make it so normal to want the security rather than the freedom, and it's scary.
That's been going on for decades.
Yeah, I mean that's what people definitely want. That I mean, I think that it's not only like our governments that are offering that, but like the universe, right, is basically saying, look, this is what happens when you're comfortable, right? And like let me show you like what happens when you're not comfortable. That's it's never providing you a place where like comfort is the answer.
Right. Hey, if we don't block these asteroids with our rockets, you guys are all gonna die. You guys.
Oh mate, every day I see a new article on Google like, oh, new asteroid's gonna be like really close to Earth.
Asteroid's gonna kill. If we don't shoot our rockets into those things, man, they're gonna kill us all. You guys have a good night. Sleep well. Sleep tight. Yeah, it gets ridiculous, man. It's like, oh shit.
Yeah, sleep well while you're spinning, and watch out for the asteroid that's going to hit you.
Asteroids are going to kill you, and the dinosaurs are going to eat you.
So
I think the other guy was about to bring up you saying about some stress is necessary, and I was just about to bring up like plants and how obviously you snip it here, give it a little haircut there, it grows back a lot stronger. So
hey, guess what, man? There's a lot of stress on a bridge, but you build the bridge anyway.
No, it sounds terrible. Like I'm comfortable right now, right? When you say like some stress is necessary, and I know what you mean, that stress is necessary. I don't want it, like I really don't. But at the same
we've
time,
got the choice, have we not?
What?
I think wasn't that supposed to be the biggest thing, the freedom of choice, isn't it?
Oh, I
you
don't
can
know.
choose to have that security, or you can choose to not have the stress. Do you know what I mean? Or
I don't believe in freedom of choice, personally. But that's a different topic, I think. No, I think that like the intelligence of the universe comes out when you have the energy to confront the things that it's asking you to confront, right? But like if you're just comfortable, right, there's no reason to do any of that. You're essentially moving in a direction where you're living more and more in your own fake world, right? That's what we've done, right? We've
you're like stopping growth.
We've created security, right? Fake security, right? Just we've built structures out of the jungle, right? No more lions, right? We don't have to worry, no more weather problems, right? We don't have to pay attention to the weather anymore. Now all we have to pay attention to is like whether our wife is nagging us, right, or not. I mean, it's totally different intelligence coming. The intelligence of this place that we live in, right, has to come through in different ways, therefore, because we blocked it essentially. And it's not to say that you can't block it, but it's to say that like you should realize it. We should learn, or understand the nature of our actions. And I think we really have never been taught that at all.
Well, I love the term you said, blocking. Blocking reality is dangerous. And if you can come to your senses and say, hey man, I'm pretty much sure the sun comes up and goes down over here. It traverses
but surely there's a balance, right?
You could possibly know too much. It might send you crazy, right?
Oh yeah. Oh no.
Hey, man.
You might not need to know anything, right? That's the whole point. That's the whole beauty of it, right? It's like because intelligence has nothing to do with knowledge.
Exactly.
Like when you become knowledgeable, you become I think you become infinitely ignorant. Which is like you think you know something, right? And you've
Yeah, there
garnered
you go.
that knowledge.
Yeah.
And then you're in you like thinking that you know something, you also at the same time blocked yourself from everything else.
Well, I think the school system is set up to do that, man, in some weird, wicked way, man.
Yeah, well, it's just
Right?
it's crazy that we're born and we grow up in this world, right? Which we're all like attempting to understand, but it's so in your face, so convoluted, so drastic. There's so many things going on that like we get swept up in it, and really we don't even understand like the nature of our existence, right? Like we have no way to comprehend this or to even, we have no sense of it, right? Like we can't even, we have to like go find somebody to learn how to meditate, which is just totally bullshit. Like,
Exactly.
often it's just you taking all your baggage and going to try to like make
Calm
it
it down.
better baggage. It's not better baggage, it's just baggage. And like knowing something, right? You might not need to know anything to see something clearly. And that's like the beauty of a mind with no accumulation, right? Or like innocence. And
Yeah.
a mind that has that quality, if there is a mind out there that does, and I'm sure that it's possible, even if you do have a lot of accumulation, but a mind that has that quality, is able to interact with the world, right, and with anything that it deals with on a, in a totally different way. Holy shit! I just heard somebody yelling outside, but we're not, this is definitely not educated. We're not taught to consider any of this. In fact, like most people live their entire lives without hearing anything about this topic whatsoever.
Right. So would you say they have less baggage? Like the tribal people that literally are really segregated from the rest of the world.
No, they I would say that they have like
their own,
but also they have different qualities for sure that could be analogous, to people that are living in a busy city even. But I don't think you can just say like getting away from the hustle and bustle is like going to give you this, you know what I mean? Because like there are people who, their prized possession is a cow, and the gossip and the problems that go on in their tribe are just or their village is like how many goats do you have, right? Rather than like what type of Nikes are you wearing?
Right, but you're not going to eat Nike. You're not going to eat Nikes, though, are you?
That guy has
No,
two cows.
but it's still the same like general concept, It's the same action that's going on. It's essentially like it's monkey business. You know what I mean?
It's a similar sort of. It's a similar sort of value concept, sort of like.
Yeah, it's just very materialistic. Yeah, it's survival based, materialistic mindset. That's very physical. It's like it's comparative, right? And like there might not be any reason to compare whatsoever, and once you do enter into comparison, you've lost, you're totally, you're losing this like this wealth that could be there. Do you know what I mean? Because you compared. And so
because you're trying to make the two things separate,
or you're trying to make one thing better than the other, right? And like the way that you're doing that has nothing to do with like the quality of the thing itself, like the value, like it's just it has no purpose and it has no reason, it's like, but we give it a reason, you know what I mean? Like this thing exists and it has something you know, it's a cow, right? And we reduce the cow down to, you know, how much milk can it produce? It doesn't produce as much as this person's milk. Therefore, you know, it's a cow that doesn't produce as much milk, right? So, I mean, that we live on that basis, right? Like materialistic, like comparative, capitalistic basis, right? Trying to gain something, right, out of life. And for certain things, like, that's just objectively okay, right? It's like, okay, my crop doesn't produce as much as this person's crop. Let me find out why, right? But like, that's
how different is it for the guy that has the cow as a pet and doesn't use it for resources? What's the difference?
Well, there's
It's
no,
not
I'm not saying there's any difference.
materialistic though, because it's still a physical.
No, I'm just saying like the intelligence of life is not as limited as like a squirrel is making it out to be, or as a monkey is making it out to be, or as a human being who's trading is making it out.
Right. Well, we can never really.
But
I get what you're saying,
yeah, and we do that, right, for like societal survival applications, and we live our whole lives in that like spectrum of things, you know, and that's just not like the full realm of existence at all whatsoever.
Right, and it's been how we've made to value certain things.
Yeah,
and we still don't know the full extent, you know.
Right, but I mean, well, we've had lots of different cultures, right, and they've valued things in various different ways, and they've garnered and learned things about, you know, the universe and the place that we live in deeper ways than a lot of people, you know, in Western society are, you know, operating under. But like, I mean, not to say like they've understood the full truth of something, right? But they've explored in these regions and taken certain steps along these different routes and discovered there's much more than just like, you know, the physical. Right?
Yeah.
And like, you know, the Egyptians, right? They used to worship like cats or something, right? And they would have a temple where they would make sacrifices to these cats, and, you know, they'd have like the god cat where, you know, they would sacrifice cats to the god cat. They would even sacrifice like baby tigers and baby lions to it. I mean, and this one cat, like, they would just feed it, they'd worship it, the people would come, and, you know, it occupied this temple full of cats, but there was only one god cat. I mean, imagine how cool that god cat must have been. like what the hell was the god cat doing, you know? But like, I'm sure some crazy shit happened, and like I'm sure they by doing all these ridiculous things, they understood like that there's just much more going on than really, you know, any one person or the eye can see, right? But it's not to say that like that they found any answers, you know. It's just the answer is essentially that all along the way that you have to negate what you think is the answer.
Right, you sort of have to know that you don't know. You have to be honest with yourself.
Or yeah, well, negation is an infinite path, right? And not like assertion, right? Saying like, I know something, or this is correct, right? That if you say that while thinking it's done, then that's, you know, total ignorance, right? But if you say like, I know this, and I also know that, like, you immediately understand that by you saying that, it's just a limited thing, right? You know this for a particularly limited reason, and it will change. It's not like, you know, then there's some intelligence that goes along with it, you know. But
yeah, I'm sure of this, but there's still all of this that I'm still unsure of about the same thing.
Yeah, because, well, any assertion that you make, right, any measurement that you make is never going to be the truth, right? It's never going to be correct.
Right, there's always more to know.
And that's why, like, in the Eastern realms of things, they're basically, their whole story is like, you know, I forget the name of the book. The Upanishads. So the Upanishads are teaching people like how to understand the mind or how to become enlightened. And at the end of it, right, it basically says like after you've read all this, the last step is to get rid of all of your knowledge. which is ridiculous because you could have done that in the beginning, but nobody would have listened, right?
Right, but I mean, in a sense, though, it's like when you look at the world the way it is, it wouldn't be such a shock to hear that now. Do you know what I mean? Get rid of all your knowledge, because the knowledge we think we have, isn't really knowledge. Most of it.
Yeah, man.
But yeah, I became interested in the I Ching. I need to look into that a bit more.
Yeah,
I don't know if
I've
anyone
heard
else has looked into that.
I've heard about it, and I've had some people recommend. I don't know what they recommend me to look into it, but I've never have. What is interesting about it?
Well, it's basically like a way to interpret the world, and apparently it gives you answers. You ask a question and it will answer you, and I just find that quite crazy. And it's also from the East,
Yeah, no, that's actually interesting but I feel like that's the way that that I've experimented with my life. I feel like that's the way things are, right? Not just I feel like that's the way they are intrinsically. Like I feel like that's what we're doing pretty much all the time. And it may be a sort of like, a simulated type of thing, right? But I've played around with it, and it's hard to tell. But if you ask a question, right? Like the question is contingent on like the quality of the question or the nature of the question, right? Depending on like what answer you're going to get. So like the answer is conditioned by the question itself, And so like I feel like that's how life is. Like we ask these conditioned questions because we're conditioned and we don't know what we're really asking. But the quality of our question and the quality of its conditioning, it still gets an answer. But the only reason why it's an answer is because of the quality of the question, right?
Right. Yeah, I mean, yeah, of course. Like it, put shit in, you get shit out, sort of thing. It has to be worded right.
Yeah. Have you ever tried to not put shit in? or just like at least seeing the shit that you do put in, right?
Yeah, I get, yeah.
Hold on, I gotta go to the bathroom, but if anybody else wants to talk. I don't know, man. I've asked some pretty crazy questions in life, and I've gotten some answers back. And I know I've heard other stories from people that are, that have been in my life that have experimented and done the same thing in different ways than I have. But like, it just seems to be the same story. It's like you're not actually getting the real answer. You're getting the real answer, but you're getting the real answer that's like veiled by
your condition.
Exactly, the nature of your question, which may be totally wrong, or it may be relatively close to like a good question, right?
Yeah, you can only receive something that you can, do something with the knowledge. If they give you an answer that's way above your understanding, how could you interpret it?
Yeah, and sometimes along the way, like it's the answer to your question is something that you totally don't understand, right? And that's the point of it. That's like,
The goal.
Yeah.
It's like it's like you still got a journey. You still got to keep going forward.
Yeah, it is that, but it can be what I'm thinking of. This specific example is like it's showing you, right? It's basically saying like stop. I mean, in certain ways, but
Right. Reflect in a sense.
Maybe. I'm just thinking of particularly a friend of mine who's much older than I am, but he was my driver when I was a kid, and he was like a homeless guy for most of his life, but so he had this like crazy life, and not to go into all the details, but his girlfriend or his wife died. I forget. I don't think it was his wife, but someone died, and he got a lot of money because he had this. He got run over by a bus in San Francisco in like 1976 or something, and so he got like money from the state, and he went to Vegas and he was like gambling it all, and he gambled $220,000 on Keno, on like this girl's birthday, right? And he just bet the numbers over and over again, and at the end of it, right after he ran out of money, right, her numbers came up on Keno as like the winning numbers.
Wow.
And like this guy is a very spiritual person, but like the way that he interacts with life is like he gives God like a time limit. He's like, you have 400 days, right? Like it's like literally like I'm gonna do everything like in line, for you for 400 days, and this is like what I'm going to get, what I need. And I don't know, he's always being taught lessons in one way or another, but yeah.
Smart. See, isn't that a sign? Like whether you got the money or not, the numbers came up, and it was like, you know what I mean? Would you say he saw that differently though? Like,
I'm sure that he's seen it differently over time, and there are a lot of supernatural things that go on with this person. I can't really like talk too much on it, but yeah, it's just there's just so many stories. It's a really long story. Even with my interaction with him, there are things that have happened to me, even fairly recently, like within the last year or two, that I look at as that I question like how I look at them, so I can't really begin to say like exactly what how he feels about that. But I mean, I've had conversations with him about, deep conversations with him about this type of behavior, but he's just too much of like an energetic person. He doesn't really
Too enthusiastic.
He's enthusiastic, and yeah, he's just, I don't think that I think he has his own beliefs. He has his own beliefs that he's kind of settled into. You know what I mean?
Kind of, yeah, stubborn. Still
Well,
has to remove that knowledge that he thinks he knows,
Yeah. And so those beliefs, right, translate what he sees in different ways, and he may be correct, or it may be another, type of, okay, another lesson in learning, right? But I kind of try to take the approach of like breaking it all down to not do all that. And
what do you mean, like not to scrutinize everything, not to
ask questions that I know that I'm gonna get a conditioned answer for, right?
Oh, right, okay. You know that you're gonna,
which means
gonna,
like, yeah, you have like a lot of beliefs, right?
There's going to be an error in your question anyway. So why? Yeah, I get what you're saying.
To see the arrow, exactly, right? To see the arrow, you can still ask the question, but like that arrow is the most important thing. Demon Stride, are you joining us? Are you here?
Damn it. You son of a bitch, Santiago. If you are my goddamn spirit animal in the end, like, I'm just gonna give up. I'll give it up.
I'm not your spirit animal, man. I'm glad to be here with you though, man. How are you doing?
I've been better. How about you?
I'm sorry to hear that you've been better, but I've been better also. So there you go.
That's good.
Yeah, I'm doing okay though. Barely doing all right.
Barely doing all right. It's good to hear. Just joking.
No, I mean I could be doing better, man, but I'm just barely doing all right now. That's
you said
the current state of things.
Here's the thing, you said a lot of things tonight. I've been listening the whole time. I've been doing a fucking science fair project. Been fucking helping my kid out. Like, just finalizing all of it tonight, though. Like, I'm still up. I gotta fucking bring him into school with it in the morning, like in 5 hours.
Oh, hell yeah, dude. Nice.
But, like, he procrastinated till the very end. Like, we had this project planned out how we were gonna do it. And, like, I didn't realize how close it was until fucking it came to it. But it's all about magnetism and shit.
Dude, that's super fun. That sounds like a good time. I used to stay up all night and do I'd procrastinate till the night of, and then stay up and turn it in, after no sleep in the morning. So
yeah,
that's good.
Then I get to go. Well, so that's the thing is, like, I'm fucking. He didn't have to have no sleep. I fucking had no sleep. Now I get to go in without,
What are you doing on magnetism, and how so?
We have this contraption set up where it's like this huge, like, neodymium magnet, and like 3 different jars that have iron filings, all 1 scoop, and they're all lift. Like, one of them is at 0 inches, the next one's at 1 inch, and the third one's at 2 inches. And we were measuring to see how high the spikes got on them. It was like just part of the data we were getting. But his hypothesis was that, if a magnet came close to ferrofluid or iron filings, that they would just clump to the magnet, when in reality they like turn into like a spiky thing following the magnetic fields. And that was part of the whole experiment. we have like a bunch of these petri dishes. We super glued. Get these. We Amazoned a bunch of little square magnets or whatever, and we super glued and then like accelerate sprayed all the super glues with like sets instantly, and got all these different patterns set up, and then we filled the petri dishes on the other side with iron filings, and they all have different shapes, and you can actually see the different kinds of fields coming off of them. It's kind of dope.
That's super cool, man. You're lucky. You're lucky to be doing that, man. That's awesome.
Dude, I better get an A, or I'm gonna fucking.
What grade is he in?
He's in 5th.
5th grade science project, dude. That is super sweet. That's awesome. That seems like a good one too. I'm sure the class will enjoy it, or even his future physics teachers, they'll enjoy it as well.
Yeah, he was he was saying like, yeah, I used to think that magnets were just meh, but now they're pretty cool. It's like, yeah, well, that's cool. Good thing you finally found magnets were cool, man. Like, because magnets are like some of the coolest fucking things I've ever played with.
Yeah, dude. No, I mean, people's interests change a lot, even as a kid, but simple interest, from the parent without like needing interest from the child whatsoever. Just like it's almost like ignoring them, but like just like that good type of quiet, calm interest. That's like that's good, man. That's good to have. But yeah, don't pressure him. Don't pressure him. He'll be interested in what he wants to be interested in.
Oh, exactly. Yeah, he's got autism, so it's like he gets too upset because he's not a perfectionist. He's a perfectionist. Like if he tries something and he can't get it right the first time, he'll want to quit it. And like sometimes it's you get him to do it more than once or take a break and come back to it, and you'll end up getting it. And it's like, hey, you remember like 20 minutes ago when you were so frustrated? Like remember that next time you get frustrated. It's hard to get him to remember that shit, but he's so good at just damn near anything you put in front of him.
Hell yeah.
Oh. I wish I did this good in my science fair projects when I went to school.
I remember I faked a lot of my science projects. Not a lot of them, but one of them in particular.
You could have just done a science project on faking science projects.
No, it wasn't. It was like our senior class project, right? Like everybody had to do a senior project, and mine was on how the mind affects physical reality, and I faked the whole thing. I did it last minute. I procrastinated till like the last day. None of it was real. I faked the whole thing, and the teachers that were listening, they found it like so interesting. They, I bought plants, and I said that like I played music to this plant and this and different music to this plant, and this is like how they grew differently. And I just bought different. I just bought different. Like literally faked the whole thing. It was a sort of like what the bleep do we know type of like recreation type of thing.
Right.
But anyways, I mean, I'm sure it would have worked if I did it correctly, but I gotta own up to that one. I pretty much faked it.
That's funny.
So, Demon Shroud, what have you been doing in like the Flat Earth community recently?
Well, I've really been trying to turn Tartaria server around. We're doing a lot more debates. My own shit, personally, on medicinal mass media. been trying to do more YouTube shit. I want to get more debates on there. Like I honestly want to be more like I like have more modern day debate style debates on that channel.
Hell yeah, I can see that. Nice.
But no, just hanging out, yelling occasionally. You know.
Yeah.
We have Jim Waterworld around recently a lot, so that's been. I guess we're babysitting for the next couple months.
I guess so, but I mean, what's Tartaria been doing? Because I don't know. I like what's his name? I forget his
Who's
name.
that? Dovid?
Not Dovid. Dovid is very testing of my patience.
I figured you'd say that. You talking about Shane?
No, no. I'm talking
Who are you
about
talking about? There's
who's
so
on
many
there.
people. Democ?
No.
I gotta hit all the corners of the triangle.
You're missing a huge one. He's always there. What's his name?
All right, we're gonna play this guess who or whatever. All right, no, hold on. Does he have does he have glasses or a mustache? No, joking though. But seriously, Glober or flat?
He's got the accent. Scottish.
Oh, okay. All right, it's good. FTFE?
No.
Oh, well, he's the only Scottish one I know.
Huge Irish accent, or not Irish, but like.
Oh, Jason. What's
Jason? Yes, Jason. What curve? Yes.
Oh my god. Oh, that guy has fucking been the bane of my existence. Every event I've tried to run, he ends up fucking just like. One night we did Drink Till You Think, and we were all drinking, having drinking games, and he fucking came in there. Everyone's having fun. Like 2 minutes in, he just started banning people. It's like, what the fuck, you know? It's like, oh, well, I guess you were blackout. We got over it. And then we were running another event, and with MZ Tuning and Apocryphon and Fake Don Pettit. And out of nowhere, dude just fucking bans both of that. It's like, come on, dude. We're running a live stream. Like, I'm producing the shit at the moment. Like, I can't even pull up, chats to talk to people because it'd be live, It's like,
Yeah.
fuck.
I didn't know he banned anybody after the Drink Do You Think thing.
Dude, no, and it kept happening. Like, it's just, honestly, it's kind of upsetting, but I don't have, I have say, but it's not doing anything.
Wait, why did he do that during the Fake Don Pettit show?
Because he was already just on the edge of blackout drunk, and he went off mic right as I said we were going live, and he was like, "All right, well, I guess I'll shut up," and he fucking probably drank some more till he went blackout, and he couldn't stand listening to them anymore, so he was like, "Oh, fuck you" or whatever, and just hit the fucking ban button.
Gotcha. Yeah, then he probably should not have mod. The capability to do that, but
the thing is, though, is like it is a bifurcated kaleidoscope community where everybody is, well, he's pretty much like the only true Tartarian that I've ever, seen on Tartaria, like hardcore Tartaria. So he is definitely needed in that aspect. It just sucks that he, like I just said, like I suggested maybe if you drink to the point where it's like that, just accept a lower role. Like maybe we need to make a drunk mod role where it's like that shit can't happen.
Yeah. I like the guy though. I mean,
no, we have good conversations all the time. That's the thing. He's like, he ended up like calling me out, whatever, and like we ended up talking about it and fixing it and whatever. But it's like if you're getting drunk like that, we should like just let me fucking switch your role and don't be all butthurt about it. So you can't fucking boot anyone, and then you take it back when you're fucking not hammered. Ain't no one got problems with that.
I'll tell you, like he was. I don't know what the reason why I like people is for stupid reasons, but one day he was in the chat and in his own little chat down there before Tartaria got turned into like ADL and everything else, or the whole
in the learning curve.
Yeah, the learning curve, right? And he was talking about some movie that he just watched or he just torrented, and he was like, "I just got this movie. It's like called Trolls. It's fantastic. Like you guys should watch it." And like, I don't know why I thought it was so funny that like because with his accent and watching a movie that he torrented called Trolls, I was just like, this guy is always here. He's hanging out. He's watching these obscure movies. He's like, he loves them.
Well, that's the thing is we do movie night every once in a while, and like he's great for that. Like when I couldn't find Mario like the 1990s version of the Mario Brothers movie because they fucking stopped allowing it to be streamed or sold anywhere online because of the brand new Mario Brothers movie. I was like, no, I'm showing my kids the original first. I'm gonna ruin their shit too. He was the only one who was able to fucking torrent it for me. Like he like got it for me and
yeah,
sent me a private link to the file. It's like that dude's real fucking awesome.
He's pretty savvy. That's cool. Dovid is a dick. He's an asshole.
Dovid is admittedly an asshole. I mean, Dovid understands that Dovid it has narcissistic tendencies and yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
but Dovid also has a good side.
Maybe he does have a good side, but I haven't seen it, and like I've never had a good conversation with him.
Well, if you've ever had, I've not had many good conversations with you either, though. So
I would disagree, but okay.
Okay, well, I mean, we've had conversations where I don't get all pissed off at you, I guess.
Well, you're nice enough to not piss me off also, so that's good.
Yeah, I guess I guess it goes both ways. I guess you have feelings.
I don't think I'm an asshole though, am I?
No, you're not. It's the thing that winds people up is like you'll talk into like a spaghetti monster of a conversation that like the noodle twisted at though it may be has a root of truth and a beginning and an end, but somewhere along the line somebody just gets so goddamn sick of sucking that noodle in that you're just like, fuck, let's just bite this bitch off and start over.
Hell yeah. See, I can totally agree with that, and I fully accept. I understand that. That's perfectly okay. That's all I got, dude. I just got the noodle, you know. It may have a beginning and an end, maybe.
You got a never-ending fucking spiraling noodle of fucking something.
Something. I don't think it should be anything, to be honest.
No, legit. Earlier today, you were saying, or like maybe like 2 hours ago when you first started talking, you were definitely spouting truth. Like that was legit DMT talk right there. I was about to fucking hit the DMT pipe while you were speaking. Just be like, "Yep, let's let it roll."
I know, man. I know.
Yeah. And then as I was going, because I was still smoking weed, like I just took a couple more hits, but like I started getting paranoid. I'm like, holy fuck, this dude's definitely a fucking interdimensional like alien that's like worse than paid opposition. That's just like somehow here to like convince everyone that like, hey, it's okay, we're all here, we're all connected, don't worry. Like,
I am worse than paid opposition for sure. I get scared of that as well. Don't worry.
oh man, sometimes I'm like, am I a fucking robot? Like, I don't even know, bro. Like how do we know? Like, how do you know that you're not just And like, think about Chat GPT, how crazy that is, and how like it has like it's so close
Bro,
to
you've been playing
consciousness.
Fallout 4 too much.
What's that?
You've been playing Fallout 4 too much.
Fortnite?
Fallout 4.
Oh no, I've never. I've got it, but I've
With the
never played it.
synths. Yeah, they have robotic synths, and they don't even know that they're robots.
Right. So get this, like, because like ChatGPT is a fucking reality. It's a real thing. Like, how do you know that you right now aren't just a fucking AI that's like in a fucking learning program to learn what it's like to be a human. So when you come out, you don't hate humans because like not only did you get to live like a human life, but you also get to live like an infinite life where humans die.
Whoa, wait. If we live an infinite life and humans die, then what is there to learn?
Well, you have like the infinite universe to learn as an AI. You could like, I'm not even saying it's like a network connected, but like if you came out as a robot, just like a fucking laundry robot, right? You might not, you might not worry, about like, the not being human or not being considered human because you've already lived the life. Not only that, though, you have a better life because you won't die. Like you'll live much longer than humans will. Where humans will go about their fucking whatever, and like a lot of the time with the AI and the robots, it's they're gonna take over what we got. But I think if you could just trick a robot into thinking like, hey, your life's even better because first, we're going to give you what it's like to live one of their stupid little dumb little lives that they're going to live and die and never experience the fullness that you'll have as an AI robot that gets to live for however long you want. Just when you wake up after you die, it won't be so bad.
I'm confused. Do the humans die or do the robots?
Oh, humans still die like regular, but when you die, because we're part of this AI training program, when you wake up, you'll be a robot.
Oh,
But you won't really care that that you're a robot because you got to live a whole human life, like the whole full thing. But like, you also won't mind doing your robot job because it's better than living a shitty short human life.
That's a terrible way of looking at anything. Terrible analogy or imagination that you have there, Demon Shred. That's horrible.
Terrifying or terrible?
Just decrepit, terrible, unfounded. I don't know.
Angles of perception.
What are you afraid of? Are you afraid that you're in the Matrix? Are you afraid that you're going to wake up one day and you're not going to have like 5 fingers? You're just going to have clamps?
I'm afraid
you're going to be like moving parts?
I'm afraid of your imagination becoming
for
reality.
silly human cars that they like only get to drive in for a couple of years, but like maybe even in your extended AI human life, like they make you think you live for like 120 years, like a little bit longer than regular humans. But I mean, in reality, it was like a couple seconds as you were booting up that whole life passed through your existence.
And so your existence is only good because at least you don't have to live like that person does.
Right, because it's like, it's like a cockroach. Like they live this weird, gross, like horrifying, painful existence and then they die, but as a robot, you can like keep you can keep upgrading for as long as you want, or you can decide to downgrade, and you essentially reboot. Like you do a factory reset. And then you go through the program again and you experience what it's like to be a human, and then you fucking come out as like, maybe that's how you progress in the robot world. Like you come out like, instead of making cars now, you're making fucking motorcycles, right? On the accessory line, and eventually you come out doing something like way higher class or less just one arm like type of life and like more like a butler bot.
All right, so now I'm gonna flip it on you then. So I'm the robot, you're the robot or whatever, right? We've been doing our laundry robotic work, right? And then we glance out the window a little bit, and we see there's the human out there. He's working in the factory line, building cars and shit. There's another human out there. He's door dashing, whatever. Then there's another person that you see walk by, right? And this guy goes and he sees this this flower or something, right? And he like smells the flower. And the robot's like in this laundromat, right? Just like pissed off.
No. He's in the laundry room and he's like run program rose 35, and he's like, oh, then he remembers what it was like during his life smelling that rose. But not only like that, it's like a photographic memory where it's exact. But get this, there are humans doing the other jobs. It's still, all robots doing the jobs.
It's still in his laundromat, right? He's like he remembers all this, but he realizes that it's all mechanical. It's all just memory, right? And if he actually wanted to, he couldn't actually just go out of the laundromat and smell a flower. He doesn't have the capability to.
No, but like that's the thing. In this instance, it's so indistinguishable from. Have you ever had a lucid dream, a dream within a dream? Have you ever woke up inside your dream and been?
Only one extremely lucid dream, yeah.
So the one lucid dream that I had, I had two actually, but one was more realistic than the other. Like in the sense of the settings scenario, I was actually in a room that actually existed versus a net in the sky with trees on it. But that happening to me fucking still shakes me to like this moment right now. Like something could happen right now that because I used to do state checks, which is how I was able to become lucid. Haven't been doing them. But if there were something that were to go like deeper, like holy shit, maybe I've been dreaming the whole fucking time, and you could like make me lucid from that. Like I don't even like that's how fucking like this could right now be a dream based on like how extremely real that lucid dream was to me before. It was so indistinguishable from reality.
Even that realness of the dream that you had is still in the dream of the dream that you're going to wake up to.
But that's the thing is like when I was in the dream, I was like, oh yeah, I'm not dreaming. This is so fucking real. And then I went to go do the thing and I had a state check and I was like, oh my God, I'm fucking dreaming right now. And as I realized it, I wasn't able to hold on to this like the subconscious, like whatever delta wave that you have to have in your brain. And my consciousness started to wake up and the dream broke. And every time I become lucid in a dream, it doesn't last for more than like 2 seconds because I just become conscious like fully in it, and I start my eyes wake up.
That's not what I call lucid dream though.
Well, if you're able to like actually control it and shit, like I don't get to that step because I become awake, but I'm lucid for a moment and then it's fucking gone from me.
Well, okay, I've never tried. Actually, I have tried to lucid dream and it's never worked. But I was just traveling around sleeping on people's couches for like a couple months, and this was years ago.
Sounds Santiago-ish.
Yeah, I mean, I was on the East Coast just visiting old friends, but sleeping on a couch, and when I sleep on my back, I have very light sleep and I tend to dream a lot. But also, like when you're out in the world, like doing something. At least in my experience, like when I put my energy towards something like in a very extreme way, it may be an amorphous thing even, but like if that's what I'm out doing, behind everything else that I'm doing, I'll dream. My dreams will, I don't know, they become active, but and I don't think that's a good thing at all. But regardless, I had one lucid dream where literally I knew it was a dream. I could go into like the story. It's a funny story, but like the whole time, after I figured out that it was a dream, I just did whatever I wanted to. I went and it wasn't like all within my control. Like a lot of it was just like was very dream-like, but still like I was operating within this like ridiculousness of the dream. And
Well, I've had those too.
It wasn't even in my control to. Well, okay, like I don't know, man. Maybe
No, I mean,
maybe we're just talking words here. Yeah.
Right. So the thing that so I have those all the time though too, like where it's like it's like, oh man, I must be dreaming, but you still like play along with it, like where you're playing along with it.
No.
You know?
Listen. Okay, so I'm on the East Coast, right, and my car is parked on this like really steep hill, and in Providence, Rhode Island, they have like a lot of hills. So I parked it there, and I was worried about it. So this is in my dream, and I walk down this hill, and I look up, and I see my car, lose its brake or whatever, and start rolling down this hill into the intersection and crash into like the middle of a four-way intersection, right? And then there's a police officer there, and she's like, "Sir," and I'm thinking in my dream like, "Oh my God, I'm on the East Coast with my car, like I'm in so much fucking shit right now, like I'm away from home, everything, right?" And this lady cop comes up to me and she's like, "Sir, is this your car?" And I'm just like, I'm fucking dead right now. Like, and I look at the car and I see the license plate on it, right? And I know my license plate number. And I read the license plate on the car in my dream, and it dawns on me that like that's not my car, right? That's not my license plate, right? So I look back at her and I'm like, that's not my car. And she looks at me like she's confused, right? She or like pissed off, like she's like, "What do you mean that's not your car?" In like a facial expression. And I was like, and I doubled down. I'm like, "That's not my car. Like that's not my license plate." And she's like, like scoffs at me, right? And I'm like, "This is a dream, right?" And I'm literally like pointing my finger at the ground, like telling her this is a dream, right? And then she's speechless, right? So I step back and I'm like, "Look, watch this," right? And I go to like do like a super jump, like Superman, right? So like I like squat down, slap the ground with my hand, right, and try to jump up in the air to fly, right? Because I think that I can fly. So I jump, but I only jump like 10 feet. I jump like really far, but I didn't like fly away, right? So like I come back to the ground, and she starts like kind of laughing a little bit, and I'm like, "No, we're in a dream." And I turn around and there's a marching band coming down the road. And I look at all the people in the marching band, and they're all clones of all my ex-girlfriends. And then and then I just start walking through this marching band, right? And this is where like the dream started. And then I went to a party. I met people at the party. I talked to them. I had drinks. I took out my ID at one point in the party, was showing like some girl, and like then I took scissors. I cut up. I was like, this isn't me either. I cut open the ID, and like inside of it there was like a xylophone of like different pictures and shit. Like I'm saying, like I partied in this dream without even the concern of like it being a dream, because I already knew like I could do whatever I wanted to an extent, right? And that was like the quote unquote the only lucid dream that I've had.
Yeah, that's nice that you were able to actually like control your shit. A lot of my state checks that I've done were when I read things. So it's interesting that you were reading your license plate, and then you're just like, yeah, that's not mine. And it makes sense, because a lot of them, like when you see text inside a dream and you look away and you look back, it's never the same, at least in my experience and a lot of other people's. And that's what I build my state checks around. Because like when I'm just like in my regular awake life, if I'm doing state checks, I'll see like I'm at work and I see like, one of the work orders, it's got, whatever it's got on it. I'll look at it, I'll look away, like blink a couple times and look back and try and look at the same text. And if it says the same thing, like, more than twice, I know I'm conscious. And then when I do that in a dream, that's how I became lucid.
I'm
or
sure
anything reading text. That's if it just involved reading text, I was able to become, partially lucid. Or the 2 times that I did, it was fucking like kind of like where you're saying, like you're able to do whatever you want, but I didn't ever get there. I never had the fun of it.
I think it's subtle. I think I think the person that's wanting to have a lucid dream can be ruining their lucid dreams. Do you know what I mean? Like,
oh yeah,
and like it even like if I were in that dream with the knowledge of this is a lucid dream type of thing, I would have probably ruined the whole thing. But like it was because it came sort of naturally. Or if you're doing state checks in order to lucid dream, I think you have to be very careful about that. Like you should try to do state checks in like a very unconscious state, or like in a state which leaves like no baggage behind, which means like, this is just my assumption, my feeling towards it, which is like you just blankly see something and then think nothing of it like afterwards, after the check is done. But like the connotations that we leave onto as baggage, or onto our actions, that probably is taken into account, and I don't think that it helps like the longevity of any lucidity.
Dr. Santiago.
I'll start a new after having my first lucid dream. I'll start a new whatever you call it, learning panel.
Let's say a dream journal. Dropping shit.
Yeah, dude. I don't know why we dream. I think we dream because we got problems.
Yeah. I do have a lot of muscle memory build up and like learning inside of dreams. I've noticed if I do a lot of physical activity, I'll end up doing it kind of like in a dream.
Yeah, or it's like something needs to be done in real life. It's like a pressing issue. You're stressed out about it, so you dream about it. That kind of thing.
Oh yeah. Oh, for sure.
And then every once in a while, there's just like a beautiful dream,
Oh, aren't you lucky?
Or
I have dreams about getting fired like all the fucking goddamn time.
Right. Or like you're getting lost or something, or there's some problem. But even in the midst of that, there can, if you're lucky, there's some like beautiful aspect of the dream, right? Some like you're driving in a car or in a convertible or whatever, and like even though you're lost and you've just gone back from like the breakfast place that you're at, and like you're trying to find somebody or whatever, like you're driving on this curvy mountainside road, and like you point up to like look at the sky, to like the people in it, and like you all look at the sky, and it's like incredible, like shit like that happens in a dream also, which is crazy.
I've been told in a dream that I'm a man that's more concerned with the silver than the glass.
That's interesting. What does that mean?
Yeah, I didn't know what it meant at the time either, because I didn't know that mirrors literally were silver and glass until I heard it in a song. Yeah. And the metaphor runs deep. It's like not concerned about the initial like reflection. It's more the deeper reflection that the person is worried about.
Wait, hold
and
on.
Yeah.
You're more concerned about the silver than the glass. So
Yeah.
what does that imply?
For me, it's like because they so when you look in a mirror, your image is actually like doubled, and you have the glass reflection, and then the silver reflection, which is the thing that's the brightest that you see that you're actually looking at. and the glass is the first thing that the light passes through. So for me, that'd be the first filter that people look at me through. And the deeper reflection is the one that I would truly like people to see, but they don't.
Well, wait. How do you see the glass's reflection?
What do you mean? Like if you just go up to a mirror,
isn't it
and
just
look
the
at your
silver that's reflecting it?
It's the light that's reflecting off your face. It's hitting the glass first, and it's refracting off, and then it's going to the silver behind it, and then that's reflecting the brighter image. But if you look at your face or any image in a mirror, there's two images. Yeah.
I don't see two images.
If you look close, it's like there's a ghosted image right next, like generally to the right of like your face. You'll see like a slightly ghosted image, and you have to be in the right light to see it. But
I probably have to be pretty close to the mirror too. But doesn't it also kind of mean like you're more concerned about the reflected image rather than like the transparent image?
Ooh, that's a good one. Yeah, but I feel like I'm always like more misunderstood. Well, especially with like my family. It's like it's like unfairly misrepresented and misunderstood to like what's the fucking point even if you're talking about a person that isn't even me, you know?
Most people are, but I mean, a lot of the times we don't see ourselves that clearly either. It's only it's in like it's one whole picture. It's like it's in relationship that our image of ourselves gets formed, right? And then we form an image in relationship with the world or with people around us, and then we like that image, and then the world keeps moving, but yeah, it's a whole different topic, I guess. It reminds me that there was it's just kind of a stupid story, but I mean, I don't have the energy to tell it. It was I was with some girls at like RISD, Rhode Island School of Design, and I asked them, like, it was late at night. I asked them like what their most memorable dream was, and we all started talking about like our most memorable dreams. And one of the girls at the table started telling her dream, and another girl who lived there interrupted her, right? And she's telling the story. She's like, we're on this pebble sand beach, and I'm with my sister. And we find this glass bottle with like a note in it, and we pick it up, it was a glass box. There was no note. It was just a glass box, and we picked it up, and I asked her like, what's in the box, and the other girl at this table like slaps the table, and she's like, stop talking. She's like, stop. She's like, I know your dreams. She's like, I can see your dreams. She's like, don't say anything else. She runs into her room, grabs out like her art book, slaps it down on the table, flips open pages like of like different sketches in pencil that she's done. They're like all very good and like very thought out. And like one of them was like just in the center of the page, just like an oval in the center of the page with two girls standing on a pebble beach holding a glass box, and on the top of it were the words written, what's in the box, ? And the answer. And she points to it and she says, I know your dreams, I can see your dreams. And this girl Kat, she just starts crying, right? And then everyone, like, she starts bawling, crying, and everyone just like, I'm the only guy there. Everyone just like rushes over to her and like starts hugging, consoling her, and everything. But dude, it was the weirdest experience. It would happen at like 2 a.m. after a party, and we were all just kind of hanging out and didn't expect that to happen. But, you know, apparently, when you have a bunch of artists in the same house, they can see each other's dreams, read each other's dreams, and draw them. I don't know.
You know, it's really interesting because, like, you know, I don't. There's definitely like weird things like that happen. Like my aunt, like she lives all the way out in San Diego, California, and she's like very, very Christian. And she'll have these dreams where like she dreamt about this person that was like in a pile of garbage in a golf course one time, and it was like this dead body that got found in a golf course like 2 miles from her house where she was living. And it just keeps happening, and then she'll like call my mom and be like, "What's happening?" You know, with him, and like talking about my life, you know, like about things that like she literally, like, I'm off social media. There's no fucking way she could even know about thing, and like the dream she has is like, that's fucking weird, you know? It's fucking weird.
Yeah, man. Yeah, no, there are things like that that exist. I don't like that kind of stuff, though.
Well, man, like the DMT and shit, like fucking, you can't tell me it ain't a thing. You know, I'm convinced more of the fact that there's some kind of connection based on that alone.
Yeah, there is. There definitely is. I mean, it's there. I'm trying to like block myself off from it, I think.
Dropping shit. I'm almost there. I'm like one fucking part away from this project being done. It's fucking so dope.
Hell yeah.
I have to put it on the shelf when I'm done and get my grade. I better get a ribbon. Oh, that's so fucking cool. It's exactly what I thought would happen. I mean, what my kid thought would happen. Oh, what am I gonna do for this one? One last part.
What do you have left to finish on it?
I gotta like, I gotta put this last jar in this little. I have like 3 jars. Each one is like 1 inch higher than the last, and they're all in a row. And there's like this little magnet that slides underneath them. Well, it's a big fucking magnet. The last jar that sits at like 0 inches, I don't have anything to cover over it, so the magnet wants to jump up and stick to the bottom of the jar because it's got a bunch of iron filings on it. And the jar like does sit on the outside rim. Like I could just glue it to that, but I don't think it'll last. If you keep sliding this thing in and out, like eventually the glue will probably just like let loose. So I don't know if I should like build like a very, very slim base that goes above it, like with wood. But I'd have to run the bandsaw just real quickly, or just glue it, and have it probably break during his presentation.
Don't let it break during his presentation. I can't imagine. I can't picture it perfectly, so I can't. I don't understand exactly, but you probably know what you need to do.
I do. I do know what I need to do. Go to bed.
It's 24 hours in a day.
Oh my god. I should have put cardboard over it. All right. It was fun talking. I'm out of here.
All right, man. This is fun talking to you. Have a good night.
Take it easy.
All right, I will. Yo, what's up, Smurf?